active volunteers from the membership if the AZLP is to move forward in making an impact here in the state of Arizona and elect bona fide candidates to office. According to the Secretary of State's publication on November the 6th, 2018, there are 31,583 registered libertarians in the state of Arizona. AZLP has ballot access at 0.85%. There are 8 counties that currently have ballot access at 0.67% or higher. 7 of those counties are considered to be organized at this point. Last year, the following libertarians were elected to office. B.Y. Tappan was elected mayor of Page, Arizona. Ruth Bennett was elected to the Continental Elementary School District No. 3 Governing Board here in Phoenix, where she served as president. Barbara Neville was elected to a 6-year term on the Santa Cruz County Resource Conservation District, where she served as superintendent. Congratulations go to Ruth Bennett for being elected to the Libertarian Party Hall of Fame. Kevin McCormick ran a campaign for governor, and Doug Marks ran for the U.S. Senate. Both of whom are unable to achieve the necessary proficiency. Campaign for mayor of Phoenix. Mike McFarland ran for Sierra Vista City Council. The following writing campaigns were run with the help of financing from outside sources: Barry Hess for governor, Ed Kokesh, U.S. Senate, Jim Gray, Secretary of State, Michael Kilsky, Attorney General, Kim Ruff, State Mine Inspector, Sandy Doko, U.S. Congressional District number 1, Jeff Daniels, State Senate, Legislative District number 6, and Robert Pemberton, State Representative, Legislative District number 27. Jim Iannuzzo, Ron Sereni, and Chris Will all ran for the Central Arizona Water Conservation District Board.
Waiting for me.
The party continues to educate the public about libertarianism through the variety of means that our members have what they do. Ernie Hancock, through his online radio program, being a good example of this.
Where is it now?
However, there are also 4 Facebook outlets. Michael Kilsky puts one out on his Facebook page. Libertarians of Arizona are put out by Mike Shipley. This organization, AZLP.org, puts out a group page. And Arizona Libertarian is put out by Mike McFarland. Barry Hess educates others through his Facebook post. We all have ways of helping people understand what a libertarian society would look like. Hopefully you all either picked up a little flyer put out by Jacob Hornberger about just that, what libertarianism is all about.
No,
the AZLP thanks all of you for doing your part in helping people learn and understand these ideas on libertarianism and what a libertarian society would be. What it would be like.
The same thing.
AZLP continues to try and bring laws into closer agreement with libertarian principles through the initiative and referendum process and through litigation challenging unjust laws. And hopefully Mike Kilsky will be here a little bit later to talk about an update on that. We now, as Jeff has mentioned, we've got updated databases, updated and established IT systems. We even got an updated website with a calendar on it. So if any of the counties, any of you guys have any activities coming up, shoot them over to the secretary. We can put them on the calendar.
Where is it?
As Jeff mentioned, we have a mailing address and a new phone number. The statutory address, of course, remains the same with Michael Kilsky.
With the network.
And finally, Richard Longstreth from Arizona was elected as our new Region 1 representative, replacing Karen Ann Harlos, who is now the Secretary of the LNC and Chair of the LP Historical Preservation Committee. Craig Bowden from Utah is the alternate representative. Region 1 consists of 11 states, of which we're one of them: Alaska, Arizona, Colorado, Hawaii, Kansas, Montana, New Mexico, Oregon, Utah, Wyoming, and Washington. Goals that we ought to seriously consider as an AZLP for 2019. 1, establish fundraising committee to formulate policies to raise $30,000 this year. Organize all counties. There's currently 7 that are organized, 7 of the 15. There's 3 others that are like on the cusp of becoming organized. And we just need to identify contacts in the other 5 so that maybe we can get those 5 organized as well. We need to continue to register voters as libertarians to create and maintain ballot access status in all counties as well as AZLP, and maybe elect at least 3 libertarians to office this year. And then finally establish a system to communicate on a regular basis with all 31,583 libertarians throughout the state. So that's my report to you guys. Any comments or questions on that? Anything to add or adjust? Okay. We'll move on to the committee reports. Jonathan Winder, do you have something to report there on the County Party Development Committee, please? You want to come over here? Thanks, Jonathan.
Okay, first I think there's a correction. I'm not actually, Jeff, you got me down as a state committee man. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You are.
By default, according to the bylaws. By default, according to the bylaws, any officer of the board is automatically a state committeeman.
Okay.
You won't be able to vote if you are on the board again after.
It's all confusing. Okay, so over the last year or so, we've kind of tried to narrow down this process for the developing counties and what's required by the state, and we've got that listed on the AZLP.org website. I believe that's under the counties tab and under organize your county. So that's probably going to be of most importance to the counties that are trying to get ballot access, trying to get more formal organization. So you can find that there's a list of 5 steps that we've got lined out. I'm going to be brief. I'm not going to bore you with the ins and outs. You can find that on the website. And then it's mailed out in all of the packets as well.
Do you have copies of these?
Yeah.
So everybody can get a copy of this.
The audio is all set up?
Yeah, I would say the most critical piece of information that's included in that is what Jeff uncovered, which is that lawsuit
That should be 840.
that was involved Cochise County. So
840.
you do not actually, the most critical piece of information that I think for the developing counties to use is that you do not actually need ballot access to run precinct committee minutes. So I think that's the most important piece of information I can relay to everyone.
This will make it halfway bigger to 472.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we do have copies of these
350
plus 350.
to illustrate how a county can become
That'll
more.
multiply it by.
Thanks, John.
Half
Anybody else want to add to that, Bob? Robert?
I have my presentation.
Please.
The screen got bigger.
You can go into the app and just
In the
drag
app.
it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Oh, I'm on there now.
Where?
I'm on the app. There's 2 videos. See, no, I'm on
The camera's going.
there. Yeah, just
All right.
you can delete
Hopefully we'll be able to see all of
Which
that.
one?
it. This one right here. You just push delete. I'm gonna push delete. Okay?
No.
All right.
Just put it under. Put it behind it. I don't want to be on
All right, so over the past couple months, I developed a county ballot access plan. I'm sorry, I wish you could see that fully. I'm not sure what I pressed. Let me figure it out. So the biggest thing is getting ballot access. The biggest thing for this proposal is getting ballot access in outlying counties. Right now, 3 of the 15 counties have ballot access, that being Maricopa, Pima, and Yuma. And Yuma, we'll talk about because they're in a little bit of a special case right now. So the big reason we want to get ballot access in these counties is one, they can run candidates in those counties for those county races. Talking about county attorney, county councils, county treasurers, all those county offices will be able to run candidates in for. And they're very small. A lot of them are very small, require very few votes, 3,000 or less votes to win those elections. So they're very winnable elections for us as a party. All right, so there's a process for it. So we do have to have, county has to form and say that they are, quote, the ex-county party, for the Libertarian Party, and we have to do a petition drive. So on that petition drive, we have to gain 2% of the signatures on down that petition, 2% of whatever was on the last county attorney's race. So that was 2016 with the general election. So we have to get 2% of those vote totals to gain initial ballot access. So that's every county. The 13 that don't have ballot access, I should say there's 12. Yuma, you'll see they have a star next to them if you can see it. I know it's a little small. So those are every county, their residents, their total number of voters, their number of Libertarian voters, the ballots, the number of ballots cast in their county attorney's race, and the signature requirement to hit the 2% threshold. So there are 2 things that are important to note in this slide. One, I looked at these numbers 2 years ago, and every single one of them, Libertarians are much higher than they were 2 years ago. Hopefully that's a good thing. And the second thing is you'll notice that a lot of those counties are very small, and they have very easy, they'd be very easy to get ballot access for. For example, Greeley County, we'd only need 54 signatures to have ballot access for a Libertarian Party there. So it'd be very easy for us to collect those in probably a weekend. But we do have to have a party that forms there, we do have to have a city board. Okay. Yuma's in a unique situation. Yuma went through the petition process and gained ballot access, but they do need to hit 2/3 of 1% in order to maintain ballot access. Current number shows that they need about 14 more registered Libertarians in their county to maintain ballot access and maintain that 2/3. So they're very close. So that's something we're going to need to start looking at here in the near future. Okay, so I have 4 counties that I want to target over the next 2 years to gain ballot access for. The first one being Yuma County, as I just mentioned. They're 14 14 registered Libertarians away from having ballot access maintained there and not having to go through the petition process ever again, unless they're underneath that 2/3 number. So I think we can accomplish that in 2 months. By the middle of March, we should have that accomplished, or we can accomplish it. Obviously, I can't do it alone, so I really need your guys' help to help push to that. The second one is Cochise County. I don't see Mike McFarland sitting in the crowd today, but he's been leading the effort down there in Cochise County. They're probably the biggest one as far as needing signature requirements. Their county, man, they went ape shit on their freaking their county attorney's rates. So they do need 916. Now that's a minimum. So obviously we want to try and get double that to triple that in order to be safe on the signatures, because some signatures are going to get thrown out. Anybody that's worked on a race, you know your signatures are going to get challenged as a Libertarian. It's a given. The Republicans and Democrats don't like to play fair. So that's the biggest one. That's going to take probably 6 to 8 months to get those, is what my estimate is. The second county that I have up here is Mojave County. Jonathan Winder, Cody Davis, and a couple of those guys up there, they did a petition drive 2 years ago, and they started a petition drive that was unfortunately unsuccessful. They need 343 valid signatures in order to gain valid access. Again, that's a minimum. Hopefully we can get 1,000. And they will require a voter registration drive also to increase the number of registered voters in their county to maintain their valid access afterwards. But they have a very low signature requirement. 343,000 signatures is a very low signature requirement for a county the size and population of Hobby County. I believe, I'm trying to remember the guy's name, Smith, I think it was his last name, went unopposed in his election in 2016. So if you look at the number wise, only about a third of the people that voted in the presidential election voted for the county attorney. So we have a chance to like snag a really easy victory here with only having 343 signatures needed. And again, that should take somewhere around 3 to 4 months to accomplish. And then Gila County. Gila County is another one of those counties where I believe their county attorney also ran unopposed. Or there's a write-in that they get like 18 votes. So they will also need a registration drive in the future to help them maintain valid access. But there's some unique circumstances with Gila County that's going to make it a little bit cheaper for the party to gain valid access there. Namely, my county has a cabin there, so we can stay there for free. So we don't have to pay for hotels and things like that. Aside from foods and things like that. So again, 339 signatures, very close to Mojave County. Again, 3 to 4 months to gain valid access in Gila County. All right, so the requirements that I'd like to see set for a program like this, obviously the county within that part of the county needs to have a sitting board. They need to have, obviously their first time around, they probably aren't have an elected board, other than, hey, your treasurer, your secretary, blah, blah, blah. They'll have to go through that formal process once they have elected precinct committeements. So you have that board in place. You have to file the petition with your county. And other than that, I really am looking for that group to have a core group of volunteers that they can get the bulk of their signatures collected. 4 to 8 people that you can give like 1 day a month to go out, hit the streets, on your feet, walking, collecting signatures. We need to get rid of the idea that we can sit behind a table at a fair, and not that we shouldn't do those things, but we need to start knocking doors. We need to start meeting people and voters out where they are. So that's something we need to start doing. So hopefully those counties can have 4 to 8 volunteers that they can rely on to give them some volunteer hours to collect some signatures. All right, cost of the program. So the way that I've kind of designed it numbers-wise is to have basically a car load of people, 4 people, travel from a county that has valid access, like Maricopa or like Pima, to a nearby county that is needing petition signatures and needing help with collecting signatures. The reason I specifically picked 4 is one, most cars fit 4 people, and also money-wise for putting out money for hotel and food and everything else like I'm proposing, it makes more sense to have more feet on the ground and maximizing that cost. So I'd like the party to pay for 1 night in a hotel or an Airbnb, which would cost somewhere around $100 to $150. $30 reimbursement for fuel for whoever drives their vehicle to and from the city or place where we're going to be collecting signatures, and $100 in food costs, so that we're not putting the burden of those costs always on our volunteers. That's part of the fundraising thing that we need to start looking at is fundraising for programs like this. And I think targeting 4 counties in this next 2 years gives us something to start pushing. Hey, we're looking at valid access in these 4 counties. Can you help us? And getting that ask out there. So I expect each trip to cost about $250 or less. Obviously, I told you guys Gila County will be a little bit cheaper because we can stay in my family's cabin, so that helps out. But we still have to travel to like Globe, which is still in that county, and we wouldn't have access to hotels or anything like that, so we'd have to pay for something like that. All right, so the expectations for volunteers, obviously, we treasure our volunteers. Volunteers should be expected to go out and engage voters directly, not wait and sit back for them to come to them. You're not going to sit at a table in front of a public library for 8 hours. You're probably going to be knocking doors. So wear some comfortable shoes, bring some water, that kind of thing. And obviously, if that's not something you're capable of doing physically, we'll make some adjustments and we'll do what we have to do because we're going to value your time as a volunteer. Volunteers shouldn't be argumentative. You shouldn't be screaming and yelling and shouting at people you're hoping to sign your petition. Unfortunately, that happens. I witnessed it in a parking lot where somebody was collecting petition signatures and they were yelling and shouting at somebody they were hoping would sign their petition. It doesn't work that way. You have to nice, agree with a smile, shake your hand, do whatever The convenient thing about this is it doesn't matter what party they're registered in. So when we're going door to door knocking, you're going to hit Democrats, you're going to hit Republicans, you're going to hit Independents, you're going to hit every single person. As long as they're registered, no party declared. As long as they're registered voter in the state of Arizona, they're able to sign the petition. And volunteers are hopefully expected to collect 30 ballot signatures a day. So there's a way in each county that you can check signatures. That's going to be something very important for us to do, is to check to make sure those signatures are who they say they are. There's a lot of people who unfortunately have moved, don't realize that they have to register to vote. So their signature may or may not count. Usually it doesn't, especially if you get challenged. So that's basically the overlay of what I'm hoping to accomplish over the next 2 years. The 2 years following that, I want to hit now Yavapai, Navajo, and Campanino counties. Those counties are very small in relative to their signature requirements. There will be another general election in 2020 that will produce new signature requirements, so we'll have to readjust those numbers at that time. But it's something that's very accomplished. I don't see them jumping by 20 or 30%. It's something that's going to be within a couple percentage of what we're already at. So it's going to be something that's achievable for us as a party to do, and to have, to go from currently 3 counties to 6 would be a huge jump for us to double in 2 years the number of counties. And then after that, like Jeff had mentioned, getting all 15 counties on board, I think it's achievable within 6 to 8 years. So that's all I have for you guys. Something I've been working on the past couple months. You guys have any questions about it? Yes, sir.
Is there a deadline of when you have to file all the signatures?
No, there's not. But it's usually it's after the election. You have until 2 years. You have that 2 year window.
180 days before the next general election.
Is it 180 days? Okay, so Jeff's saying it's 180 days.
I thought it was October 1st of the year.
Yeah, roll around October.
Yeah.
So I think it's October 1st.
No, it's 180 days before the primary election date. That's what I
Yeah.
the signatures.
Oh, petitions.
Yeah, it's 180 days before the primary, like Jonathan.
Yeah. So I'll put it in May, April, something like that, or is it in July? That's in July. We'll have to look at the calendar to figure that out.
If you want to collect signatures for your county, is there an official document that you have to collect signatures, or can you just print something up on your own spreadsheet?
Yeah, there's going to be the official ballot there that the county will have for you. Each county might be slightly different in the wording and everything, so you'll have to check with your county
County recorder's office. They will have those petitions.
Okay.
Done.
If it's my understanding from the treasurer's report that you have $46,000 or so in the bank, and would it not be feasible to hire a signature collection firm to get those signatures, considering that it's a small amount and that might be enough money to cover it?
So there's 2 things with that. Yes, you could. You're going to pay more per signature because it's a more rural county. And the other part of that is, I also want to have, when volunteers are out collecting for counties, if there's a candidate running in that district, you can collect signatures for them also. So Jonathan decides to run for his legislative district. you can collect his signatures at the same time you're collecting his petitions for the county. Same thing's true for any other counties. And second of all, libertarians need to do the work. Unfortunately, there's a lot of, I'll get to you, Nick. There's, let's just say, a lot of the petition gathering firms that are here in town are very shady. And they will collect signatures from you, but they don't care about who they collected them from. That's how Doug got sued off of the ballot, was petitioning partners that we would sue you with. They don't give a shit about us. And they're going to charge us a premium because we're not Team Blue or Team Red. Nick.
Assuming everything goes to plan, you get the number of volunteers you expect to get, how much do you think the total budget for this program is in 2019 and then in 2020?
Yeah, it should be about $3,000 a month, $3,000 a year, excuse me.
Per county.
It won't matter what county specifically, because we can just, you know, we're gonna hit Gila County until Gila County has their signatures. Then we move on to Mojave County, and we hit it until they hit their signatures.
So are you saying it's 3,000 per county?
No, it'd be 3,000 per year.
Okay.
So that's based on 1 weekend a month sending volunteers up. Obviously, if we start sending up volunteers every weekend, you know, heaven forbid we get 16, you know, volunteers that want to do this. I would love to have that. I would love to have that. But looking at it realistically, if we can get 4 people out every month to go collect signatures, and they can collect 120 signatures for $250, that's a good ROI. I'm sure you are familiar with what petition signatures cost to get. So paying a little over $2 is pretty cheap.
The follow-up question to that is part of your plan to canvass or call or send a postcard to all the people who are already registered in that county to see if they're willing to volunteer as locals with the people who are coming to kind of provide support?
That's one of the things that's nice about having the database that we have is we will be able to pull up voter data for those counties and start reaching out to them. Hopefully we can get those people in that county to start doing that because this idea is to have kind of like think of it like a strike team from another county that has valid access, like Pima, like Maricopa, to go out and hit those counties and hit them hard 8 hours a day counting voters. Kind of thing. Does that make sense? Any other questions? All right. You're weirding me out over there, Kevin.
I've got something for you after.
Good. I appreciate it. All right. Any other questions? All right. Then I'm done.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Howard?
Just to let everybody know, our live feed is working, so we are on the main page of the AZLP website. You just stand in front of the camera and smile and wave.
What's your manager?
Let your others know. That's right. I also set up a little charging station over here for anybody's cell phones. I'm not responsible for your phone, so keep track of it. But anyway, that's got like 6 ports on there or whatever. You can plug in and power your phones if you need.
Great. Brandon? I'd like to report on the volunteer recruitment.
Part of the update was going to be kind of reviewing our efforts over the last cycle, but Howard, you actually did a really good job of saying that. So basically the findings was that if you were listed as a libertarian candidate on the ballot, you were challenged and removed, and we only had nonpartisan candidates that were successful to even be on the ballot. With the new signature requirement rule in place, candidates have to start earlier and work to validate signatures on an ongoing basis. To assist with this, we need accurate candidate campaign resources readily available for potential candidates. Something that with our current infrastructure online that we just haven't been that successful at. Our support materials have been lacking. By taking advantage of national resources such as lpaction.org, which is a website that has candidate and affiliate resources, and creating clearer guides that outline the state laws that we need to educate all prospective candidates as to what effort is required and what to expect in running. On the county level, we're updating the website to allow form submissions of prospective candidates that we can easily identify those who wish to run. And by planning to be more active in the local community and politics, we will raise our profile to be a viable party that potential libertarian candidates would want to run in. There will always be those individuals like, Adam Kokesh, Nick Sarwark, who we can kind of tap in to run as a candidate because they have a higher profile. But outside of that, we really need to open up the funnel to identify those candidates who want to run and basically educate them on what's needed and the effort that's required. With the signature requirements in Arizona, we will be challenged, like Robert mentioned, and starting earlier, making sure everyone who is running is aware of what it's going to take is critical. So the next one's obviously going to be 2020. One of the big races that we have in the states is going to be the U.S. Senate. Obviously, we'll have the full legislature elections, but starting earlier, just making sure that whoever is going to be running is aware of just the effort that it takes to get the signatures. So that is basically where it's at right now. It varies by office, but basically the way the state calculates it is that it's a formula based on who is able to sign the petition, and they include independent voters in the formula. So even though in our party, in our primary, only Libertarians are allowed to vote in the Libertarian primary, the state identifies independents, which independent is the second largest party in the state. They include them in the formula of how to determine who is able to sign our petitions. So basically, a couple years ago, if you're running for a legislative office, you might need 20 to 30 signatures from Libertarians. Well, with the signature change, that jumped up to about 300, 400. And yes, an independent can sign your petition, but it just disproportionately skewed the requirements compared to Republicans or Democrats.
But only Libertarians and Independents can sign your petition.
Correct.
Correct.
Yep. But if you're an independent voter who signed the Libertarian petition, you will not be able to vote for them in the primary. Correct. Because we have closed primaries.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's really complicated, and we've been challenging it. It doesn't seem like it's going to be removed or revoked as it is. So it's up to us to basically start sooner. Really educate all prospective candidates on what the effort's going to take. Provide the resources, whether it's lists that they can use to validate their signatures to make sure that they have enough of a margin of qualified signatures versus unqualified. Because Kevin, when he submitted his signatures, he was challenged by the state's GOP chairman. So obviously on behalf of Governor Ducey, and we can expect any type of race that is going to be competitive in that matter is going to be challenged. And we have limited resources to kind of combat that compared to the two parties. So it really comes down to just making sure that we cross our T's and our I's and be organized. We have to out-organize them. And part of that comes down to educating and making sure everyone's aware, because another issue is that whenever you hear from people who don't get engaged until it's the election time, if you're not, it's easy for people to kind of turn off for a year or two until it's election season, and then the election comes around and they're like, okay, who's our Libertarian candidates? And so they want a Libertarian candidate, but it takes months and months and months in advance Kevin was collecting signatures for a full year before he even turned them in. So it really just comes down to educating everyone involved that if you want Libertarian candidates on the ballot, we need to all work together to get them on the ballot. Do I keep doing that?
Sorry, I'm playing with this.
Are you playing with this?
Yeah.
We're playing with it. Trying to communicate.
So it really comes down to just making sure everyone's educated on what the requirements are, the process. It varies state by state, and for us, it just really comes down to starting earlier, making sure that they're involved, that they know what's needed, and the effort that it takes to collect the signatures. So opening up the funnel, making sure that we have the resources and infrastructure in place, that we are a viable party, being more active, raising our profile, is what the plan needs to be for 2020. Nicholas?
We had a oral argument in the Ninth Circuit in March to
For the signature
try
requirement?
and strike down the law, but I wouldn't bet on the courts. So we just have to plan ahead. But Kevin, what was your wrong party affiliation, ineligible? What was that percentage?
The wrong party was almost 1,300 of my signatures.
Out of how many?
A little over 4,000.
So nearly, you just need to plan ahead for about 30 to 40% of your signatures are going to be automatically invalid because it's going to be somebody that thinks they're independent, thinks they're libertarian, and they're just not.
And
So with the consolidated elections law that passed in the legislature last year, as well as cities like Phoenix passing their own consolidated election, the nonpartisan races in a lot of the areas are switching to sampling. As the road consolidated election, the nonpartisan races. I don't sound like that. As I was saying, so with the change that's happening because of consolidated elections, nonpartisan races now have sampling, whereas before all of the signatures were being counted and verified. Now they're doing sampling, which actually opens the door for nonpartisan candidates to be challenged by outside parties. So keep in mind, if you're running in a nonpartisan race, that moving forward, your petitions can now be challenged too.
yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
The more you know.
To kind of go off the screen real quick off of Nick's point, the one good thing that we do have going for us is if you are a state candidate, you are able to collect signatures online, and those are automatically verified and valid. And so if we do have statewide candidates or any state candidate that can basically use the internet to collect their signatures online versus a written petition, that is what's really going to help validate your signatures faster. Because the challenge is if you do collect a valid signature and they move, and they change their address, they don't count.
That was one of the plus sides that came out of my campaign is we collected the second most online signatures of any candidate in the state. Next only to Katie Hobbs, who also collected the most signatures, period. She had almost 10,000 signatures collected.
She got her job, didn't she?
Yes, she got the Secretary of State job too. Sure, ticking off libertarians helped out with that. Because Katie was very much nicer than the Republican candidate. But yes, the plus side is there's almost 1,200 signatures I collected for the governor race. And so we have that now in the state database, so it should be easier to collect signatures again. And we can see certain LDs in the Phoenix metro area, we already have, a base of 100 people who've signed a libertarian petition before. So hopefully in the future, those will be easier signatures for us to get in.
Can I ask an ignorant question? What is the number of valid signatures required for a state legislative race right now?
It varies.
300, 400.
Yeah, it's 200 to almost 400 depending on your LD.
Okay, so if it were me running for a legislative district, which it is not, so don't ask, I would budget a solid $1,000 for ballot access at the outset of the campaign plan. That you have $1,000 that you are prepared to spend to get signatures in addition to your volunteers for that 300 to 400 valid signatures. If you don't start from that base, it sometimes goes poorly. And then, multiply that out by statewide races if you need, is it 3,000?
3,123.
Which those will
You know that number really well?
I'm trying to black it out.
Yeah, so I mean, then you're looking at probably budgeting a solid $9,000 to $10,000 just for ballot access for a statewide race. And we have to start being in this state, like a lot of other states where that's just part of the planning to go forward, because we don't have easy ballot access anymore. We've got what across the country you would call medium hard ballot access. It's not great, but it's not Illinois.
Real quick, the only problem with that is the primary process that we have to deal with in the state, and that we don't nominate our candidates at convention. So in this past election cycle, there were 4 people running for governor for the Libertarian nomination. And we can't afford as a party to spend $40,000 for one race to be equal to each of those candidates.
Well, not as a party. That's a candidate.
Okay.
Mind your own money.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Brandon. Good job. Thank you. Do you have anything else on volunteer coordination?
We're working on it. Who's chairing that committee? Oh, I am.
Yeah, you are.
That's right.
That's why I am.
We're doing great.
Emily, anything on public outreach or event planning that you want to share with us?
Yeah, just a tiny bit.
Okay. Good one.
Okay, I don't need to be real loud, I guess I'm loud anyway. Okay, so, what I have found, and I know we've sort of had a variety of opinions, and this is not to contradict anything that Robert Allen said about the need to knock doors to obtain ballot access. But I have found that there are a lot of misperceptions about who libertarians are and what we stand for, and that going out and greeting people and touching the body politic really makes a difference. I've had the experience of registering to teenagers at a street fair who come back the next day with their parents and want to get their parents re-registered because thank you for that musical interlude. Because they've taken their platform statement home and they've read it over with their parents, and their parents have decided, you know, that sounds pretty cool. Maybe I'll go check it out too. So I think there's something to be gained by not being invisible or not being, you know, behind a TV screen, not being behind a car radio, being, you know, available, present, people's neighbors, the things we already are. So that said, I don't think that this committee actually gave a report last January. And I won't bore you with an extensive report. I think we had about 7 events that we did in 2017 as a party. They included the Yuma County Fair, the Maricopa County Fair. There was a Cochise County event that I think was a county fair, but I'm not certain. Oktoberfest in 17? Okay, thank you. Maricopa was at Arizona Central Pride that year, and then Mojave had an event on Enemy Divine Day that year. So that was 2017. 2018 being an election year, a lot of our people were, as they should be, tied up on campaigns, running campaigns. Some of the events and places we showed up were in conjunction with campaigns. 2018 events, as I'm aware of them, included, and not all were coordinated through this committee, which I guess is another personal appeal I'd like to make, which is that the committee will be more visible and is here to serve as a clearinghouse. So if you have an event going, you know, if you can let the committee know, maybe we can help you get staff, maybe we can help you get it paid for, maybe we can help you get it publicized, maybe we can drive people to come out and see you. And, you know, it's also a way that we can sort of let each other know what's going on. So some of the 2018 events that I'm aware took place, but that were not coordinated through the committee per se, included the Yuma County Fair, the Gila County Rodeo, Rock the Boat in Cholo, Phoenix Rainbows Festival. There were several appearances at the First Friday Art Walk, which were mostly associated with Nick's Mural campaign. The Maricopa County Fair, which I think was associated with McCormick for Governor. And then, of course, we had 23 delegates attending the National Convention in New Orleans. So, looking forward to 2019, I'd like us to be planning at least one event about every 6 weeks to 2 months or so. And I'd also like us to be planning events in counties that we haven't really shown up in or had a strong presence in. One of those that I'm concerned about, that I've sort of seen die as a county in the decade and a half or so I've been around, is Yavapai County. I'd like to see us do the Prescott Frontier Days and World's Oldest Rodeo, which happens in July. I'd like to see us do the Yavapai County Fair, which happens in September. I think Pinal is sort of an odd mix of rural and industrial and not developed yet. I think if we move some of our Maricopa County events further east and south, we can mix an outreach for Maricopa County and Pinal County together. I have been talking for years about going to the Renaissance Festival. I think a lot of people who ideologically lean towards us show up there. They're already entrepreneurs. They're already people who chart their own path in life. A lot of small business owners. I'd like to see us go there. It runs for 6 weekends. We probably don't need to be there all 6 weekends, but you know, if we could do 3, that would be kind of exciting. Runs mid-February through the end of March. And again, it's out in Apache Junction, so it's right on the border between Maricopa County and Pinal County. Similar location, there's a Superstition Blues and Brews Arts Festival. Also in Apache Junction, that's in the middle of March, so I'd like to see us do that. And of course, any of these non-Maricopa events that other folk have strong feelings about, either in favor of or against, I'm listening. Mojave County, my understanding is that the previous river regatta was done away with in 2016, but that there's now a tribal river regatta being held in Laughlin and Bullhead City, and that's in August, and so I'd like to see us do that. Coconino, I'd like to see us do Pride in the Pines, which is in June. Cochise County, I can't quite decide whether I feel like Tombstone or Bisbee is the better city for outreach. I think there's more people in Bisbee and there's more maybe libertarian ire in Tombstone. So I'll take your feedback about that. But my thoughts are, if we're looking at Tombstone Wyatt Earp Day in October, or Butler's Older Days in July. If we're looking at Bisbee, I'd like us to be there on July 4th for their Old Town celebration. And then there's a Halloween street fair and dance the Saturday before Halloween. This year it'll be October 26th. I'd like to see us do that. Navajo County, we have a few problems with that county, but the Sholo Days are an outdoor fair and a set of derby races up there, and that's the first weekend in June. I'd like to see us do that. So these are the things that the events planning committee is thinking about. I haven't submitted financial proposals. I'm more interested in the appeal of the events and whether people are interested or not. If the events are appealing, I'll submit per each event a more formalized proposal for financials and otherwise. And of course, the committee will work on staffing. So, that's that.
Thank you. Any questions for him?
So my question is, have you, I understand we've got a like database we're expanding the state CRM and that sort of thing as well here. Have you thought about reaching out to those counties and saying, hey, what events would you guys as local libertarians like?
We actually haven't had really the connectivity, number one. And number two, we haven't necessarily in each of these places I'm talking about had the people on the ground to reach out to.
Okay.
So, counties that exist and are active, yes, of course. Places like Yavapai, where the last time I remember a PCM coming to a convention from Yavapai County, I think it was 2007 or 8. No.
Last year.
Oh, okay.
That's why he's here this year.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I don't think I thought you were from Yavapai.
That's all right. I was going to talk to you later.
Okay. Please let me apologize.
We began the Yavapai revival effort last year.
Yeah, you don't owe me an apology.
Okay. Well, you want to go to the world's oldest rodeo? Can we do that?
Emily.
Yeah.
This is actually a big argument between if Payson has the world's oldest rodeo. We have the longest continuous running rodeo. They have the oldest rodeo.
Y'all can just like take that argument outdoors and have Mama don't have bandwidth.
You have to bring your own horse.
Can we sponsor the fight?
Anyway, so I do apologize about that. I do think I knew that Adam's land was in Yavapai. I don't think I allowed that we were in Yavapai. Anyway, so to answer the question, yes, that's the ideal. We haven't really had the infrastructure to accommodate doing that and haven't necessarily had the ground in each place to accommodate. So no, none of these are sort of, none of these are the central party's going to shove events down somebody's throat that they don't want. It's absolutely not that. It's where folks on the ground aren't organized and we would like to have a presence. We would like the state party to go out in environments where we think will be well received and interact with both our population and
well, and where I was coming from was trying to find volunteers for those events.
yeah,
I know that's always a
and we're a big state and we need a roadshow, and that's just.
Two of the events you named are in AJ, 8 days. That's where I live.
Hot stuff. Thank you, and that's terrific. I think the roadshow reality is a lot of what Robert Allen addressed in his county development proposal. And, for the moment, those of us who carry this flag need to carry it. When we can plant it and leave it, that's even better. But until then, it's ours. So.
Any other questions for him? Adam, don't go away.
I'm going away!
All right, go ahead.
So I'm going to motion we adjourn for a 15-minute break and then we'll pick up business after the call questions.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. We're on break for 15 minutes. We're back at 10:45. And if you haven't bought any raffle tickets, now's the time to buy them. We'll draw a couple of tickets and then you can stop back by the table and select the one. We can drink coffee.
bought a lot of copies.
Idea of what to expect, what not to expect, how to better strategy, learning. Time is always the hardest thing. Yeah, you can't control it. So you just gotta start early. Earlier start. Yeah, I was looking at something I didn't do, but the Young Americans for Liberty, they did an operation next door. Can you learn about Operation Women Next Door? So I had a chance to speak to Dr. ASU a couple of times. And what they did is they organized a 501c3 an organization in state legislative races that candidates were opposed to the candidate. Party doesn't matter. They told each of these candidates that if we pick you to help you, we're knocking 10,000 doors in your legislative district. They won a lot of those races. What I found is talking to some of the local candidates here, especially Democrats, where they've lost in the past by 3,000 to 4,000 votes. They'll do a calculation. They'll look at the demographics in the district. They'll say, for every door I knock on, if I knock on an independent, 1 out of every 3 independents will vote for it. So they run the numbers, and what they find out is they find that they not have to knock on maybe an extra 10,000 doors, 8,000 doors. They'll win that race because they need to get an extra 2,000 votes. So it's just a mathematical thing, but the win at the door thing is such a powerful. They say what I've heard is people that are lefty. Remember Jefferson or somebody said it, and I think well, when they did the Roosevelt political quiz, they gave Republicans 1 color, Democrats, and they put it up there. Kind of the Democrats are one part of the chart. Republicans are all over the place. Independents are all over the place. That's what we find. We find that exactly the way it is. So you can calculate how many doors to knock on to get the vote. And it's the same thing with organizing like the county. You just got to figure out how many doors do I need to knock on to get those signatures. And it's a number. It's really a number. Kelly Butler in my district, who's a Democrat, I know her fairly well. She's been elected twice now. I go out to lunch with these guys once in a while, and they tell me, they show me the numbers. They show me the race and find those numbers. So it's kind of a science. A lot of times yeah, well, we say, well, let's just go do some. We actually calculate the numbers out. Now, again, you want to look at pushing, but on the other hand, it's notable, because people are very influenced. When I first came to Arizona, and I was an independent, then I ran as a Republican precinct committee, and I went out there in a basketball game to collect my signatures. And I asked them, they said, how many signatures do I need to collect? And they told me the number. So I went out and collected, I collected more than that. But the number of votes I got was equal to the number of signatures I collected. So it's when you knock on somebody's door, they see you. Unless they totally disagree with you, you have such an influence over them that, the problem is the same thing with the political party. Most contributing to the liberal arts. They do the same thing. People will generally find ourselves, generally, not everybody. You don't want to
Those criteria that's brought up, well, why? Yeah.
So you guys can open, I wouldn't do it, but because the county part is something you can
Well, we're still.
But I'm saying is, it's a notable number, you need 600 or the time. I had a number.
Yeah, you had a pretty good side of every check-in.
I thought it was kind of low too, but that was a week
Our last ticket was somewhere there, just over 1,000 or something with more.
Because a lot of these places, we don't do it or really trying to get it over a 2-year span. Address changes.
I didn't get it.
I remember
Well, actually, no. There is a lot. Yeah, I'm kind of database and stuff. That's something else I need to work
people kind of, they just sort of jump out there and do it, so you gotta really knock on the doors and make it work, but, it's on, I think, it's work, it's like anything else. That's why I think college kids, like, if you can find some college kids, that's why I was mentioning the operation before, that's all, in the whole, is around the community. So, I mean, they're motivated to go do it. Maybe you have $900,000, I don't know, but you know, they're willing to do, 30 or 40 doors a weekend probably, and it's, 5 kids, yeah.
I'll get it so great.
gonna have to.
Setting myself up so that I can.
And a delicious Girl Scout cookies.
It's on.
I'm over there. Okay, let's get back in get everybody back in here. We're gonna reconvene. Let's go. Where's Emily? He's Emily and Robert.
Well, I'm here.
No, Robert, there you are. Where's that?
I'm sorry.
Have Emily come back in, please. Throw a cowboy rope around her. Yeah, buy your raffle tickets. Draw some tickets here. Then you can stop back by later by the tables if you want. Still got donuts and are there any bagels left?
Yeah, there's white.
Okay, we got bagels and donuts and juice and coffee. Emily, we need you wherever you are. Robert, you want to hit the call again while we're through?
We're going to do a video presentation, and then
Okay.
we can start with that.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead and start with the Paul Gamble. We have a Paul Gamble Award presentation at this point.
Emily, you want me to start the video, or do you want to I kind of up here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I can do that much.
Talk over it a tiny bit. Powell was a very committed libertarian, member of the party for about 20 years. I'm loud enough. Do you really think I need it? He passed away in 2016, actually the week of the 2016 convention. This video was a compilation that was made for his funeral. His brother was kind enough to share it with me. We adopted in 2017 an annual Powell Gamble Memorial Award, and we thought it would be appropriate to watch the video and remember Powell for just a couple minutes.
And the basis for the award?
An individual who has worked to develop, build, sustain, who has contributed significant effort to building, developing, and sustaining the party. And the other piece that I should mention about Powell is that in his later years, he had a very strong vocation to living a self-sustaining lifestyle, and especially to gardening and plants, growing food and fruit that would grow in the Arizona climate. That was really what he was up to the last 5 or 6 years of his life. Michael wants to say, do you want to say anything about Powell?
You caught me mid-bite.
I'm sorry.
Put you on the spot.
You called me up, and I never pass up an opportunity to say something to a crowd. Powell was an activist, first of all. He was a libertarian. He participated primarily with his primary collaborator typically was Ernie, and they came up with all kinds of activist schemes to promote the simple concept of self-ownership of individual rights.
He was also what I think is an affectionate term, a perennial candidate. He ran for office pretty much every election cycle as a Libertarian. I think his most famous race was the 2014. Was it 14? 2000.
It was 10.
12.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2012 race for Congress, where he got on TV in the televised live debate with the Republican candidate, who is the former mayor of Paradise Valley, Vernon Parker, and the Democrat candidate, Kirsten Sinema. And he got on TV and he looked at the camera and he says, "You don't even vote. There's no point in voting." He was that hardcore, and of course he got 7.5% or something like that in that election, with very little other campaigning, just because it created a lot of buzz and a lot of news. He was a true individualist and a believer in the rights of the individual, and he advocated for that all the time. What a great activist we had, and we were very sorry to lose him much too soon a few years back.
So in 2017, we created the award, and Emily was the first recipient of that award. We were downtown at the Sheridan Crescent? What is it? Clarendon, thank you. And then last year, Howard won it. And we all know what Howard and Emily have done over the years. I unfortunately didn't get to meet Powell at all. He passed away shortly after I became involved in the party. But when I learned about who he was and what he had done, I felt it was a good move for us to honor him. So this is the third award that's going to go out, and we publish the names on the website. We don't have official office, so we don't do anything like a plaque or anything like that. But this year we're going to give out a little certificate. It does actually say their name in here, but I want to show them, give it away before we announce it. But the person we've decided to, one of the tough things, and it's great having Emily on this committee with me. There's so many activists that have been around for decades in this state that we always have a huge list of people to choose from that have done amazing things for the party in and outside of what they do professionally. They spend their time running campaigns, serving on committees, serving in the party as leadership, serving at national, being delegates for that. The money and the time that they've spent for this party is invaluable. So this year, like every year so far, we've had a long list of people to choose from. And this person that we decided to give it to this year has served here in the state party as an officer, the Maricopa County party as an officer. They've ran as a candidate multiple times. A wealth of knowledge and experience. Excuse me. Everybody gets choked up on things. So this year, 2019, the award is going to Jim Randuzzo.
Well, you guys kept that secret.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's supposed to go. We're glad you were here, though, because otherwise it would have been awkward. If you want to say anything, you're more than welcome to, but you don't have to.
Yeah, I'll just kind of echo what Michael said about Powell. Powell was a great guy. He always, the thing about Powell that I remember is obviously the plan, because I like doing the same kind of thing, but he did it, and this is really a good characteristic. He kind of was able to get along with everybody. And so even though there was tension in the party at times, Powell would get along with everybody. I think that's something to remember. Like, you don't always agree with everybody, and we argue about the minutia, but in order to make things work, you have to kind of work together, and that's what Powell did. So I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And speaking of plants, we also have a couple of tickets to the Botanical Garden.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Robert. Congratulations, Jim. Very nice. Jeff, anything more on technology? Other than the fact that you keep messing with your microphone.
I turned it down because you have the audio.
Okay. Yeah, does that work? Yep. Okay, that's good. Anything else in technology, Jeff? What you want?
I give my cheat sheet, but Technology Committee, I think I already hit on a lot of this, just the Secretary's report. Nation Builders costing us $2 grand a year. I'd rather give that kind of money to National with their CRM database project, which we're going to work on this year. The basic is free. The medium's $90 a month. The premium is $180. We don't need the $180. In-house database, improvements, all the county data. I explained all that earlier. I don't know if you guys go to our website, but please do. I'm on it at least twice a week, doing some kind of update to it. Keeping it as recent as possible. In fact, I was just putting Jim's name in on the Powell Gamble Award here, so that'll be done in about 5 minutes. And we do have a page with a little award symbol that I found, and I put in there Powell Gamble, and we rated out pretty looking. So we have a page on the website. I was asked to do that last year. Trying to update mailing and contact info. Hopefully you guys all gave your email address and everything when you came in. If you do, eventually we're going to start maybe putting out some kind of newsletter or something, and I want everybody on the list. Right now our email is costing us $25 a month through GoDaddy. Kevin and I are going to work, and that will go to National, which is it's free, so that's going to save us $300 a year. Which that money there actually compensates for our snail mail setup and for the phone system. So we'll still be spending, that would be $255 instead of $300, so saving us $45. My goals. I would like to see on our website, and I'd like all the counties to maybe start doing this, is sending me pictures and stuff. I'd like to do like a picture page where we have, when we do events, and I can put them up there. Each county has its own page. I can put the pictures on there of what county events are coming up. That brings up the calendar. Unfortunately, the company that I'm going with told me free at first, but now they want to charge me $6.30 a month, which is no big deal. I even donate that if the board doesn't want to continue with it. But it's a real cool calendar setup. Actually, let me go ahead and throw it up here. If this cooperates, well, here it is. Okay, basically here's our calendar, and there's like today's meeting. If you give me your county's monthly meeting or whatever, I can put it up, and I can tell it it's a recurring event. It's going to happen every month, so I don't have to reprogram you every month. When you get into it, there's a place, you notice there's like a little map link. I'll pull that up in a second. This one here for Crossroads, let's go to today's. The agenda, if I click on this, the meeting agenda would come up, so we can add any notes you want onto your county's listing on the map or whatever. What's really cool feature here is this map thing. If I click on that, it actually goes to Google Maps, and it gives you the address of the place. It shows you a map of where it's at. You can go over here if Google has it. It's that 360 thing where you can go to it and look around, and you can see if it's got parking, what the neighborhood looks like up and down the street, which is, I think, a really cool feature to it. And that's about it. I put in holidays. National sent me a list of everything that's kind of libertarian, but there's like 150 things on there, and I think we only have like 500 listings that we can put on the calendar, which should cover us money, but not everything National's thing. So anyway, yeah, real cool calendar. I was thinking another thing, and actually this was Zani's idea, I guess, a while back, is to put up a related organizations kind of page where people would get more information. Maybe not, well, definitely not endorsed by the AZLP, but other, maybe like Cato, someone had a problem with Cato. But anyway, you know, different other organizations that are freedom-based or whatever that we can just put up there. So if someone goes to our website, they can get information of other organizations that may have events near them, you know, whatever, where they can get more freedom type thinking going on. So that's a future goal I got for it. But I threw it up on when we were doing the bylaws thing, and there were a few questions on how do we approve something, who says what goes up there, what not, do we need a committee for that, blah, blah, blah. So there's going to be a little bit of logistics of doing that. I want to kind of get stuff on there, but I don't want anybody upset about what I put up there. So anyway, that's one of my goals, basically, in the information page. Beyond that, I think I already filled you in on everything else as far as what tech's going on. I'm kind of mixing two jobs, secretary and tech. I think they kind of, whoever's secretary, if it's not me afterwards, kind of needs to be involved with the tech committee, mainly to get the databases from the counties. When you get with the counties, it's easier to say I'm secretary of the party, so by law you got to give me the information. If you just say you're tech committee, you may not be able to get it as easy. So secretary should be part of the tech committee, and I'm finding there are a lot of ties between the two. That's it. Any questions on anything, website, data?
I'll just make a quick side note to Jeff's presentation there. You know, I turned over the control of the tech committee this year, just so I was a little busy with the governor run. But just to highlight, earlier you heard about us getting almost $80,000 in donations from our online PayPal account. 2 years ago, we couldn't even process a donation online. So for all the county parties out there, I know websites are lacking for most of us. Get your website up, at least with working donation links, because if you don't make it easy for people to give you money, you're not going to get money. And we really saw it. You know, we were excited last year because the website paid for itself for donations in the first 60 days. Last year, with the elections and everything, having that ability to quickly get donations online was key to us being able to do some of the other things we did to support candidates. So, yeah. I mean, now we're talking about having a calendar. You know, Jeff did his presentation. We're talking about the calendar and other little key pieces, and moving to the national CRM to be able to do more things. But for everybody out there, please get your websites up. Money does come in.
And you use PayPal?
Yeah. Our payment processor.
And speaking of, if you haven't paid for food for breakfast or lunch yet, and you'd like to make the $20 donation for that, it's a good place to do it. I do get email alerts whenever we receive a donation. So if you don't have cash, you want to make a donation for the food, do it through the website. It would be great.
That answers with your question. You sent me an email. If we could pay through PayPal.
Yeah.
Whatever, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, you could just add a note to it. It'd be fine.
Any other questions?
No, we're good? All right, thank you very much. Jeff, Robert, and Kevin, thanks. We'll move to bylaws. Robert?
All right, so I get to speak again, great.
We got a vote to do, we got a decision to make.
Yeah. So after last year, in 2019 down in Tucson, we had to select the delegates and the delegate process that was used to send delegates to national convention. And we had more people submit names than we did slots to go. So last year we had 23 slots available, and we had somewhere around 30 people who wanted to be I think it's 17. Who wanted to be a delegate. That created an issue because it was first come, first serve, and everybody gave a bunch of papers at the same time, and it was very hard to distinguish as a board who was qualified, who gave when. It was just a whole, it was a mess. So we were tasked with coming up with a alternative to that. So if you were a state committeeman, they were mailed out to you with all the bylaws, proposals were sent out to you.
Does everybody here have a copy?
Yeah.
So the suggested.
We got a copy machine running right now.
Sorry?
We got, the copy machine's working if we need more.
Okay. Does everybody have one right now, or you don't? We'll get you one.
And so, there was 6 people who served on that committee, and when you have 6 libertarians, you're going to get 7 opinions on what the
20.
on what the criteria should be. Historically, it was always first come, first served, and that served well when we didn't have 30 people vying for 23 spots. When that created an issue, we had to kind of change things. So this is kind of the result of that. Me, Jeff Daniels, Zani, Mike Shipley, Nathan, I think he goes by June Bergler on Facebook. I can't remember his actual last name. And FEMA chair, the chairman from Cole.
Christopher Cole.
Cole. Thank you.
I just need one.
Kind of came up with this proposal. Does everybody want me to read it, like word for word? The main issues were that the party required you to be either a national member or a state registered libertarian in the state. And the problem that created is you could technically be a member of the Republican or Democratic Party, be a member of national, and be a delegate for Arizona to the National Convention. It seemed to many on the committee as kind of a conflict of interest with the Libertarian Party. So one of the requirements is that if you are registered in the state of Arizona as a voter, you must be registered as a Libertarian. That's so if you are a felon or a child who is unable to, then you would have national membership would be required. The other things were, and again, there's 6 libertarians on there, so there's 7 opinions.
There's 20 opinions.
Yes, so there's a million, yeah, it's just the thing. Was statutory officers and members of the national LNC and county party chairs would be ex officio delegates, and they could, through whatever process they wanted to create, if they were unable to make it for health concerns or whatever, they could assign somebody to take their spot for them. So that would be the chairman of the state party, secretary, treasurer, and only those 3. It would be, for example, Mr. Sarwark and Longstreth would also be included in that, and then any county chair. So Brandon Slayton, Mr. Cole, and any other county chairs would be included in that. So that would take away from the pool, and then the remaining seats, 15 or so, would be by vote by yes, from you have to be a Class A member. It'd be a vote done by Class A members. It'd be open to all Class A members in attendance at the meeting. Trying to think here.
If you don't know what a Class A member is, it's just a registered libertarian in the state. Yeah, that's the state's definition.
Yeah, so you just registered libertarian.
Yeah. Makes it sound like it's much more than it is.
So delegates and alternates will be selected in the meeting by vote by, was it affirmation or was it by approval vote? Approval vote, yes. So it'll be approval vote. So the top vote getters, and we'll go down from there. Whoever. There's also requirements to submit your name prior to the state convention. That's so that ballots can be created instead of us having 30 candidates with 30 names up there. Submit your name in writing prior to the meeting. That way we can have a ballot with your name on it. Makes it easier for the secretary to tabulate instead of spending half a day tabulating votes for that. Proxies must meet all the other qualifications. So when the county chair assigns somebody else to take their seat as the ex officio, they still have to be either a national member or a state libertarian in the state of Arizona, registered as a libertarian in the state of Arizona. They must meet all other requirements. The only other thing is the minors. Minors have to be accompanied by an adult. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that, or a guardian. So they would have to have a parent or a guardian registered who is also a delegate in order to be to receive slot as a delegate. I think that's it. Oh, and you have to verbally or written say that you the whole NAP pledge thing, right? So it's an initiation, of course. Yes, written, verbal, or electronic attestation. You do not support the initiation of course, socially, chief political or social goals. I think that's everything. Did I miss anything, Joe?
All right,
There's a lot
to have an orderly process in this whole thing.
Yeah.
We need to have a motion and a second that this proposal will be on the floor, and then we can have discussion. Of course, this proposal can be amended, and we can vote on those amendments before we vote on the final motion. And anybody can participate in the discussion, but only the state committeeman will be able to vote on the final, on all the amendments and the motion. Okay? So, do we have a motion on the floor? To move by Brandon.
A second.
And seconded by Robert. By Robert?
Yep.
That the bylaws committee proposed change in section number 17, delegates to the National Convention of the National Libertarian Party, of the Arizona Libertarian Party bylaws. So now we'll open it for discussion. Kevin?
First, I want to thank everyone who put this together. I know this is a heated topic in discussion, and as we grow as a party, actual rules and process in place of selecting our delegates will be important. We had even after all the nonsense that happened last year, we ended up with one less delegate in our full delegation at convention. But last year's convention was the largest, I think, for the party, the national party, and it was an off year. So we know 2020 is going to be an important year. We'll all find things that we don't like in this. There's some things I don't like in it, but I think it's a good compromise that the bylaws committee put together. I also will highlight that I like the fact that we're going to allow any Class A member to vote on the delegates at this convention, at these state meetings, because when we vote on this, you'll discover only state committeemen can vote on this bylaw. But I think it's an important piece that we allow the entire body of the Libertarian Party of Arizona to select delegates, not just our state committeemen voting on it, which I think is actually a nice change. That's actually all I have to say. I don't have any other questions as well.
I have a question. Well, two questions. One, what would be the deadline date for submitting a name to become a delegate?
It says all requests shall be made at least 7 days prior to the meeting, but no earlier than 90 days prior.
Okay. All right.
So today is the 26th. You had until the 19th to submit your name. The earliest you could have done it was, basically right after the general election.
Okay. Go ahead.
We did discuss that back and forth. It's not a hard deadline. It's a deadline for you to be on the ballot. Because obviously, if you print it on the ballot, it's going to look better than you scribbled on the ballot by hand. So that's what the deadline was for, so we could have to print the ballot.
So to Howard's point, as I'm reading this, to me, I read it as really the deadline to throw your name in the hat for a delegate is before the state meeting. Correct. You say that you can't be one during the business.
Yeah, the last line of that second paragraph says, additionally, no delegate request shall be made during business at the meeting.
But if we don't fill the spots, someone can request after the meeting.
Yeah, we'll have alternates afterwards. But I think it's a nice change too, because especially if you can't bother to send somebody an email before the meeting, you probably shouldn't be there.
and you can't submit your name prior to 90 days.
It's more of that is more of just a logistics thing. 90 days prior, something might get lost or forgotten. We're going to be kind of in that mindset after the election of whoever's the secretary. That's who you're going to be emailing. You're going to be in that mindset of okay, state convention's coming up because it's going to be after the general election.
Yeah, Richard.
So I've got to disagree with Kevin on this. I think it's imperative that people be allowed to nominate more for these types of things as well. Yes, we want to try and streamline it, we want to have ballots that are ready ahead of time, and those people would likely get preferential treatment. However, there are circumstances in life where things happen, and people may miss a deadline and they realize it's day 6 when they only had until day 7 to email, and for whatever reason they weren't able to. Those people should, I believe, at least have the ability to have somebody stand up in convention and say, I'd like to have this person on. I don't agree with that statement.
Real quickly, it's just, there's no floor nominations, but if they miss it and it is day 6, it is day 1. Literally, they could send it when they're sitting here at 7:59 when the meeting starts at 8 and have their name on. So there's, I mean, you're talking about such a small thing. I mean, literally they'd have to show up. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
You could make a motion to that effect, to amend the motion.
Well, and so I'm unclear on the rules, since I'm not a statesman, this is a question for you.
It's okay,
What are my powers in this?
Well, a state committee, well,
Yeah, you can't make.
no, you
make a
can't, but a
motion.
state committee then can make
Correct.
an amendment to the motion, if they so choose. Mike, you had a question back there, Mike?
Well, I was just going to point out, remember there are delegates and there are alternates. And so, you know, I don't know how you are accounting for that in this proposal, but again, it certainly is possible that not only do we need to vote on the delegates, we need to vote on the alternates, and then if openings happen, there needs to be a process between the time of the convention, the state convention, and the time of the national convention to backfill for delegates and or alternates. I mean, presumably alternates will fill backfill for delegates that drop off for whatever reason, and then we might also want to backfill the alternates, and there should be a process for that.
There is. You want to?
Paragraph 5.
Yeah, the next to last one.
Evan? No, I'll get to you, sir.
My understanding is that from this, it's not saying that a person who seeks the nomination after day 7, but anytime prior to the meeting starting, can't be a delegate. What it's saying is the cutoff to have your name on the printed ballot
Right.
is day 7.
And we can agree that that would be an advantage for anyone to have their name printed versus a written.
But there has to be a legitimate cutoff period to give the secretary enough time to deal with everything else going with the convention to make sure those ballots are printed.
Correct, and that's why it's written the way it's written.
Especially if every Class A potential voting member should happen to show up at the state convention, I expect Robert to have a ballot for every single one of them. Right?
We're gonna need a bigger hall than this.
Yeah, we'd have to rent a football stadium or something. I'm not sure we can afford that.
Tim?
Simple yes or no question. In paragraph 3, it says county chairs shall be appointed as ex officio delegates. Does that mean if you're a county chair, you're automatically a delegate to the convention?
Yes.
Okay.
That would require you to have an actual, with your county registered as a, you know, not just you'd have to be recognized as a political party by your county.
Okay.
Then it goes on, you can proxy it if you can't. If you know you're not going to make it to the national, you can proxy your delegate seat.
All right.
I'm not from Arizona, but I'm a presidential candidate, so I care about the outcome of this. Was the rule that you said that if somebody is a minor, so for example, in a previous LNC, we had a 17-year-old who was an LNC member. If their parents are not delegates, so if their parents, for example, are Democrats or Republicans.
Parent or guardian.
Parents or guardians are Democrats or Republicans, as mine were when I was 15, and was, even though I myself was a libertarian, would that person not be allowed to be a delegate because their parents have a different political view?
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have to, well, the way it's written is their parent or guardian is required to be a delegate in order to receive that spot. Obviously, we can make a motion to, that they just have to be in attendance with their parent. But for us, it was more of a, you know, not having a 12-year-old by themselves in, well, I think it's in Houston. Where is it next year? Austin. You know, running around Macaulay Culkin, you know. So that is kind of the logic there. I don't know that it's a hard and fast thing that I'm gonna like die on my sword defending. my thought is just keeping minors safe in a distant city without.
Can I say one more thing on that issue? I don't think that that's ever really been an issue at any convention.
It was an issue for us last year.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
That's why it's there.
That's why it's there.
Yeah, we
Someone
had-
wanted to place an 8-year-old.
Yeah, they wanted to place an 8-year-old when they
That
were.
lives in Indiana.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. John?
Can we call a question? Second.
I don't think it's.
Well, I have another question. Why do we even allow people under the age of 18, minors, to be delegates?
That's up to the body when they vote.
What's the thought process?
So that they're involved in the voting process. We have 17-year-old high school students who run a news website dedicated for libertarian news. We have Mr. Kilsky's daughter has been a delegate on multiple occasions, I believe. There's delegates from all over that have been involved in the process. And we didn't feel like the party should make that determination in its bylaws. The membership could make that determination through their votes.
Okay, so to elaborate on what Kevin just said, elaborate a little bit more on what the body is.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I like about this, because the body's going to vote. So a minor is still eligible to run as a delegate, but if the body, which would be any Class A member that's at the meeting, feels that there's someone else that's more worthy of being a delegate, then it's up to the body to pass that, to vote for that person as a delegate.
Oh, they just wouldn't vote for that
Yeah,
14-year-old.
if you don't think a 14-year-old should be a delegate, then you don't vote for him.
Okay, so what we were just talking about is a good point, is 17-year-olds can register to vote. So I think that you could even like to solve that problem by saying you have to be a registered voter. So that way you're not having 14-year-old delegates, but you still have to be 18 at the same time. So a 17-year-old, they wouldn't need a parent there, they're already registered to vote, they're registered libertarian.
Yep. Evan?
Two things. One, you can actually only register to vote if you're 17, if you're going to be 18 at the time of the next election, which may not happen, correct, on the spot. The other thing is, the fail-safe that the body can choose not to vote is actually absent from this, because it only says if there are more delegates than there are spots, does the body vote. So, if you're allotted 30 delegates, and you have space for 30 after your ex officio. If you have 30 people sign up, and that fills this full space, then there's no vote that happens. So you could end up with somebody that maybe you don't want representing you at national. Just to point that out, that's not actually a safeguard there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just want to make a brief case for the non-voters. For the minors, we have kids in libertarian clubs in high schools all over the place. I've mentored a couple of those clubs. Some of those kids are rock stars. We've got kids who are First Amendment activists, a couple of kids who've been suspended from Central High School for publishing editorials against their school administration. There are reasons to have activist, conscious teenagers who have something to say to people like us at convention. My feeling about the parent issue is that if a parent is willing to give a permission slip or a power of attorney to, whether it's the kid's county chair or whether it's the individual who mentors their libertarian club or whatever, that if somebody's parents or grandparents, whoever they live with, is a dyed-in-the-wool Republican or Democrat, I think papering up the kid traveling across state lines with somebody else is probably important, but I think having their blood relatives there is probably not. So I guess I would like to make a friendly amendment related to the issue of the kinship of potential minor delegates. Second thing, We have a lot of DREAM Act activists in Arizona who've been friends to the party, have helped us in some of our ballot access struggles, have been friendly to a number of our issues. Those people are not citizens, they can't be, but they have business with us. And they're not going to be able to be registered to vote. Is that our problem? Is that government's problem? I think if they have business with us, we may have reasons to have them be at convention. So just my 2 cents worth on the subject.
Did you want to make an amendment to the? But did you want to address that?
Yeah, that second point's already covered. It's already covered by they're not eligible to vote.
Yeah.
They still have to be a member of the national.
Yeah, and I think that's totally fine.
And then, as far as the minors.
Be able to be a member of national.
Yeah, we have FEC rules that would potentially prevent us from taking money from non-documented.
How would you know?
Huh?
How would you know? Just curiosity.
No, they have to assert that they're eligible to make the contribution to the national party pursuant to the FEC rules. And should our treasurer discover that they were not eligible to make that contribution to the national party, we would have to refund it and not give them a membership. So we are limited to, I believe, only LPRs. I don't think the FEC has updated their rules to allow DACA, Dreamer, TPS people to give to political parties. So,
Don't we have an option for national membership that doesn't require donation stuff?
yeah, did you say sustaining member?
Yeah, that does require sustaining membership, which is the minimum.
Yeah, that's going to be the one that costs money. So, I mean, I'm not arguing one way or the other as far as whether or not it's a good idea to exclude those people from being delegates. I'm just letting you know that as a practical legal matter, the National Party can't take their money knowingly.
Richard?
I also got a problem with ex officio members brought up in here. I want to build on things that have previously been mentioned. I had mentioned that not everybody will be able to vote. All the Class A members will be able to vote if all the spots are filled by ex officio. That's fine. What about the reverse, where we may have more ex officio people than we have spots? This guarantees that they all have a spot. I'm not in the business of changing bylaws and then having to rechange them every time a new situation arises. If you change a bylaw, you really should be trying to make that as permanent as possible and then change it only if a necessity arises. So the way it's tabulated right now, you all had roughly 23 delegates, if I remember right, last year, correct? So had you had your regional alternate, your chair, your vice chair, your treasurer, and your secretary, all from the LNC, come from Arizona, unlikely but possible, that instantly would have put you at another 9 people right there. And we have the goals that have been so very clearly laid out that we want to have every county fully established by 2020. So we're looking at 15 people there. So simple math will show you that right now, if the ideal situation happened and Arizona had maximum representation on the LNC, 24 delegates would automatically have a spot for 23 spots that you guys had last year. That is a problem with how this bylaw is written and needs to be addressed by some of the states.
I did bring that up.
If I may, first of all, if we have 15 counties that are in all have ballot access, we should have more than 23 delegate spots. If we have 9 LNC members all residing in the state of Arizona, we damn well better have more than 23 delegates. So the idea that we're going to have more ex officio delegates than delegate spots, I think is not even an idea that we need to even think about, because it's not going to happen. I don't see any group of libertarians ever saying all of our leadership should come from the state of Arizona. That's not going to happen. Is there an issue with state and county chairs taking up potentially 18 spots of our delegate spots? Absolutely. That is an issue. The idea is it's never going to be all of the delegate spots. We're going to have more delegate spots. Every county that comes on board we're gonna have more national members. That's gonna increase our voting registration, our delegate spots, and our voting totals for our residential, it helps also with our delegate spots, but it's gonna go up. So, even if we have the maximum, which is actually 27, because it would be 3 members from the national, from the
And there was
state
like
board,
3 people
all of the
watching,
representatives from the
but there was
LLC,
like
and the
0
15 other
live
counties
streams.
would be 27. We will,
And I'm
we will,
live.
if that is
Two people
ever
watching.
happens, we will definitely have more than 27 spots. We probably have 40, 50 spots.
I did it, that's what's
Well, that's, can I say one more thing? So my actual argument was against the entire third paragraph, or ex officio members. Just citing the numbers argument as one argument, but the other thing.
4 people that said they'd watch it
Maybe
after
that's what
work.
Kevin put out. The people should have the right to choose. There should be no ex officio members. If you are that qualified, if you are doing what you need to for the party, and you come in here and you're a good candidate, then the Class A membership will recognize that and will put you on the board. And if the Class A membership has a problem with that, they don't want you on that board, well then you can easily go to conventions and try to find the seats of another delegation if that is your desire. So I would hope that somebody would be willing to entertain the idea of removing and striking that entire paragraph.
Jim?
Yeah, actually, I share your same concerns. I was saying the same thing when I read it, but at the same time, those of us that here have tried to form another county party and things of that nature, I also think that having representation for the counties that have formed and people that are doing the hard work in those counties is important. And when I read this, I looked over it a couple times, same concerns. I think it's a positive that if a county goes out there and gets formed, that they, through this ex officio, they're guaranteed 1 delegate. So you formed, you're working hard, you got feet on the street, just put together a party, you're having your meetings, you're doing the state laws that we have to apply with to keep that county up and running, then I think that county then has earned the right to have control over 1 delegate, is how I look at this. And I also like the fact that in here, we didn't say that it has to come from that county or that area. That chairman of that county didn't pick anyone they wanted to fill that delegate spot. So I think it's important that we have a system to reward our counties that are out there performing.
Jim? And then,
Okay, I'd like to move to amend the last paragraph, take out the word sustaining.
word what?
Take out the word sustaining. I think that addresses Emily's concern with expatriates or others.
Okay, it's been moved by Jim and seconded by Tom that we remove the word sustaining in the last paragraph.
If I could just speak to that real quickly.
Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I just want to speak to my motion real quickly. I think this is generally good. There's nothing in here that I don't like, but Emily does bring up a good point in this point that basically maybe an expatriate or expat or something who is a libertarian who actually couldn't attend, who really does good work, let's say in Arizona, on an occasional basis, wouldn't even be eligible to be voted upon. So I think, you know, while it would be a good idea for somebody to donate to the National Party, I think probably most people would, unless they couldn't. So the word sustaining, I think, in this case, could be removed without really affecting anything.
Can you be a National Libertarian Party member without making a donation?
Yes. The National Party records as members. This gets sort of complicated and technical, but the simple version is members or anybody who has signed the pledge that they oppose the initiation of force for social or political goals. Then the bylaws define sustaining member for purposes of representation and voting and all sorts of other stuff as people who also pay dues to the party. So, yes, we keep track of it. Yes, it's something that you could verify with our database.
Who seconded that motion?
Tom.
Real quick, I have a question, Nick. Does this, if they are not a sustaining member, they did not pay $25 to the National Party, does that count towards our delegate count number?
It does not count towards your delegate count number, and there are certain things within the National Party that a non-sustaining member is ineligible to do. The one that sparks to mind only because there was a person who sought the position I have and had not actually paid their dues. They were not eligible to be chair. Luckily for them, they didn't end up getting nominated, so no one had to point that out to them. But There are things that you do have to have some skin in the game before you're allowed to do.
It's any committee, right?
So I think it's most of the committees and any of the officers, and I believe it may be a requirement for presidential nominations, but I can't remember whether or not we put that in or not.
So I asked that specifically because I think the Arizona Libertarian Party has a vested interest in increasing and sustaining national libertarian membership because we get more delegates. I don't know how often or if any of you guys receive the reports on that. While we're not at the bottom of the list, we should definitely be a lot higher than we are. I believe we're somewhere around 17th. That sounds right. It sounds right. And if we increase our national membership, then we get more spots. And if we get enough delegates, we have enough national memberships, then we get automatic seats on certain committees and things like that. So I believe the Arizona Libertarian Party has a vested interest in increasing and sustaining national membership, and that this is one way we can do that.
Then did you want to address the motion, the amendment to the motion?
I wanted to address a previous comment.
We're going to talk about the amendment right now. Then I'll call on you. Then I'll call on you after we vote on the amendment. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment of removing the word sustaining from the last paragraph? All in favor of removing the word sustaining from the last paragraph in this proposed amendment to the bylaw? You want to write this down?
I'm going to count. Raise your hand and hold it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think 12?
12 ayes, nays?
12 to 2.
3.
3.
Oh, 3. Okay, so the word sustaining has been removed from the proposed amendment to the bylaw. So now that becomes the motion on the floor. Zanny, you want to address?
Okay, I wanted to address the topic of ex officio delegates.
Okay.
And one thing that I brought up in discussion in the committee about the reason we would have ex officio delegates in addition to the ones that we voted on is that suppose a well-funded national presidential candidate wanted to stack a convention with his loyalists and his supporters, and that person would fill up all the voted delegate seats by approval voting and get all the delegates and have a unanimous slate. One way of having division of power to not give such a candidate our entire slate of delegates is by having these ex officio delegates as a bumper that might or might not be supporters of such a candidate, but wouldn't be, part of that candidate's political machine. So, the ex officio delegates work as, a buffer in case someone stacks the delegate seats in their favor.
Okay. Robert?
Real quick, there was Richard brought up the comment that if they were a good candidate, they would be voted on at convention. Well, those persons have already been vetted by their party. They're a county chairman, so their county has already selected them to lead their party in their county. And so we did that as a way to give some power and recognition to each county for the work that they do. A county chair position is not an easy position. It takes a lot of work. And we felt that it was a way to give them a voice for their counties, for each individual county. And so I do understand your concerns with that, but I believe that running as a county chair in any county can be quite a task. So that's why we do it.
Yeah, Tom.
I also wanted to say that I like the ex officio part because coming from a smaller county, it'd be very easy to shut out our voice when we come here to try and get the delegates here. So I like that we have this balance that every county has some voice in the delegation. Because, I mean, I come here, at most I've got 2 votes here, you know, and some of the other guys got 8, 9 people. I mean, how am I gonna expect to be a delegate that?
Yeah.
I just like to comment, along with what you were saying about being able to shut out smaller counties, is that by removing that paragraph in total, it would make the process much more democratic. As we all know, many times pure democracy is not a very good thing. The founders were not fans of democracy because it tends to lead to that tyranny of the majority.
Yes. Richard?
I would throw out then there's got to be a compromise somewhere in the middle. This is a lot of seats that are all ex officio. A lot of potential for a lot of seats to be all ex officio. I would say it sounds like everybody likes the idea of county seats. Why not keep the county as ex officio, those county chairs, each county is 1, and everybody else is voting. Whether you're LNC, whether you are state chair, whether otherwise only the counties get ex officio members, everybody else has to be voting.
Do you have a formal motion on that?
I can't. Okay. All I can do is talk. I'm sorry.
John?
I just have a question, going back to the minor proposed delegates. If the parent or guardian was not a member, and was not a delegate, is that to keep non-delegates? How could non-delegates, in essence, attend? Who, you know, convention they're not even a delegate to, even if they're a guardian of somebody who is a delegate. You know, how much space do they have, or how does a non-delegate get into a convention anyway?
Yeah, I'll just, I guess, you know, it's not really a question for you. I'll just give my feeling on it. What we ran into last year with the 8 North Indiana, I mean, even if we had seated them, part of the problem I saw with it was, well, great, you got, I'm sorry, but yeah, a kid that can barely read and write, now he's sitting with a delegation full of strangers that he doesn't know, while mommy and daddy are sitting with another delegation somewhere else. It's like, that's how I kind of read this a little. It's like, if your parents aren't coming with you, and they aren't going to be seated in the delegation, you know, I think it's an interesting oversight that the committee put in place to kind of address some of those other things, because we got, you know, once you start going down this rabbit hole, it just gets, it becomes a mess when, you know, that for some reason a 9-year-old was seated.
So just to clarify, in order for an 8-year-old to be a delegate, how many years ago joint party, presidential nominating convention? 1, you have to be a resident of Arizona. 2, his parent, guardian, would have to be a delegate as well and attend. Is that correct?
So either a resident of Arizona or national. And to address the thing, I think legal guardian, now Emily mentions if the parent signs over a power of attorney or whatever, isn't that considered legal guardian?
It is.
So that would cover that the parent could actually say, Kevin McCormick is watching my kid. Or whatever.
Like the kitchen slip.
Now, in order for the child to be the child would have to be elected by the body at the convention, obviously, right? That's correct? Yeah, Brandon?
On that part, I like everything in this so far except for that, the age limitation, and I think it's a bit extreme to kind of counter with the 8-year-old, like this situation that we had last year. I feel like it's overreacting a bit to, you know, we had an issue with it, someone who's under 10, and now we're saying someone who's like 16 can't be a delegate. I think that what I would like to maybe see in this is some sort of motion that we just say, and also the other challenge is having 2 people be elected. So let's say in theory, a 17-year-old, it gets elected, but the parents don't, well then he's automatically not allowed to go, but he got the votes.
Unless the parents sign a power of attorney.
Yeah. Well, but then you also have a thing where it's not the state's responsibility, the party's responsibility to like be a chaperone, you know? So I think that if we have an issue with age, I think we need to come to some sort of consensus where I think that we all agree that you can't be a delegate under the age of 18, but we just need to figure out like what that can be. And if you were like, let's say, having a minimum age of like 13, you know, delegates have to at least be 13.
We
And
couldn't
it would
agree on
be
it.
by
We couldn't
those-
agree on that in the committee. That did come up in our discussions, and nobody could come up with where's your line? Basically, it could be an 8-year-old that's smarter than a 13-year-old, or, we couldn't figure out a line for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you were talking about the high school groups, and there's really awesome high school kids that really want to be involved, and then we're talking about the age of registration to vote. It's extremely likely that in any high school libertarian club, there's going to be a person in that club that is 17, that will turn 18 prior to the next election, that could represent that high school group. So instead of that 15-year-old that's too broad to represent things, we'll maybe nominate the person that will qualify to register to vote. Or also, I don't think it should have to be a parent that votes, and I don't think it should have to be a delegate either. I think if we do decide, okay, this 15-year-old is the most awesome 15-year-old ever, represents us better than anybody else, then it should be that any adult can accompany them with or without being a part of the party or delegate.
Richard, and then,
Well, and so my thoughts on the age thing too is let the parents decide. Why does the state party want to dictate to them sign up with legal guardianship this weekend and everything else? The parents are ultimately responsible for their children. They know what's right for their children. The delegation will decide if that person should be a delegate or not. The parents can decide how that's executed, and I think it should be that simple.
This may not be popular, but I grew up in politics, separate from my parents. And I mean, literally at the age of 6 was volunteering on a state legislature campaign that my aunt took me to go work on. Before turning 18, I went to several state and national political events with members of the local party, with members of the state party, who got permission from my mother to take me, but I was never a delegate. I was never a voter. I never participated other than I happened to be there and be part of the experience as a young person. I don't feel that diminished anything for me. I was recognized as part of the group at those events, but I wasn't a delegate. I wasn't a member, but I participated. That's also how we do it in Indiana. That's part of our bylaws there. You have to be a member, and to be a member, you have to be of voting age. So, might not be a popular opinion, but I don't think it diminishes by saying to someone, maybe you're not going to be a delegate, but we would like for you to come and sit with us at our delegation and be part of that experience.
we move to close the second to close the discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. So the discussion is closed on the motion to amend the bylaws as submitted with the one correction of eliminating the word sustain in the last paragraph. All in favor, raise your hand. Do we have ballots? Okay.
It's up to you guys.
So you guys have cards?
I think we're supposed to do it by ballot.
Blank cards? You all have ballots?
Your blank.
Your blank card. Use your blank card.
Oh, we actually have one, all right.
Come on, man.
Bylaws proposal. Bylaws proposal. Okay. So you can put yes or no, right? Correct? We do it for lunch.
We got 10 minutes there on their way.
Well, we only have like 15 minutes.
All right. With that, I'd like to move on to resolutions, other communications, and announcements. And Michael Kilsky, got an update on the litigation activity you're currently running?
You want me to use a microphone?
Please.
Is there a microphone? I'm going to be very brief. As some of you may know, we filed suit against the state of Arizona back in.
Okay, hold on a second. Can we go to the thanks.
Thank you. As some of you may know, the state of Arizona changed the laws that impact ballot access in the sense of it making it a lot more difficult for our candidates to get on the ballot. They raised the requirements for signatures and by approximately 35 times higher. So while we needed to get, for example, this was mentioned earlier, a dozen signatures for perhaps 250 to maybe 400 signatures for certain offices, that number went up as much as 25 to 35 times because they changed the formula, included anybody who is not a member of the other recognized parties in the count. So again, that requires us to get a lot more signatures, and almost certainly requires us to get signatures from those who have firmly expressed a preference for not being identified as a libertarian, which makes it that much more difficult. So more signatures and a practical requirement to try to obtain signatures from those who actually don't want to identify with the party or support libertarians. We filed suit a few years back in the federal court. We went through quite a bit of a process there. The judge reviewed that, and the judge decided, no, it's just fine, close enough for government work. It's perfectly fine that we're practically excluded from the ballot. And then we appealed to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. That appeal has been pending for a year and a half now. We finally got notice just the other day, about a week or two ago, I believe it was, that an oral argument has been set. It is set in San Francisco. It's set in on March. I believe it's March. I don't have the date. It's like March 12th or March 20th or something like that. I do have a plan to attend that oral argument. Our attorney is Oliver Hall. Some of you may know who that is, who's absolutely excellent and fantastic. I think we have a really good shot at having the Ninth Circuit take a look at this and look at the precedent that we're arguing prohibits the state from making it that difficult for our candidates to get on the ballot by increasing the requirement for signature gathering from the maximum that the Supreme Court has said would be legitimate, which is 5%, up to a number that's significantly higher than that, as I mentioned, requiring somewhere between 30% of libertarians up to perhaps 100% of libertarians to sign to get a candidate on the ballot, depending on the district and the office. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask me. It is very esoteric. It is very legalistic. But the bottom line is, for decades, we enjoyed the ability to get candidates on the ballot with signatures from libertarians for our closed primary, and the state of Arizona decided, no, that's not good enough. And when I say the state of Arizona, it was Republicans specifically went after the libertarian line on the ballot because they feared that we were drawing votes from their candidates, which of course we all know is, as a practical matter, not correct. But it was a targeted campaign by certain Republicans to make sure that libertarians were not competing for votes against their candidates, and they succeeded with that, and here we are. Happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. If you don't, feel free to catch me up if you guys want to talk about it later.
Just out of curiosity, did the Democrats in the legislature oppose it or support it as well as the Republicans?
I think it passed by strict party lines, and then we went through some effort to try to push back against it. We went through some efforts asking the governor to veto it, and straight through on pretty much party lines. It was similar. Again, if you recall, we mentioned earlier Hal Gamble in 2012 ran for U.S. Congress. Kirsten Sinema, Vernon Parker, they were the candidates from the other parties. And Vernon got about Vernon lost the office. Kirsten Sinema won, but Hal got about 7.5% of the vote in a race where he became really just not all that much, typical for a small libertarian grassroots campaign. And so the Republicans got very upset with the Libertarian Party because they claimed that Hal Gamble's race cost them that seat. And Kirsten Sinema got in when Vernon Parker was slated to get that office. And so in 2014, they tried to mess with the ballot access laws, and they made a whole bunch of changes, and very quickly, again, very partisan Republican proposed changes. Then the Democrats, we led, and the Democrats joined us in funding a referendum on that changed law, and we gathered enough signatures, and we were about to put that on the ballot, and very quickly the legislation got pulled back. So they repealed that because they saw that wasn't going to work because it impacted the Democrats too much. So round two was in 2014 cycle, and that one they made sure they targeted libertarians and only libertarians. They left out the Greens, they left out the Democrats, they left out anybody, but it was us. It was the Libertarian Party and only the Libertarian Party that was the target of this, that was impacted by this because of the way they messed with the numbers. And again, so far we haven't had the federal courts understand that. But it was strictly the Republicans that went through that effort, and they rewrote the law in such a way as to limit the Democrats' opposition to it, so we could not again create that coalition that we had 2 years earlier to put this on the ballot as a referendum, because at that point the Democrats didn't care very much, because as a practical matter what it did is it strengthened the Democrats' hands, quote unquote, against the Greens, it strengthened the Republicans' hands, and so in a district where it was generally close, the district was not evenly split, whoever the majority party was, it made it easier for them. So those districts where the Democrats were the majority party, it made it easier for their candidates. Districts where the Republicans were the majority party, it made it easier for the candidates, and it just made it harder on the libertarians everywhere, and it really didn't impact the Greens. Any other questions?
What are the main arguments that are going to be made?
The primary arguments are that this issue is one where you can't just look at the law and say, well, the law doesn't say libertarians at all. It says nothing about libertarians, so it's generic, it applies to all parties equally. And you have to look at the practical impact of it. That's one of the arguments that says, no, this is definitely targeted at libertarians. And it makes the signature count, that access. In other words, the state has a right, the state has the power legally to set reasonable ballot access laws, but they need to be reasonable. They can't be unreasonable requirements. And so the argument is that the U.S. Supreme Court, when it's looked at ballot access laws and has looked at how many signatures can you require somebody to gather from the voting populace in order to get their name listed, the Supreme Court has basically said 5%. 5% is not unreasonable. It's high, but it's not unreasonable. Anything beyond 5% is unreasonable. And again, for our party, when we have a closed primary, and I'm just going to throw this as an aside, if we dare open the primary again, it's going to undercut any argument that we have along these lines. But while we have a closed primary, that is only libertarians get to vote, that means we have to collect way more than 5% of the qualified people who can vote their signatures. So again, in a district where you need to collect, let's say, 200 signatures, and you're allowed to collect them from libertarians or independents and so forth, in order to win that district, the primary of that district, you have to get a majority of the votes when you're on the ballot. But if you were, for example, to run as a write-in, you would still need to get 200 libertarians to vote. But the problem is that district may only have 500 or 600 libertarians. That district may only have 205 libertarians in some situations, in some districts. So you practically need to get anywhere from 30% to 100% to 105% of all registered libertarians if you're going through the write-in process. Again, it gets esoteric, but the bottom line is there's no argument that the signature requirement is way above the 5% threshold. It's at least 30 or 35%, and which is why our signature requirements in practically went up to 25 to 35 times for each district. I saw another hand.
Yeah, so with respect to the Green Party, I noticed they're on there. How does this affect them, and how are they able to get?
So the reason the Green Party is not effective is because this legislation specifically targets the parties that are recognized parties. So because we have more than 2/3 of 1% of registered voters that are registered libertarians, we are what's considered a continuing ballot access party, at least for statewide purposes. The Greens do not. Every 4 years or every 6 years, they have to go around, collect a whole bunch of signatures, and then for the next 2 election cycles, they get ballot access, but they don't maintain continuing ballot access. So they basically fall under the old rules.
That gives the Green Party more power than an established party.
Yes, ironically, we're being punished for having an established ballot access.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. If we were to fall back below that 2/3 of 1% and have to petition every 2 years, every 4 years for a ballot access for the next 2 election cycles, we would fall under different rules. But of course, we're trying to build a party, which is exactly, which actually is one of the other arguments that we're making. It's like, wait a second. The Greens don't have ballot access. They fall under the old rules. They have to collect a lot fewer signatures. We're a party that's done growth. And we're getting, yes, sir.
Have you considered making the point then that it's not just targeting libertarians directly? Because it could be that in the minds of Republican opinion, they're not targeting libertarians, but they're targeting any non-duopoly party that represents a threat. So you could say this is a threat to the Greens as much as the libertarians at the point at which they become.
I think that's in there. The pleadings are there, and it's just going to be an oral argument that the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and Justice panel will get to essentially ask questions and understand the focus of the arguments. It's in there. It's just, again, one of the very many either explicit or implicit issues that we're dealing with in explaining how this is an unconstitutional law because, again, it is targeted at competing parties. It is targeted at the idea that, that 2 parties is plenty. You don't need more than 2 parties. 2 parties is good enough. Any other questions? I've taken up a lot of time. I didn't need to take this much time. Any other questions? If not, catch me later. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Richard. So you got results of the vote?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Somebody didn't put anything on there. I don't know who.
You bet.
If that's okay.
Noda.
It's a NODA, I guess. NODA is always an option too, by the way, on any of these votes. This one says yeah on striking and sustaining, but it doesn't say yes on the bylaws or not. So I don't know.
Can't use that one either.
Can't use that one. Beyond that, we got 14 yes.
Okay, so the motion passed. Richard, go ahead.
Good job.
Good job.
Sure. Yes.
All right, folks. Oh, wow. Good pickup on that mic. So, for those of you that don't know, my name is Richard Walchuk. I am the Region 1 representative to the LNC for you all. And so I do represent 11 states.
we'll just call it, most of the Western United States are all in my purview, with some minor exceptions here and there. So I am here to represent you guys. So I just wanted to give you guys kind of a brief kind of who I am, that sort of thing. I am a professional auditor. I run around and do retail auditing for Lowe's Home Improvement. So that is my day job. That is about 60 hours a week. The rest of my time is dedicated 100% to the Libertarian Party and doing whatever I can in order to try to expand it and make it a real viable option in our country. And I am very pleased to say that in the last several years, we keep getting better and better and better. That said, Arizona had several wins last year, as Howard already mentioned. You got elected officials going in there. You've got a lot of good plans coming up as far as goals go. So I'm super, super excited to see where Arizona continues to grow. On top of that, I'm an Arizona resident now. So I came from Colorado to Arizona. I've been here officially since July. So I moved here at the hottest time of the year. So you know how I feel about that heat.
Good, then you're going to love Arizona.
Oh yeah, can't get much worse than this last summer. So I am here to help you guys grow, not only as a regional representative, but also as a member of the state and state party Class A membership. So I am here to help you guys in any way that I can, volunteer at whatever events I can. As far as what my goals are for the region, biggest things that I wanted to focus on, membership expansion. We've got to get more members. We've got to do everything we can. So I'm very pleased to hear that many of our goals involve around expanding the county party program, trying to get more membership involved, and that's great for the state. We also need sustaining members at the national level. So my appeal to you guys is that if you are not a national member, to please consider it. It is $25 for one whole year. That is it. $25 for a year. You can renew every single year. If you want to do more, you can do more than that. And right now there are options available. I have a dedicated link, if you see me afterwards, that I can give you where you can get different kind of trinkets and awards if you want to go ahead and sign up through me and that sort of thing. So I do have that available. All you got to do is talk to me and I'll give you that address. And I highly, highly welcome all of you. If you're not a national member, please do that. That'll help our numbers. When I took over this role, you guys, as Arizona, and I say you guys because I have not moved into the state yet, we're at 336 members. Nationally sustaining, and now we are at 340. So I'm going to call it a win. We're growing, right? We got 4 more members in about 6 months, so that's good news, but I think that we can do better. So you, your family member, your son, your daughter, if they're not here and they're libertarian and they want a membership, there is no age limit on being a sustaining member. So if you are interested in that and you want to help get Arizona a couple more delegates to the National Bylaws Committee or to the National Platform Committee or any other various committees that we have, the best way to do that, increase your sustaining members. So while you're looking at expanding county programs, please, please, please don't reminisce and forget to mention that national membership is also super important. The other thing that I'm trying to do as your Region 1 rep is to try and give as much support to candidates as possible. Now, last election season, I came in kind of late in the season, was still getting my feet on the ground in the region, that sort of thing. Did everything that I could and tried to make contact with as many candidates as possible. I'm helping up those efforts here in 2019 for local races. I just need to know about those races. So if there are local races or you're involved, don't be afraid to reach out to me. I can either share some ideas with you or I may be able to get out there and help you canvass yourself. So that is my other thing. So new members equal more volunteers, equal more candidates, equal more members, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you see how all this plays into it. So that's my message for you guys. As far as LNC updates, I'm sure Nick is going to go much more into detail as far as what the LNC is going on, but allow me to highlight some things for you. We're largely gearing up for 2020. We are coming out of this last election season, best ballot access position that any third party has ever been in ever. So we have the fewest number of states to go after ballot access in. So that is going to be our focus as we get ready for 2020. We worked this last December. We passed our budget for 2019, and for the first time in several years, thanks in part to myself and working with Mr. Bishop Henchman, also on the LNC, we were able to pass a balanced budget for the LNC. So that might seem like common sense for as a libertarian, we want to have a balanced budget. It was not as easy as it sounds. So we were able to make that happen, so we're operating off of a balanced budget. What that means is that we did have to cut several programs. Again, we tie into membership, right? So if you're not a member and you saw your favorite program being cut or affected in any way whatsoever,
The easiest way to get that program back is get us some more funding, become sustaining members, and we'll try to have those programs back. The good news is that we were able to keep the state CRM project 100% free. So that is a good benefit, not just for Arizona, but for every state that is interested in that. That briefly was on the chopping block as something that we were looking at charging states for. That was a bad idea. That was an idea that was reversed very quickly. And so it is still a free program. It will hopefully help streamline the amount of the database process between nationals and you guys as well. So that is where we're at on that. Other than that, we are currently looking for a new executive director. So if you feel qualified or know somebody who's qualified and did not see that email come out from the National Party, let me know. I can forward that to you. But we are seeking a new executive director. Wes did retire towards the end of last year, and so we are now getting that search process underway. Other than that, guys, thank you for having and hosting the LNC in September. Truly appreciated that. It was nice to have just moved here and not have to drive very far for that LNC meeting. So those of you who came out to the event, great to see you again. If you didn't, that's okay. We're still around. I'm still here for you. So just pick up the phone, give me a call whenever you need to, and don't forget, sign up for your national membership. That's all.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. I have one more report before we break for lunch. We're not only honored to have the District Region 1 resident of Arizona, we are extremely privileged to have the national chair be the resident of Arizona. So I'd like to welcome Nick up to give us a brief report. Nick, come on. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone.
Hi Nick.
Good to be back in Arizona. I was actually in Austin yesterday, and so I got back early this morning, so I'm sorry I was late to the convention. Couple national party things. We did come out of 2018 in kind of a cash crunch. That's one of those glass half full, glass half empty things. You can look at it as we had a budget of about $1.9 million that we expected to raise, and we had a deficit budget where we expected to fall short by about $430,000 from, expenses to revenues. We still fell short. We spent more money than we brought in, but only $230,000. So we actually cut that deficit in half, which I'm proud of. That gets lost in the shuffle of having to scale back, ratchet back a little bit. We're aggressively fundraising. That's why I've been traveling a lot, and we're reaching out to major donors. We're trying to get more new members into the party. In that balanced budget we passed, we didn't cut any particular capabilities. We still have all the staffers on staff. We still have all the programs existing. But things like candidate recruitment, we have a very aggressive goal of wanting 200 candidates running around the country in 2019, in the odd numbered year, with a target of winning 70 of those races, so roughly 1 in 3. Right now, our candidate recruitment specialist had her hours cut back, but she is working basically around the clock because of the number of people who have already signed up. We already have at least, I think, 131 candidates who have expressed interest in running for local office, and we aren't even out in January yet. So if you have a local office in your area, please reach out, get involved, run for office. It does help out quite a bit as far as building the infrastructure for 2020. The things that you practice, you get better at. As far as the national party overall, we have at this point, in the last 10 years, libertarian voter registration around the country has gone up 92%. We're roughly doubling every 10 years, and we're trying to go even faster than that. Our big pushes, in addition to the candidate recruitment and running people for office and getting people elected, are to have 50 state ballot access plus the District of Columbia and all the territories again in 2020, which will put us in a position, I think we would be the first political party in well over 100 years to have back-to-back, every American can vote for a libertarian for president. That's a really big deal. It sends a really strong signal to a lot of people who aren't libertarian yet, who've been sitting on the sidelines and say, I like what you guys do, but I don't know if you're really, really serious. That tells them that we're really, really serious. So That's basically it. I don't want to stand in between people at lunch because it's very dangerous. So I won't do that, but I'm happy to answer any questions if people have them. Brandon?
So when people sign up to be a candidate on the national website, do you pass that information on to the state or the county?
We do. Kara Schultz, who's our candidate recruitment person, she communicates with the political directors in the various states to make sure that there is a good handoff with those states that have a political director. Seeing no other questions, I'll be done. Thanks.
Nick, thank you very much. All right, lunch just arrived, and you can go to the back table there to pick the box up, bring it to your place setting. We're going to have a special guest speaker, Zach Gloucester. Don't forget to buy more raffle tickets, because we're going to have another drawing. There's already been one drawing, so you can check your ticket there. See if you won the first two prizes anyway. What else you got, Robert? Oh, on the back of the box tells you what's in it, okay? So go ahead, take a few minutes. When everybody's reseated, we'll have Emily introduce that question.
Where do you say you are? Where's that exactly? But here, yeah, here it's
I know we've got a good hostage here. I don't know if anybody we're actually.
I don't know what that is. All I know is it says that she's a foreigner.
Stop talking, Evan.
Sorry, Zach, we changed our mind. You're not talking today.
Let's see.
It's one of those things. I'm
Okay, all right, so I'm sure everybody's tired of looking at me. This is the last time fabulous to be up here today. So I'm really delighted that our guest speaker could come and be with us today. We have some amazing rock stars coming up in this party. A new generation of folks who are just amazingly hard workers and amazingly talented people. The guy I'm going to introduce is one of those. Zach Foster is an author and organizer for the LP. He is our active liaison to the libertarian protesters in Venezuela and sort of the libertarian loyal opposition in Cuba. He co-founded and is executive director of the Mises Mambi Institute of Cuba. He's a graduate of Cal State Polytech Pomona. He has a bachelor's in political science and government. He's a veteran of the California National Guard, I think, and an Eagle Scout. And if anybody's been watching the news, you know the economic situation in Venezuela fell apart 15 months or so ago or more. Our colleagues there have been imprisoned, have been killed, have been otherwise. Zach is probably one of the only people who is intimately familiar with what is going on the ground there, and it's going to give us an update on that. So please welcome Zach Foster.
I'm going to start things off with the video real quick. I do want to warn you folks, this is just giving you guys a glimpse of what these other libertarians are dealing with on the daily. I'm going to start by talking about the Cubans, and then we're going to go into Venezuela because one does directly affect the other. There is strong language in the video. I do have to warn you now. It could get upsetting to some of you, so if you don't speak Spanish and you are easily upset, then don't read the screen. That's the police on the boat. Okay, so that is just a glimpse at daily life for opposition members in Cuba. Now, can I get the tech guy up here real quick? Help me get it back to the PowerPoint. That would be fantastic. Anybody?
Jeff?
Okay, I guess I'm going to figure this out. developed to work out technical difficulties.
So what we just saw was happened in Cuba, not Venezuela.
Yes, that was in Cuba, and now I'm going to tell you a story about libertarians behind the Iron Curtain. I'm going to cover a lot of information really fast. We're going to go lightning speed, so please, folks, bear with me and stay with me. So our story does begin on the island of Cuba, where a lot of this revolutionary ideology was exported to the rest of Latin America. That's the focal point. Fidel Castro, the longtime dictator of Cuba, came to power through the Cuban Revolutionary War, and after the war, because he was such a PR genius, he basically took credit for the entire military victory, but he was far from alone. The first armed action was in 1953. Fidel Castro and his thieves hit this army barracks. They failed. Fidel Castro went to prison for 2 years with his brother. They got clemency. They got sent to Mexico to exile. While they were still in Mexico preparing to come back to Cuba for that invasion, the famous Grandma yacht landing, and then most of them got mowed down, and then Fidel and Raul and Che went on to earn themselves glory. Well, months before that yacht landed in Cuba, another revolutionary group, okay. All right, can someone please try to find that? This is ridiculous. Thank you. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to go and tell you as much of the story as I can without full functionality of the PowerPoint. Hopefully we'll find Jeff soon. This is how we came in the world. Anyway, so 1953, the Cuban Revolution happens. Fidel Castro was far from the only person who was leading troops against the dictator named Fulgencio Batista. There was also the Second National Front of the Escambray. That was one of the biggest movements in Cuba that also stood against the dictator. And there were student groups that rose up independently. There were independent militias. All kinds of folks were fighting the Castro regime, and it was necessary for all of them to band together to be able to fight him. Good, Jeff is back, because a lot of the information that I'm about to show you will make the story a lot more relevant. Hello, sir.
Hey.
Energy Services.
Sorry, I was taking a break.
No problem. Help me get that PowerPoint back on so I can just cover it from the screen next. Start. All right, I need to be able to space the next slide, and it's not letting me do that. Yeah. Put it back to a live feed of the screen. I've got that as a PDF file.
This screen?
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Good deal. Alright, now can we put it back to that same thing on my screen? There it's already good. Not necessarily. Beautiful. Okay, I should be able to see. Okay, so A lot of the babble I'm talking about makes a lot more sense. We'll go through this at lightning speed. Thank you for bearing with me. Cuba, in 1953, Fidel Castro attacks the Moncada army barracks. He loses, he gets exiled out of the country. Before he makes it back into the country, an independent revolutionary group attacks a different army barracks, the one where the grandma commanded. 10 rebels were killed here. Then in the center of the screen, we've got an American who's fighting in the Cuban rebel army. That man's name is William Alexander Morgan. He ended up being the second in command of the Second National Front of the Escambray. And right next to him is the first in command, that is Eloy Gutierrez Manoyo. Now here is Manoyo with Che Guevara. There's an interesting story here. Fidel Castro decided that he was going to be in charge of the Cuban Revolution in 1958. So he sent Che Guevara's column to go meet up with the Second Front and take command. So they just showed up, and then Che said, hey, I'm in charge. And then all of Manoyo's troops said, who the hell are you? And then they took him at gunpoint to HQ, and then for 3 weeks, they negotiated on how things were actually going to be. And the negotiation was, instead of them just becoming part of Fidel's army, they were going to be under his command for the last operation, kind of like how the Allies cooperated in World War II. But already we have very different ideas of how the Cuban Revolution is going to end. Right next to Fidel Castro right there is another commander named Hubert Matos. That man originally was a hero of the revolution. He was one of the anti-communist members of Fidel Castro's clique. Fidel promised that man and also the other bearded guy at the bottom right of the screen, Danilo Cienfuegos. These guys were hardcore anti-communists, and Fidel promised them time and time again to their face, Cuba is going to be a multi-party democracy. We're not going to be a communist one-party government. That's not what we're all about. Well, as soon as the Revolutionary War ends, the communists start being named different posts in power. Fidel's army starts arresting people. So Commander Matos, he said, you know what, I'm done. This is not what I signed up for. This is not what I want to be a part of. So Commander Matos sent his resignation letter to Fidel Castro. And Fidel Castro sent Commander Cienfuegos to go arrest him. And they were supposed to have a firefight and kill each other, but they did not do that. Matos did not give him the combat that he was supposed to offer. He had a reputation as a fighter. So he just said, I'm going to go quietly. And Matos spent the next 20 years in prison simply for submitting his resignation to Fidel Castro. Now this man, Camilo Cienfuegos, he disappeared mysteriously in the year 1959. He was second in command of the rebel army. He even outranked Raul Castro, and he disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to him. Everybody's seen that famous photo of Che Guevara looking off into the sunset. That was taken at the memorial service for the La Cubre victims. There was a ship that was parked in Havana Harbor. It blew up and killed a couple hundred people. And at the funeral, that's where they took that famous photo of Che. But that same day, they had this solidarity march that they were going to stand against all these people who were trying to mess with the Cuban Revolution. And this is a very telling photograph because next to Fidel Castro, you have President Ortiz, who in 1976 found out that he was no longer president after the National Assembly wrote a new constitution and named Fidel Castro president. His death was ruled a suicide. Then we have Che Guevara, who was killed in Bolivia by the Bolivian army and the CIA. One of the high-ranking people that fled from Castro's government in the 90s was there in Bolivia with Che, and he said Fidel had people in every country surrounding Bolivia that could have extracted us at any time. Che was sent there to die. I forgot this gentleman's name, but he was executed. He's one of the few that made it. And then William Alexander Morgan, the American comandante from the Second National Front, was executed 1 year after this photograph was taken. Everybody knows about the Cuban Revolutionary War, but nobody knows about what happened in the Escambray Mountains. Well, there's only about 30,000 combatants that participated in the war that included Batista's army and then all the different guerrilla armies. Nobody knows about Cuba's real civil war, and that is within 1 year of Fidel Castro coming to power, Eloy Gutierrez Manoyo and the guys from the Second National Front and other members of the rebel army went back to the hills to fight against Castro because they were not stupid. They saw that everybody was getting named to government positions except them, and
and they saw how land was getting taken, and that there were executions and show trials around the clock at La Habana prison. They knew what was up, and they said, this is not the revolution that we fought for. Morgan was still supporting Montoya. They caught him, they executed him. Then this happened, the Bay of Pigs fiasco. Originally, the invading army was supposed to go and meet up with all these different rebel groups that were fighting in the Escambray Mountains, but the CIA decided that instead they were going to try to push Kennedy to just invade Cuba, and it didn't work. But this armed invasion did give the Cuban Communist government all the justification that they needed to create a special 250,000-man national militia that they conscripted overnight, and they found every epicenter of resistance where the rebels were fighting. And this is a photo of Raul Castro personally leading troops in battle, using Soviet-style tactics, same way that they got Berlin. They would just send troops in lines and in waves, and until they stopped getting mowed down, until the rebels ran out of ammunition, and that's how the rebellion in the Escambray Mountains was wiped out. But again, in the war against Batista, there was only about 30,000 men mobilized, about 5,000 people killed. In the Escambray War, there was about 250,000 people mobilized, much more guerrillas than ever fought against Fulgencio Batista. About 1,000 confirmed combat deaths, and then about another 5,000 people who disappeared mysteriously. So the Escambray Rebellion was defeated, but Manoyo went back to Miami and he organized a guerrilla group. That guerrilla group came back in the year 1970. Two very important things happened. Number one, Vicente Mendez's expedition landed in Cuba and they got annihilated in about 3 days. Number two, that same year, Fidel Castro was trying to do a historic sugar harvest for Cuba. He wanted to do 10 million tons to prove that Cuban socialism worked. They did not get there. So the natural explanation was wreckers must have wrecked this historic Cuban milestone. So between them not making their economic goal because communism doesn't work, and then these guerrillas, they decided people are sabotaging the economy. So what they did is they went back to all those conflict areas from the war 10 years before that, where there had not been any fighting for years. And they decided that everybody living in these areas is a potential rebel and they need to be removed. So a lot of people just got deported from wherever their hometown was. Hundreds of thousands of people got sent to remote provinces. And then in 1976, this happened. New constitution that specified freedom of speech. The most important part, citizens have freedom of speech and of the press in keeping with the objectives of socialist society. Blah, 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 blah. The media are state or social property and can never be private property. Which basically means if you are not a Castro loyalist, you do not have free speech in Cuba. Two interesting photos, 1975, fall of Saigon, 1980, the Maria Boatlift. These are both times in which the United States took on over 100,000 refugees at a time. This whole debate about the migrant caravan is a false debate. We have taken on 100 times that many immigrants in the past, multiple times, and in an orderly fashion. Fast forward. These two martyrs, Cienfuegos, the guy who disappeared, and then Che Guevara, the guy who never made it out of Bolivia, they are martyrs not only in Cuba, but they've also been exported with political propaganda all over Latin America. Then the Soviet Union fell. The special period happened. The Cuban economy collapsed. Fidel Castro needed a new friend. And that is where our story moves to the future. This is my friend Nelson. Nelson was born and raised in Havana. He is a libertarian. He identifies as an ANCAP. Nelson is a lawyer, but he cannot work because he is a dissident, which means he has been identified by state security. Every police station in Havana has a file on Nelson, and wherever he tries to go to work, it's not that there's a law that dissidents can't work, but the guy that gives you a job interview mysteriously gets visited by the police after your interview, and then you just don't get hired. So people who can't work or who can't work obviously can't eat. So Nelson has had to become a hustler. He's had to make friends in Miami. He's had to make friends all across the world to be able to subsidize his activism. And he said, well, if I can't work, I might as well just make more dissidents. So 2014, here's Nelson and another gentleman whom we will call Mr. Garcia, founded the Cuban ANCAP Club, and they started getting books sent to them by the Spanish language visas group over in Spain. That's when they started getting some attention. This gentleman that we're calling Mr. Garcia, he got arrested multiple times by state security for having book clubs in which people were reading Ludwig von Mises and Murray Rothbard. I did not include the photos, but I've seen the photos of him getting picked up by his relatives from the police stations, and he had severe bruising on his head and blood was streaming down his head in multiple places. And unfortunately, it took something away from his mind. He's never been the same. He actually ended up getting really paranoid and having a really dramatic falling out with other people on the volunteer team because he thought state security could follow him all the way to Miami. Unfortunately, that there's something that they took away from him when they beat the hell out of him. Nelson, they've arrested him, they hit him, they didn't drive him over the edge just yet. I don't know why. People have different thresholds of pain. These are a couple of members of Mises Cuba. That's what they call that little book club. This is Ubaldo Herrera Hernandez, and this is Manuel Velasquez. Manuel is a free man today, but Ubaldo is currently in prison. Both of them were in prison at the same time. The official crime was attempted assault of a police officer, but the real crime was they got caught with a couple of copies of, I believe, Rothbard's Ethics of Liberty, and they refused to show ID to the guys dressed in civilian clothes who were demanding that they show them ID. So LP Nevada, we had no idea what to do, but these guys asked me for help. So by the way, to answer your question, how did Joe, Matt Foster over here, get involved with these people in Cuba? These guys got sent to the Gulag, and then Nelson in Havana called Mr. Garcia in Miami. Mr. Garcia is a libertarian, but he doesn't speak English yet. So he had to spend some time combing the Spanish language libertarian groups until he found me. I speak Spanish, so he started telling me what was going on. LP Nevada passed a resolution condemning this arrest. Next thing you know, other states started doing it, and then there was a resolution to condemn this arrest on the LNC. And I'd like to give credit where credit is due. I believe Mr. Sarwark voted hell yeah, and Mr. Vora voted hell yeah. Also, it actually had to go into 2 rounds of voting because some of the nerds in the LNC decided that because of wording, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, it had to go for 2 rounds of voting, but I do have to give credit where credit is due. Had the right people not backed it from the very beginning, we might not have done it. But then the newspapers started picking it up. Then the Russians were publishing about it. The Libertarian Party of Russia, they decided, you know what, there's anybody we're standing in solidarity with, might as well be the Cubans. And then Nelson met some other dissidents in Havana who have a house and some space to have a library, and they decided to found the Benjamin Franklin Libertarian Library. So here's Nelson. Here's a gentleman named Beto. He is currently the vice president of the Cuban LP. Here's a gentleman named Miguel. He's an interpreter. He gets arrested a lot. But here they are in the Libertarian Library studying a copy of Bastiat's La Ley, which is the law in Spanish. Here they are in Havana doing an illegal postering campaign, putting up information posters denouncing the arrest of Ubaldo and Manuel. They got arrested for doing that, but luckily they got out. They kept getting arrested for doing this, so they decided, since the police are going to keep repressing us, we might as well organize and just be public about what we believe. So on May 7th, a group of folks got together in a house in Havana, and they founded the Cuban Libertarian Party. And here they are doing the L for Liberty or Libertad, and they've got photos of Ubaldo and Manuel. This was on a particular day when Miguelito and Nelson were on a hunger strike, which luckily they ended up abandoning. Here is the Cuban LP having a study session, and they are reading Adam Kokesh's book in Spanish, which that just goes to show you, thank God for the advancements of technology, that we're able to send concrete reading materials, video clips, audio clips, educational materials to these dissidents thousands of miles away with crappy internet access. This is Janet Padron. She was the secretary of the Cuban LP for a little while. This is her in Havana doing a nice protest selfie with the American flag. Not that they necessarily endorsed the U.S. government, but it was kind of just sticking the middle finger to the Castros. So this is her on the 4th of July in 2017. This is Janet in prison on the 4th of July in 2018 for that photograph. She's out of prison now. She did 6 months and then they let her out. But yeah, she did hard time for that. And what's horrible is that they locked her up under the false charges of prostitution, which sex work is work. That's not a crime. But not only does it show you that communist governments will weaponize that kind of thing to hurt dissidents. But also, even if it was legal and widely accepted, it's still not something that she did. It's still false attribution to punish somebody. This is Leonette. She is not even a libertarian. She's not even a political activist. But her aunt, who is like her main mother figure, is a political activist and a member of the Libertarian Party. And they sent this lady to prison, I believe, as a hostage. She had a boyfriend from Italy that she met at a nightclub in Havana. She's a college student. They fell in love, were dating. And she got a passport, she got a visa to go visit Italy. So after they got engaged, she went to go visit Italy with her boyfriend. And when she got back, state security arrested her and they charged her with prostitution. She must have been committing prostitution because she traveled to a foreign country with a man that she's not married to. All right, this is the Cuban Revolution, okay? This is what we get from the Cuban Revolution. So Leonette, she's not even a hostage. She's still in prison, unfortunately. But while this oppression is going on, these libertarians are continuing to spread the message. Here's Nelson in Camagüey province, which is way the hell over on the other side of the country. So he's been traveling illegally. This is a totally different chapter of the Cuban LP that Nelson educated in the basic philosophy, and then the folks from Havana came and inaugurated this chapter. This gentleman has been in prison, that lady's been in prison. This is Marisol. She is the aunt of the hostage who was in prison on false charges of prostitution. Now, this SOB right here, what does he have to do with it? This is Mr. Rafael Serrano. He is a political commissar and a news anchor that reports the propaganda news of the Cuban Revolution. Here he is looking all snazzy in his uniform. This is Rafael Serrano spending Christmas with his wife and his kids in Miami. In Miami. Defending the Cuban Revolution. Christmas in Miami. Meanwhile, we had a dissident that went to Mexico, turned right, turned himself in at the port of entry at Brownsville. So he did not illegally immigrate into America. He went to the front door, he knocked, and he said, "Hey, I'm a dissident, can I please come in?" So they detained him, they put him in with the common criminals at the correctional facility in Pine Prairie, Louisiana, and then they deported his ass back to Florida 2 days before he was supposed to talk with his attorney. So yeah, it's not, as far as the current administration goes, and I'm speaking to you as a party member, a Libertarian Party member, as far as the current administration goes, it's not about restricting illegal immigration, it's just about restricting immigration from other cultures. Case in point, you got that nonsense going on. There are still 4,000 Afghan interpreters and their families who work with the U.S. military who are waiting for visas while the Taliban threaten to kill them. Meanwhile, while they still wait, Paul Ryan just ran through and got approved 10,000 visas for Ireland. It's not about restricting immigration or illegal immigration. It's about keeping out the undesirables. So, what does all that have to do with Venezuela? Everything. After the special period in the Soviet Union collapsed, Castro needed money. So he found a new revolutionary, Hugo Chavez, and they made a special deal. Castro would send him doctors, and Chavez would send them oil. Now, Cuba actually does have some pretty damn good health care for Latin America. The problem is distribution of that health care. Party members, government officials, celebrities, people who are allowed to work in the tourist district, they get access to the good health care. Members of the Libertarian Party get the garbage hospitals, and then we have to send them cash so they bribe the doctors to do their goddamn job. These are my friends Yomar and Luis over in Venezuela. They are fantastic guys. Some of the founders of the Venezuela Libertarian Movement. There are libertarians in Venezuela. They've been around for just over 3 years. This is Luis over here. In case there's any question about what kind of libertarian Luis is, that should answer it. By the way, Yomar is the national coordinator of the Libertarian Movement of Venezuela. He is 20 years old. Under his leadership, the group has grown from 87 members to almost 500 in less than 2 years. This is Lauren Soleil, and this is Adriana Flores Marquez. Both of them have had to flee Venezuela because of their political dissidence, and literally the secret police were hunting them. Lawrence ran away to Colombia. Adriana fled to Argentina. Lawrence, unfortunately, picked the wrong country to run away to because the last president of Colombia, not Duque, but the guy before him, made a deal with Maduro. The problem is they've had issues with Colombian guerrillas going back and forth between the two borders. So Maduro was posturing. He said, hey, we're going to do this and this and this. So the Colombian president said, tell you what, be nice, don't send 10 battalions to the border, and we'll give up these dissidents. So Lawrence Saleh, who is a libertarian and the founder of a non-government organization in Venezuela, he fled to Colombia. He actually got arrested. He says kidnapped. I agree with him. He got kidnapped by the Colombian police and then put on an airplane to Venezuela. So he got kidnapped and sent back to Maduro, basically as political capital. Adriana, she went to Argentina. Argentina's president didn't make any deals, so she's lucky she picked the right country to flee to. But Lawrence, he spent 4 years after he got back to Venezuela, 4 years in an underground dungeon at the National Intelligence Headquarters, no charges. They were just torturing him and questioning him every day. I imagine, when I talked to him about it, I imagined that it would be kind of like Cuba, dungeons, rats, and he said no. It was like the Hunger Games prison. It was like a hospital. It was pristine. It was high-tech. They have exact chemical doses to make you talk, to make you scream, to make you hurt. It is high-tech tyranny. And I'd like to show you guys a couple of photos in a video. Steve, where's Steve go? Our tech guy, I don't know if I Jeff? Jeff? Yeah. I'm so sorry.
I thought you were looking for Steve.
Well, I'm looking for Steve for moral support, but I also need Jeff for a little bit of tech support. I'm going to go ahead and leave a couple of links real quick. I'm going to show you guys a couple of video clips before I turn this off, because I've got some footage that was directly filmed by our Venezuelan dissidents in the protests in the last couple of days. And can I get back to that folder with the video clips and whatnot? Beautiful. Oh, just to the bottom? Yeah. Oh, thanks, Jeff. I just learned something, folks. All right, so the situation that's happening in Venezuela right now, I'm going to wrap this up because I know you guys are trying to get back to the business meeting. The situation in Venezuela is that there are two competing governments. Now, we libertarians, we have enough of a problem with just one government, but the problem is there are two competing governments in Venezuela at the moment. So you've got Nicolas Maduro, who declared himself the president, and then you've got Guaido. The news media is saying that Juan Guaido has declared himself president of Venezuela. That is not true. Juan Guaido did not declare jack squat. He was declared president by the National Assembly. Now here's the ironic part. This is how they're using peaceful and legal methods to defeat the Maduro regime. In the Constitution of Venezuela, under Article 233, if you do not have a president-elect from a legal election and the incumbent president's term expires, then the National Assembly will designate a provisional president, and then their job is to make free elections happen in the country. Well, under Article 233, they do not have a guy who legally won an election. Maduro had an election, but here's what happened. 2017, all of Venezuela was protesting against him, so he dissolved the National Assembly. He's with the president's decree, but the government doesn't exist anymore. We're going to have a new election. So first he had a new election in which only the United Socialist Party and other socialist parties participated. Obviously he won, so he was re-elected president that way. Then, after the National Assembly was dissolved, he made a new constituent assembly, and then they had elections in which only the United Socialist Party and other socialist parties in Venezuela participated. Then the National Assembly started, the Constituent Assembly, we'll just call them the Commie Assembly. The Commie Assembly started meeting, and then they declared every political party that is not represented in this current legislative body is dissolved. Well, that's like 15 political parties and millions of opposition, so they decided no. So Maduro has basically created this private Marxist corporation for himself. And then you have the actual legal government of Venezuela, which declared Juan Guaido the president, the interim president under the Venezuelan Constitution. Here's the ironic part. Article 233 and that whole constitution were written in 1999 by the United Socialist majority for Hugo Chavez so that he would be unimpeachable. And they're using that same constitution to kick Maduro's ass out. So before I go away, I want to show you guys something that personally inspired me. This gal right here, she is a fighter. This is María Oropesa.
Por su parte, lo que hace es caso omiso. Es lo que un consejo de
she's talking about how the regime is just abandoned infrastructure. She is somebody who works for Congresswoman Maria Corina Machado. She's a very high-ranking person in the Venezuelan opposition. So this girl that I just showed you, she's a libertarian. She works for one of the main people in the opposition government. That just goes to show you, you never know how much an impact libertarian ideas can have. And where is the Venezuelan footage? Let's look at those protests. That's not Caracas, that is not the capital city. Just literally the whole country left their house to go protest against this dictator, and I think it was beautiful. There's an image. Luis, he posted the social media update before he went to go march against the Bolivarian government. He says, or it says in Spanish, "We're doing this for our country, for my freedom, and for your pretty eyes." He's talking to a girl, I don't know her name, but he is obviously very in love, and he's posted about what's important to him when he's going to go march against the riot, march against the army war. For him, it's not a debate, it's not about going to the LP meeting, it's not about being right, it's not about Bastia, it's not about all this theory bullshit. It is literally about his country, his freedom, and seeing her pretty eyes again. Excuse me, folks. So anyway, if you want to support these libertarians, please follow them on Facebook. If you want to make any solidarity gifts, Cuba's Mises Institute, because the Castro regime supports the Maduro regime, Cuba's Mises Institute is supporting Venezuela's libertarians and their Mises Institute, and their libertarian party is supporting Venezuela libertarians. So I am asking all of you folks to stand with me in supporting our libertarian brothers and sisters in Cuba and Venezuela. Please go to these links, follow them on social media, visit our website, mises-mombi.org. A quick asterisk, some of you might be asking, why are we not Mises Cuba? Well, Mr. Garcia, the man who went insane after his beating by the Cuban police, he thought that state security had infiltrated his organization, and the only way that he could protect his brand was to file it as a 501c3 corporation in Florida. So there is a Mises Cuba somewhere out there, but it exists on paper. We chose not to fight with them for the sacrifices that Mr. Garcia made to freedom in Cuba in the past. That's what I said, you know what, we'll just do a different brand and just fight. Anyway, you can visit our website, see our blogs, see all kinds of research, see the news that you're not going to be getting on the mainstream media. And if anybody wants to help us out with a Bitcoin gift, that'd be fabulous. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the libertarians of Cuba and Venezuela.
Can you email those to maybe Jeff, and then he can put them on the website? Or
yeah, absolutely.
Just leave your zip drive there and copy and paste it.
Oh,
everybody would have that.
I'll just leave it around.
Are there any questions, comments for Zach at all? We had a guy in Yuma a month ago who was from Venezuela, Javier Garcia, and he walked out of Venezuela into Colombia. For some reason, there were no guards that day or that time when he crossed the border. He's up in Pittsburgh now. He's a architect up there, and he came out to Yuma to visit us because I had heard him at the Foundation for Economic Education seminar last June. And he and a bunch of other folks gave a history of how Venezuela came from being one of the wealthiest countries on the planet to the devastation that's going on there today. And he is extremely concerned about what he's seen in the United States of America. Because everything he's seeing right now, all the discussion, happened in Venezuela prior to Chavez and Maduro coming to power. And all this hyperinflation that's going on now. I mean, This guy saw it firsthand, he saw the transition, and he's extremely concerned about what's going on in this country. And so I said, you gotta talk to him. So he goes around for the Foundation for Economic Education. He funds his travel to go around and talk about his experience and that kind of thing. So I appreciate the fact that you're here, basically doing the same thing.
Thank you, and I just wanted to respond to that. We have a pretty cool working relationship with FEE. We just filed the papers to incorporate it as a 501c3 with the IRS on that dumb government crap. So one of the members of our board is also the chairwoman of the LP of Miami-Dade, and she's very close friends with Larry Reed, and once we get that 501c3 status approved by the feds, FEE said that they're going to help us out with some Spanish language books, and that's awesome.
Very good. Go ahead.
How did you get involved in this whole, how did you get wrapped up in this whole thing?
Okay, so I said it briefly, but it was very easy to miss. I was on Facebook, I speak Spanish, I'm Mexican American, and Mr. Garcia, who was the libertarian that ran away to Miami, well, when the two guys got arrested and sent to the gulag, their friends, told Nelson. Nelson called Miami. Mr. Garcia in Miami got on Facebook, but he doesn't speak English, so he can only navigate Spanish language libertarian groups. And then finally, he found me because I'm posting trying to recruit Latino voters in the United States. So he asked me for help. He did not ask me for money or any of this third world scam artist stuff. He kept asking, spread the word for their human rights. And that was different. As a matter of fact, neither Mr. Garcia nor Nelson ever asked for any kind of money until we started doing organizing stuff. And that was something that really impressed me. So I guess, I don't know, I was shitposting on Facebook. That's how I got involved. And, I was dumb enough to post in this one group where that one dude who needed help was reading, and that's how I got roped into it. But I'm glad it happened. We got a question?
Yeah, when you were talking just a second ago about spreading the word, I'm curious about Spanish language media in the U.S. and how well or not well they are carrying these stories. Sometimes I've watched movies on Univision or Telemundo, but can you talk at all about
as far as Spanish language media, I think for the most part they do a pretty decent job of objectively reporting the news. I definitely don't think that it's anywhere near as politicized as the news media has become in the English-speaking world. So they do a much better job of it. The dealio is they can only cover what their representatives on the ground are seeing. So, for example, there's an armed conflict that's happening in Venezuela right now. It's actually kind of at the same level of Colombia in the 1980s with the FARC, with Pablo Escobar. A lot of people don't know this, but in addition to the Bolivarian police and the National Guard, which is Maduro's army, there are also pro-regime paramilitary groups called colectivos, that means collectives. And literally, Hugo Chavez started these collectives that were supposed to be autonomous and have their own autonomous labors. Already quasi-libertarian, almost, they were doing their own thing, and they were supposed to be building socialism on their own and contributing with their local contributions to the national economy. Well, that doesn't work, so it ended up being just the government is subsidizing them, and all their young men are loyal thugs and soldiers when the regime needs to remove somebody, like a crowd of protesters, and they don't want people taking pictures of the police doing that stuff. So what a lot of people will face is these random gangbangers will just show up on their motorbikes and start stabbing people. Just the other day in the state of Portuguesa, that video clip of the young lady in the water, her hometown where she was protesting, the colectivo was attacked, and I believe 2 people ended up dying in the hospital of their injuries. So you've got the paramilitaries attacking, then you've got actual drug gangs that are doing their thing, and they're fighting with Colombian drug gangs and Venezuelan drug gangs. Then you have the Colombian Marxist guerrillas, which are also drug gangs, but they're drug gangs that talk about Karl Marx a lot. They've invaded Venezuela, so I believe the ELN has guerrillas in about 12 provinces in Venezuela. That's statistics from Insight Crime. So there also are citizens militias that are forming for self-defense, but they don't really have a lot of guns in Venezuela, so it's like Mad Max, they're making spears and swords, and people see people looking like Vikings, just trying to protect their neighborhood. But with this low level of violence and all these different groups, there is an armed conflict happening in Venezuela, and you really wouldn't know it unless you've got people on the ground. And I had that young lady on the ground when she was on a national tour to recruit more dissidents into the classic liberal political party. They actually had to stop because the army had shut down this part of the freeway because they were still fighting a battle against rebels. So there have been armed uprisings against Maduro. It's very similar to the Cuban Revolutionary War, very disorganized, very scattered. It's chaos. I would accurately describe Venezuela right now as a very cosmopolitan version of Cuba under Castro, combined with the troubles in Northern Ireland. That's the situation in Venezuela. All right, questions back?
I had to disagree with the film at the beginning of the Cuban Revolution. Second in charge was a lady by the name of Tamara Heidi Bombay. And I got her pegged for the bag lady back to the financier. And also, on the human aspect of the film, it's a great film. But if you want to know what's really going on south of the border, it doesn't have anything to do with law or immigration or none of that. What you got to look at is what's going on down there militarily. Russia's taking Cuba, Venezuela, Mexico, China's taking Brazil, Peru, what's the other, Chile, the long one. And you got these people moving in. You know, now the Chinese are communists, right? Russia now is a wild card. They've got rid of the central bankers, they have their own banks, they have real money. You can't beat that. But whose side are the Russians on? Are they on our side or the Chinese side? We got a lot to look at down there. This is not immigration.
As far as the Russians and the Chinese, it kind of is Cold War 2.0, but I would say that the Russians and the Chinese are learning from the mistakes that their country made. I would say that Vladimir Putin is a patriot, and he might not necessarily be a dedicated Marxist, but my personal opinion is that guy definitely yearns for the good old days when he was in charge. I mean, he's always been in charge. But the good old days when everybody had to play the game and do the pageantry. Xi Jinping is very Maoist, and he is definitely trying to give himself that level of power and build a personality cult for himself, which is ironic as hell because you're not allowed to mention Chairman Mao and the Chinese Communist Party these days to actually make it disappear. You're only supposed to talk about President Xi or the party. One of the things that the Chinese communists are doing, so they've got capitalism going on there. They've got some imitation of market economies going on. You've got Foxconn making things for Apple. You've got all these different companies buying and selling and making products for the U.S. But the Chinese Communist Party is still in charge. And they're still doing the types of social engineering projects that they used to do 50 years ago. For example, and not a lot of people know this, but there are currently 1 million Chinese party cadre who have been resettled into Uyghur province, Xinjiang province, where the Uyghur people live, the Muslim East Turkestan people. They've tried to rise up, in the last couple of decades, a couple of times to get recognized as their own state. They're ethnically different from the Chinese. Most of them don't speak Chinese. Most of them are Muslim. So Xi Jinping just deployed 1 million Communist Party cadre to move into every individual household in this area, across this wide span. Can you imagine the U.S. federal government does not have the resources to move 1 million members of the Republican Party into your house, every house in America to babysit you. But the Chinese are doing that. So on one hand, they're doing markets, a lot more markets, just like the Russians. But on the other hand, they're doing that type level of control. I think that the libertarian message is going to grow because, well, hell's bells, freedom is the answer, man. Capitalism by itself is obviously not the answer because you still have 100,000 people, disappearing in China in the last decades. People who were dissidents. That's 100,000 freaking people disappeared. But they're also one of the biggest capitalist economies in the world. So markets, like Pinochet, Pinochet, they all helicopter libertarians, all that stuff. That doesn't really work because you're still oppressing people, you're still killing people. The China cops are some of the best capitalists on the planet. They're still killing people. So it's not just trading, it's not just markets. It's about freedom and respect for humanity. Okay, any other questions before I stop pontificating?
Thank you, Zach.
All
right, 2 items before we get into the county committee reports. One reminder, Arizona Freedom Summit. Tickets are on sale. The Arizona Freedom Summit is going to be held February 8th and 9th at the ASU Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, located there on Taylor Street, Phoenix. The second item, Arvin Bora has asked for a few minutes to address the body. So Arvin, if you come on up, you're going to be given 5 minutes. That's all we got, because we're running late right now. So I got the timer on for you. So go for it. Okay?
Is there a mic?
There's a mic right there.
Excellent.
Hi guys, my name is Arvin Bora. I'm running for President of the United States of America. And has already been reported in Reason and a few other places, I've pledged that on my very first day, I'm going to pardon all nonviolent drug offenders, all nonviolent drug sellers, all nonviolent drug kingpins. In fact, I'm going to start, among the first people that I'm going to start is going to be a nonviolent drug kingpin by the name of Ross Ulbricht. I'll be pardoning him, I'll be pardoning Edward Snowden, and I'll be pardoning Julian Assange on my very first day. I've made it clear that my goal is to abolish the income tax. I've made it clear that I do not believe in the existence of government schools. I believe socialism has no place in Venezuela, no place in Cuba, and no place in the United States of America, and certainly no place in the most important thing that we do, which is education. But I want to talk a little bit, not just about my first day. I want to talk about before that. Because I'm seeking the nomination, which means I am seeking the right to be your representative to the entire country. I'm seeking the right, the privilege to speak on the behalf of libertarian policies, libertarian values, and libertarian culture. And you're going to hear two messages leading up to 2020. You're going to hear some people saying that we need to go in under the radar. We need to be invisible. And when we get in there, we're going to kind of be able to change things secretly from the inside. And let me tell you what I believe of that. I believe that culture and politics go together. I believe that this culture, if we ended the government today, that this culture would recreate this government by tomorrow. And if you don't believe me, over the last month, we've seen this culture clamoring for the return of this government. Not just the federal government, if you've been watching what's happening in California, even of government schools. That happens because we let it happen. I want to read a quote. I didn't realize who would be in the audience today, but I'm going to read this quote. As I see it, the Libertarian Party has gone far astray from its original mission. Somewhere along the way, our commitment to being the party of principle was replaced by a shallow, opportunistic goal of winning elections now. Any election, anywhere. Principles be damned. According to the proponents of this vision, we should back off from scary positions, tone down our rhetoric, find out what voters want, and tailor our message to what they want to hear. That was written by David Nolan, the founder of the Libertarian Party, and I could not possibly agree with any statement more. I'm not here to tone down our scary positions. I'm here to tone them up. I'm not here to make it easy for us to be libertarians. I'm here to invite political blowback. I'm not here to hide in silence and hope that our friends won't criticize us too much. I'm here to invite that. I'll tell you this, we complain a lot about being silenced by the media. But the simple fact is, we can't be silenced by anybody but ourselves. It is we who are choosing to avoid the hard discussions. One question that's come up a lot is, how do people know how someone like me, I've been on national TV a few times, how will I handle myself in those gotcha situations? We know what Bill Weld did. He endorsed Hillary. We know what Gary Johnson did, kind of took over himself. And people say, well, what will you do? And I'll tell you exactly what I'll do. You can see it. In the biggest interview of my life, it was me sitting next to to a legend, Governor Jesse Ventura. I was debating on a live feed the Green Party vice presidential candidate. This was election day. I'd never been in an interview this big. And I had a situation which was I couldn't hear the feed. I couldn't hear what my opponent was saying. And the reason that nobody knows, because even in that circumstance, I still fought for the libertarian message. I still talked about leaving NATO. I still talked about abolishing government schools. I still talked about abolishing income tax. And if you give me the chance to do that again, I will do that in 2020. If you support what I'm saying, I'm going to ask you for a few things. One, please go to votebora.com and either donate or join the campaign. We need volunteers. We have a bold, intense social media plan, but it does depend on quite a few volunteers. And the second thing is I ask any of you who are county chairs, who are county chairs and are willing to set up a Skype type thing to allow me to address your county, let them hear my message and decide for themselves. Thank you very much. My name is Arvin Bora. I'm running for president. My website is votebora.com. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, county reports. Vanity over here. Anybody here from Cochise? No? Coconino? Vila? Jeff?
I'm going to introduce my secretary treasurer up here in Vila County. He's a great author. He does newspaper articles for us monthly, pretty much. He does a great job. Larry Hoffenberg, sorry.
Thank you, Jeff. Just a couple of things first. I wasn't prepared to speak today, so Jeff kind of just dropped us on the while ago, so bear with me on that account. Also bear with me. I had a problem with asthma a couple of days ago. I'm not 100% fully recovered yet, so I'll be puffing a little bit here as I speak. I joined the Libertarian Party in 1980. Can anybody top that? Anybody? The presidential candidate was Ed Clark. The vice presidential candidate was actually more famous than Ed Clark. Anybody know who that is? One of the famous Koch brothers, David Koch. David Koch was the Libertarian candidate for vice president in 1980. And I've been struggling and suffering ever since, 38 years now. I moved to Payson, Arizona, Gila County, about 5 years ago. Before that, I lived in Colorado for 27 years. And I was on the Colorado State Party Board of Directors for 6 years. So I've seen the insides and the outsides of that struggle. And believe it or not, the party is making progress. It's painfully slow and steady, but I firmly believe that a strong national party starts with strong state parties, and strong state parties start with strong county parties. So everybody out there who's not active in your local county party, please give it some consideration and put some effort in there. That's where we got to start from the ground up. Okay, a couple of things that we've done here in Gila County. Jeff mentioned previously the rodeo. We had a really nice outreach booth set up, and we mentioned that we had a few little tricks and gimmicks to draw people in. One thing he didn't mention was another member of our party is a musician, and he brought his guitar to the booth and started just kind of playing along, and that drew people in, and we had a couple of young kids come in, and they had a little jam session with our professional musician, Bruce Wales is his name. So that's a good thing to do if you can come up with something unique to draw people in at your local outreach booth. That's helpful.
Larry. And we did it with 24 hours notice. We had tables, we had banners, we had all kinds of literature ready to go. The balloons, like I mentioned before. I mean, if you go to Gila AZLP website, there's some pictures of it, and if you look at that booth, you wouldn't believe we did it in 24 hours, that we got it manned, everything.
Yeah,
The permits,
I mentioned to Jeff, the booth that we set up in 24 hours was the best looking booth I've ever seen from a libertarian outreach group. So look at the photos on our website, AZLP.org. Every month we send out an email notice. We have about 190 email addresses for our members in Gila County. We just send them a little reminder about the meeting coming up, any particular items of interest or things that we've been doing, just keeping everybody informed as best we can by email. One thing that I do, Jeff mentioned I'm a writer, I'm a retired technical writer, and I also do a lot of corporate communications and news releases for corporate clients. And writing letters to the editor is a very effective tool that anybody out there can do. You don't need to be a professional, just put down your thoughts and send them in. Most, especially the small local newspapers, are starving for content. They will publish just about anything and everything that you submit. They will correct your grammar, they will correct any, they'll do a little bit of basic fact checking. In Gila County, the leading newspaper is the Payson Roundup. And the editor of that paper, who unfortunately just retired, he was a radical left-wing green environmentalist, progressive, call it what you want. But the newspaper is just filled with all of this left-wing stuff every week. And fortunately, I don't know if it's in the interest of balanced presentation or not, but they published almost every single letter to the editor that I sent in to them. Maybe 15 or 20 of them over the last 4 or 5 years. So letters to the editor will get the libertarian name out. And that's the other important aspect, aside from the content of what you're doing or what you're expressing. Sign off on your letter as chairman of XYZ County Libertarian Party. Get the libertarian name out there. People do recognize it. If they agree or disagree with the content of the letter, they'll see the libertarian name out there. Because we basically get zero media coverage locally, nationally. I like to tell people that Gary Johnson actually won the last election if the votes are measured based on the percentage of the media face time that the candidate got. Johnson got basically zero national media coverage, but 4 million actual votes compared to roughly 1 million hours of nonstop 24/7 coverage on Trump and I don't even call her Hillary, I call her CCM, Chelsea Clinton's mom. I won't even say her name, I respect her that much. Jeff and I and a couple other members have put up some new bylaws for our county group. We just basically approved them a couple of weeks ago. And hopefully Jeff can submit those to the board and we can use that as a model or a template for other county organizations. So we don't have to have everybody reinvent the wheel to get basic founding documents set out. This past election, we had a town council race, and one of our members, who is not really very active in the party, he doesn't come to our meetings or anything, but he ran for the town council, and unfortunately he came in third. There were 4 candidates running for 2 seats, and he came in third, and he lost by about 250 votes. The other interesting thing about our town council election was they had a runoff. It's kind of complicated. I don't remember all the details off the top of my head. But the person who eventually got elected was a write-in candidate. So write-in efforts, she put a lot of money into it. She had signs all over town and was on the radio all the time. So if that opportunity comes up, if you think you can get your people together, get some support, get some money to put up signs, that's enough to do it. Even though it's a nonpartisan race, it's worth the effort putting it in. The other thing that our candidate for town council did, he was the author of 2 propositions that basically had some checks and balances to all of the financing and operations of the town government. Proposition 401 and 402 basically requires taxpayer, a vote from the taxpayers in order to enter into leases over, I think it was $1 billion. I don't remember the amount off the top of my head.
I think it was, yeah.
But it's a check and balance against runaway government spending, which is desperately needed at all levels of government, state, local, federal. So anything that we can do to, even if we don't get elected, we can help put some restraints on the government. And one thing that we're trying to do, we haven't really had an opportunity to do yet, but just coincidentally, where we have our monthly meetings, the Tea Party also has their meetings on the same day and the same time. Now, we obviously don't agree with the Tea Party on 100% of everything, but there certainly are some issues that we can cooperate with them and try and muster enough critical mass on some issues to get public at least looking in our direction towards more freedom and lower taxes and some of the other things that the Tea Party does stand for. There is a good deal amount of overlap. So don't write them off totally. If you have an opportunity to work with the Tea Party or any other group of mutual interest, like if you have a normal organization or the NRA or Gun Owners of America, work with them on those specific issues and try and, like I said, get a critical mass to really push these issues that we as libertarians support. What else, Jeff?
That's pretty good. I think your timer went off anyways.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff mentioned our website, AZLP.org. If you're needing a website, this is something I put together. I'm a content editor more than a web developer, so it's not a real idealized kind of website, but if you want something to work with that's a WordPress website, and you feel free to clone it or adapt it to any of your needs. Any questions, comments?
We'll put the bylaws up there, so if somebody wants to copy them and then twist them around however you want for your county, because as far as I know as secretary here, we only have bylaws for what, Maricopa, Cochise, and Gila now. So we need bylaws from all the other counties. And if you've submitted them in the past, I didn't get them when I get the secretary records.
Question?
Yeah, I just wanted to take this step a bit farther. Letters to the editor back in the day before the computers and whatnot. I took a judge off the bench with letters to the editor. It was power. He just told the public what he was doing. And there's nothing more powerful than public pressure.
Yeah.
And the reason the Libertarian Party doesn't get any press is because they don't cause them trouble. You don't send hookers to DC to attack the president and this and that. You want some press, you have to cause some kind of trouble.
Yeah, just one other word on the letter to the editor. Most newspapers do have a policy. It can only be 300 words or whatever it is, or it's going to send a letter once a month. Adhere to what the rules are, because you don't want to be thrown out just because you violate their civil law.
Oh, by the way, I've been in Facebook jail 16 times.
I haven't had any luck with the Arizona Republic here in Phoenix. They publish very few letters, 2 or 3, seems like, I only read their Sunday paper. But my local paper, they'll publish 6, 8, 10 letters every edition, twice a week. So I think most local newspapers are sympathetic to anybody who will write a coherent sentence or express an opinion.
They like free content.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually work for Certified Publications, and so if anyone, ever has anything at all that can, fit on a piece of paper, I can give you my email. Just send it to me. I'll give it to all the correct people, get it on phoenix.org or sites like that Certified runs.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. Graham, Greenlee, and La Paz, I don't think anybody's here. Jim, Mayor Foco. Jim, you know who it is?
Brandon.
Oh, Brandon. Brandon's in. All right, good.
So we had our organizing meeting last month, and we elected our new board. I was elected chairman. Alan was also re-elected as treasurer. Emily was elected as secretary. We have a new first and second vice chair. Some of the goals that we've outlined for the next 2 years is basically trying to get our infrastructure in place. We're working on updating our website, making it so they can make donations on it, having up-to-date, accurate information on it. And then kind of going and springboarding off of participating locally, being active in city council, the legislature. One small example of that that happened the legislative cycle session was I reached out to a couple of lawmakers and was able to have them sponsor a bill to amend the state constitution to repeal Article 30. And it's nothing that's too huge, but basically Article 30 has a marriage prohibition against same-sex marriage, and with the Supreme Court ruling, it's no longer enforceable. So just basically take it off our books, but within Arizona state law, in order to amend the Constitution, you have to have it be deferred to the ballot, and in essence, basically, and so it was supported, and he sponsored it, and he again sponsored it again this past session. So it's HCR 2016. And just trying to find those things that if we're not in the legislature right now, we need to find those opportunities to be able to work with people who are in there to find those inroads that we can work with them. And that's pretty much all we have going on right now.
Very good. Thank you. Mojave. Yeah.
Just real briefly, we're in a very rural county in Mojave County, so there's 3 incorporated cities, so you can imagine the types of challenges that are pretty common in all the rural counties. Our last attempt at getting signatures for ballot access didn't quite go through, so as you saw in Robert's presentation, there's a plan to work towards that. Mainly is just getting the ballot access, gathering signatures for that ballot access petition. We still have just a relatively informal meeting every month, so just continuing to meet, and I'm trying to revise some good techniques for inspiring people. That's a challenge sometimes, but if anyone has any great ideas for that, I'm always open to that. But ballot access and just continuing to organize, gather people. That's where we're at in Mojave County.
Thanks, John. Navajo, anybody here from Navajo? Pima? Anybody from Pima? No. Vanilla? Tom?
Similar to Mojave, we previously tried to get ballot access and were unsuccessful. So here again, we're trying to start that up again this year. I don't know if anybody caught the numbers when Alan had them up, but we actually need like 2,000 signatures for ours. So we've got a pretty big task ahead of us with that. But all in all, thanks to what Jeff found, we are actually an officially formed committee now, so we've got that going for us. We've got 5 people, but they're 5 people who are dedicated and have been with us through the 2 years it's taken us to get to this point. And I know you guys here, the state party has done a lot helping me get to the point where I can even do the job as chair, because it's not something you just walk off the street and do. But yeah, that's pretty much where we're at.
Where do you guys normally meet each month?
It varies. Because we only have 5 people, and no matter where we meet, someone's driving for an hour to get there. We live in a big county. Scheduling becomes an issue, and if anybody can't make it, it's why bother having a meeting. So we really don't have set dates or set regularity because of that.
Any other questions for Tom? Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Santa Cruz, anybody from Santa Cruz? Yavapai, Tim?
Hello, everyone. I was not aware that I was going to be speaking today, but I'm glad that I am. This has been quite a roller coaster ride. I just registered to be a libertarian in 2016, and now I'm a county chairman. And, but seriously, I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be involved, and our county, we have our constitution and our bylaws that I will be submitting to you, Jeff, and
maybe. I haven't been elected again yet.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll work on that. But yeah, we do have our bylaws and we do have our constitution, and I'm working on organizing our monthly meetings so that we can get some momentum going in this county. And one of the things that I would like to do personally is just start knocking on doors of people that are registered as libertarians in our county, just to let them know that we actually have an interest there, and we want to see this party succeed and to accomplish great things, and I'm looking forward to being a part of that. Thank you.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Did you guys do some door knocking in your county last year?
I sent letters to the people in my precinct,
okay.
But there wasn't a whole lot. I had one person call me, and we talked for about 45 minutes about.
I was just curious because I did an event up in the AZLP when I was doing the work for governor, and I had somebody from the party actually knock on their door, and I was just like, yeah, I didn't know you guys were doing well. Somebody did.
So yeah, we're working on it.
Yeah, but no, it definitely stood out to that person. I think probably helped. One of the reasons why they came out was just one of those plastic things.
I think that was when we were organizing, one of our volunteers last year was going around recruiting the required number of precinct committee people to sign up, and it was for that.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's just a classic example, just of the basic blocking and tackling. I mean, that knock on that door caused that person to come to my event because someone actually showed up to talk to them.
You've got a set meeting date and time?
Not yet. I'm still working on it. I have to look at my calendar. I want to be able to keep it consistent.
Right. So in Maricopa, we do it the second Sunday of every month.
Okay. That's what I was looking at, having it on the fourth Sunday or whatever works. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Tim. Okay, I'll take off my AZLP chairman hat and sit down with the kind of party chairman.
Who are you that?
First of all, I'd like to introduce Leighton Pace, our treasurer, Leighton, and John Manning, our first vice chair. So last year in Yuma County, we did a party registration there at the Yuma County Fair during the first week in April, and we're going to do that again April 1, April 7. We are so close. We're at like 0.656%. That close to that 0.67 threshold. And we need to have that threshold met by October 1st. Otherwise, we got to go back to the drawing board of doing petitions all over again. We really don't want to do that. So we're going to be out there hustling at the Yuma County Fair and throughout the rest of this year to get over there, get over that threshold. I think we're going to need probably about 650, 660 registered Libertarian Party registrants in Yuma County to make it official. Other than that, that's all we're doing. That's all we got so far. That pretty much takes care of the county reports. All right, let's go back at 2 o'clock. What do you want?
Have you announced who's won anything yet?
Well, we don't need to announce. They can go check their tickets.
Okay.
Well, we're going to do some more drawings, so make sure you buy some more tickets. And we got some more drawings, so just check your ticket there. Don't forget to sign up for the committees. What else you got?
I got a request from Tom that his other state committeeman couldn't attend, but he wanted to nominate Richard to be their state committeeman for voting purposes, because we have the elections coming up after break.
Yeah, no, but we can't do this.
Because you can't.
No, I think the proxies have to be named.
Well, would it be a proxy?
Bylaws.
Yeah, they have to be elected at your county organizing meeting.
They have to be?
The only other way to vote would be by proxy, or they signed and notarized.
That's what I thought.
They're notary in the house.
Get your signatures
Well,
there
it's
free.
true. I mean, they're not present, so.
It's too late.
Okay.
But that's okay, I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's the request? I wanted to.
That's fine. Anything else before we go to break? Okay, see you back here at 2 o'clock, and we'll have our elections. And then we'll,
And I still have more delicious Girl Scouts.
oh yeah, Girl Scouts. So we're going to listen to our chair, too, our national chair.
You want me to vote for chair?
As you remember, last year I was upstate on my
That's
I call
call this phone number. He'll answer.
Well, it's been amazing. I mean, say, oh, Michael, not public. Someone your friends and family may not have the same settings. So they'd be like, oh, well, I got his page. And then you go back and find that person's page. They may not be publicly facing, but once you find a link to something else, I'm starting looking at the privacy with social media like that, like it just doesn't exist.
Which is why I open this
That's the same thing I'm saying, but then if you know the person's your dad or some other relative, you can find them.
I actually know that.
No, I again submitted an application yesterday for a judge.
It'd be nice if you were in.
I'm working on it. I realize that I like doing it because everything really I did write an email. I'm not getting much closer. Support of at least 4 or 5 if I'm not mistaken, I do know that we located the buildings 4 times. So that's fine. The tendency is we're not professionally in the business. Exactly. So we're kind of doing like a voice design. Good job. Exactly. And a lot of people have what's natural. I'm not sure if there's any send me for so I can support. It's awesome. Can somebody go out in the hall here and walk everybody back in here? You may have to leave. Yeah, come on in again. You got lots to do. We're almost done here.
Yeah, probably. I don't have to double check the other part of this. Sorry, we talked about that.
Does your phase have the, voice for the
Okay, we're going to finish up the business. We listen to a couple of great speakers. Remember to take your seats, please. So with the next
I lost my frequency. Yes,
Okay, everyone take your seats, please. We got some witnesses up here. Thank you. Everybody, take your seats. We're going to go and get out of here earlier. You wanted to stick around till 6 o'clock? That's it. So anyway, we're at the election of officers portion of the meeting here. Just to remind you, I'm your current chairman. Our current secretary is Jeff Daniels. He's been running around checking and turning on and off mics and whatever else he's been doing. Our treasurer has been Robert Templeton over here. Our first vice chair is Kevin, right here. Jonathan Winder, second vice chair in the back. And our assistant secretary, Emily Goldberg. And our assistant treasurer has been Leila Alcee. So those are your current officers. Anybody can nominate anyone for any office. The offices of chairman, secretary, and treasurer, which are statutory offices, have to be filled by state committee. The offices of first vice chair, second vice chair, assistant secretary, and assistant treasurer can be filled by any, what is it, Class A? I never understood that. In other words, any registered libertarian in the state of Arizona. So, the way we'll do this, the chair will entertain nominations from the floor. And our current secretary here is going to write the names on the whiteboard together. Is that right, Jeff?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so we'll start with the chairman, and we'll work our way through the offices. So the chair will entertain a motion or entertain a nomination on the floor for chair. Robert.
I nominate Howard Blitz.
I second. Okay.
You don't need a second, by the way.
Oh.
So
Howard Blitz has been nominated for chairman.
Can you accept?
And I accept. Any other nominations from the floor for chair? Really? Seriously? Robert?
Yeah, I motion we close our meeting at this time.
Okay. Why did you just say we vote by acclamation?
Well, notice
there's always an option.
Oh, that's true, that's true. Ooh, yeah, put a note up there, will you? That gal may just get elected, who knows? Okay, so it's Howard Blitz and Northern.
I move for, a suspension of the rules to vote by acclamation.
Move the second that we vote by acclamation for the chairmanship. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Then vote for none of the above, for crying out loud.
Give me that option. That was just my acclamation.
Okay, well, Now you get the vote. Okay, all in favor of Howard Woods being chairman of AZLP?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay, those opposed?
No.
Okay, good.
Why didn't you
Got it. One of them. Okay.
Are you serious? Can I write that? One notice.
All right, Howard Woods is your chairman for this coming year.
2 years.
For the 2 years, I guess. It's not a 1 year. 2 years. Okay, secretary. The chair will entertain nominations from the floor for secretary. Robert?
I nominate Jeff Daniels.
Thank you.
Jeff Daniels, and he accepts? Yes. Okay. Jeff accepts. Any other nominations? I can see this is going to be an easy. This is going to only take about 10. We're going to do that in real time. I can see this. And Robert. Robert?
I'm going to close the nominations.
Moved.
Sorry.
To close the nominations. Second?
I second.
Moved and second that we close the nominations. All in favor of closing the nominations?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the nominations are closed, so we have Jeff Daniels and Noda for secretary. All in favor of Noda?
We have to move to suspend the rules again.
Okay, it's been moved.
Second.
We have a second to suspend the rules and vote by acclamation, Jeff Daniels to the office of secretary.
So I just want to note that, motion.
Well, you gotta vote first. We gotta vote.
You made it motion.
I made a
twice.
motion.
And somebody else-
I second it. Back to now to vote to.
You did both?
Brandon second.
You did both, or just one?
He seconded my motion.
Both of them?
Yes.
Emily?
I think this is a point of order. I think that I need to cover this election because Jeff is the nominee.
Oh, okay.
So,
That might be a good idea. Because he made quite some figures in favor of Noda.
It becomes conscription,
Okay, all in favor of,
quiet, because you want to talk conscription. I'm coming for you.
all in favor of voting by acclamation, Jeff Daniels to secretary,
Or no?
or no.
Be quiet.
All, and we're just voting in suspension of the rules, so all those in favor of suspending the rules right now?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we get to vote. Now you get to vote. All in favor of Noda being our secretary, raise your hand. All in favor of Jeff being the secretary? Oh, you vote for Jeff. That's not.
I was waiting for that comment.
18. I got 18.
We only have 17 votes.
As a reminder, only the state committeemen should be voting.
Yes, that's correct.
That's a point of order.
Okay, the chair will take now we'll take nominations for treasurer from the floor. Kevin?
I nominate Robert.
Robert Pemberton has been nominated for treasurer. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations?
There was no second.
There's no second. So Robert Pemberton has been nominated for treasurers. So we have Robert Pemberton and Noda. All in favor of Noda? No.
We have to
One vote for
We have to
Noda.
close nominations.
Yeah, we're just getting
You don't have, we didn't get any nominations. So all in favor, one vote for Noda, all in favor of Robert being the treasurer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
All right, Noda loses again. Okay. Nominations will now be taken for first vice chair. We want to nominate. Lee?
I'll nominate Kevin Clark.
All right.
I appreciate the nomination, but I am going to decline any nominations due to time constraints. So somebody else is going to get to sit in this chair in a few minutes.
Okay. Any nominations for the floor? For first vice chair, Robert?
Yeah, I nominate Jonathan Winder.
Okay. John? Any other nominations? All right. All in favor of Nona being our first vice chair? All in favor of John being our first vice chair? Okay. Jonathan is elected. And now the chair will entertain nominations from the floor for second vice chair. Any nominations for second vice chair? Robert?
I nominate Michael Shipley.
Okay. Shipley?
Do we know whether he's gonna?
Yes, I've talked to him about it.
But he's not here today?
He's homesick.
All right. Any further nominations from the floor? Okay.
If anybody wants to stand up too, by the way, we didn't mention that.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have to be nominated.
You can nominate yourself.
You can nominate yourself.
And you don't have to be a state committeeman to run for vice chair either.
No, you don't need to be these offices that we're voting on now, you don't need to be a state committeeman.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Any other nominations? Yes, Jim.
I'll nominate Adam.
Adam, for second vice chair? Okay.
Now
Adam Kokesh?
Adam's okay? Yeah. Is that correct?
I decline.
You decline? Alright. Any other nominations? Okay. All in favor of Nona for second vice chair, please raise your hand. 1, 3. Okay. All in favor of Mike Shipley being second vice chair?
9.
All right, congratulations, Mike Shipley. Chair will entertain nominations from the floor for assistant secretary. Robert?
I nominate Emily Goldberg.
Any other nominations from the floor?
I accept.
That was you.
Yeah, I heard her. I heard her. Okay, all in favor of Nona for assistant secretary, raise your hand. All in favor of Emily Goldberg for assistant secretary, raise your hand. All in favor of this music we shut up. Okay, you need to silence your phones for about another hour, okay? Just silence.
There's Yuma people.
Yeah. We like to make a statement. Okay, assistant treasurer. Nominations from the floor for assistant treasurer. Robert.
I nominate Marge Tendler.
Robert. Any other nominations from the floor?
Marge, you accept?
How much work is it going to be?
Absolutely none.
I
Plus, you're already on the bank account, so it makes it.
Right, you're already out of the bank account. You got it. Okay, all in favor of Nona for assistant treasurer? All in favor of Mark? Perfect. All right, congratulations, Marge Tendler, Emily Goldberg, Mike Shipley, John Winder, Robert Pepperton, Jeff Daniels, and Howard Bliss for the positions of assistant secretary, assistant treasurer, assistant secretary, second vice chair, first vice chair, treasurer, secretary, and chairman, respectively. Congratulations, all. Yes, we we are.
Well, I'm sorry, well, I went through all the effort to print these stupid ballots.
I was just saying back there, Jeff, put together great official ballots.
Now, that does not mean that our national chair and political consultant LNC member Evan McCann have 3 hours to talk to. So I'm going to please welcome the LNC chairman, Nicholas Sarwark, and political consultant LNC member Evan McCann to today's. I might add, today's theme is coming together, building a libertarian future. And I'd like for these guys to discuss with us how we can do this. And I figure these two guys would be the ones that would be able to at least convey some great suggestions, ideas, philosophy on how this can happen. So I appreciate them both being here and taking the time to visit with us today. Nick, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start just because I know Evan would like some coffee, and you'll like Evan a lot better if he has some coffee. I got mine first. I missed that one. I missed it. So I'm Nicholas Sarwark. I'm chairman of the Libertarian National Committee. I've been in that position since 2014. I think I'm the first 3 consecutive term chairperson the party's had. There's no pressure at all. But as of 2018, I'm coming up on 20 years in the Libertarian Party this coming month, and 2018 was the first time I ran for public office. And I've been encouraging people to run for public office going back decades. It's different when you do it. And I wanted to address some of the things that I learned, some of the things I observed, with that perspective of having been a candidate myself. It gave me a little bit different picture of it, and ways that the Arizona Libertarian Party can improve moving forward. Evan, are you gonna, oh, you're just working? So I don't like it when he's behind me like that. Seating is scary. You sit on the power strip? Go ahead. So that's what I wanted to talk about. Evan, what do you want to talk about?
Hello, everybody. So I'm Evan McMahon. I'm actually a former LNC member. I don't currently serve on the LNC. I was elected to the LNC when Nick was elected as chair. But prior to that, I spent several years working for the LNCC, the Libertarian National Campaign Committee, around the country, helping libertarians get elected, organize their campaigns, as well as working with county parties to create an activist movement within their community that could help sustain local candidates. So that's what I want to talk about, is how Arizona can move forward, become one of the strongest affiliates in the country by tapping into the activism base that we have here and turning them into people who are ready to go out and campaign for actual candidates so that we can get elected and change things from within. So that's what I want to talk about today. And having run his campaign here in Phoenix, having that perspective of seeing where the party here has already made a lot of ground and things that need some improvement, and kind of getting that sense of what we can do differently and or better.
You don't like being shot at by lights? So I want to start, does anyone know how many libertarians voted for me for mayor of Phoenix?
How many libertarians?
How many libertarians?
What was that?
Wasn't it like 3,000?
Evan, do you remember?
How many libertarians?
Libertarian registered voters that voted for me for mayor.
Well, I mean, we can make some assumptions.
But how many libertarians voted in the mayoral race?
In the mayoral race, it was what, 7,000? 6,000?
It's less than that, like 3,700, wasn't it?
No, that actually voted in the race. Or cast a ballot in that cycle. We don't know if they actually voted for you or not.
Okay.
It's an anonymous vote.
Let's say it's 4,000 libertarians, because that's a rough number, it's probably pretty close. I got 40,000 votes. 41,000 votes. Evan's very tough. That's roughly a little over 10% of the vote. First time running for office against 2 incumbent city council members and somebody with the Maricopa County Republican Party machine behind it, who had previously been elected to a high school board. So it's not that bad for a first go-round. That's neither here nor there. The most important part of that is roughly 1/10 of my vote came from people who already identified as libertarians. So 90% of my voters were people who had never voted for a libertarian before, or if they had, they never chose to identify as libertarian, register libertarian, become part of the Libertarian Party. They just thought that the issues that we were addressing in the mayoral campaign of being fiscally responsible with Phoenicians' money, not giving out, I don't know, $150 million to the Suns owner. Not that the city council would ever do that. Things like that were really resonating. And that's the key takeaway that I took from the campaign that I wanted to share with everybody else here in Arizona and around the country, which is when you decide to run for office, find those issues that are resonant with the community that you're in, either the state legislative district, congressional, senate. Find issues that are not being addressed by the other campaigns and the other candidates and stick to those issues. You can be as hardcore as you want as a libertarian, but don't talk to people about stuff that they don't want to hear. Because when you go and address very controversial issues on social media or in news stories, you can get attention, which will then get you a large social media following, will get you some buzz. But every person who says, comes up to you after an event and says, you're the only one talking about criminal justice reform in Phoenix and the way that we have so many officer-involved shootings, I really care about that issue, I want to volunteer on your campaign, that's worth somewhere between 100 and 1,000 social media followers. Every person who will go out and knock on doors is invaluable to you, and if you don't have that infrastructure, it doesn't matter how much buzz you get. You need people who are not in this room. You need people who don't care about libertarian principles. They don't care about the ideas, but there are issues that their elected representatives or your opponents aren't going to talk to. And you build a coalition of those people who may not agree with each other on very much, but they agree with you on something that's important enough for them to actually take some time or take money out of their wallet to support your campaign. That is critical, and what I've seen is a lot of our candidates get excited to run for office because of things they believe about liberty or about the principles, and they just push what they're interested in and they don't listen to what their community members are interested in. And if you look at our successful campaigns, people like Jeff Hewitt, who's now one of the elected supervisors of Riverside County, California, he did a very bold libertarian thing in creating his own fire department in his city to get away from the bloated California fire service that was not serving his community well. But he focused on stuff like that was resonant with the county, and he didn't talk about national issues. He didn't talk about like hot topic social issues. He talked about what people in his county wanted, and he also did something that we didn't get to do on the mayoral campaign, and it is a lesson learned for me. He commissioned some polling of people in his district to ask them what's important to you, and identify these are the issues that are biggest for the people in my area, and just talk about those. The biggest takeaway from the campaign is, even more so than I thought before it, it's not about you. It's not about us. It's about the people that are it's their votes and whether or not they're willing to come along on this journey with us. That's up to them, that's not up to us. So you have to kind of swallow your own ego, let go of maybe your favorite issue is guns or immigration or the drug war or whatever. If that's not what plays in your council district or your congressional district, you need to talk about things that interest them Which is not to say that you ever duck a question if somebody asks you directly about that other issue. You give the honest answer, but then you pivot back to what your neighbors care about.
We've all heard the expression politics is local, right? What that actually means is local to the individual. It's actually politics is personal. So if you come and talk to me about selling the airport or closing down the signs, but I have potholes in front of my neighborhood, in front of my street. If I have a police department that takes 45 minutes to respond to a burglary in progress, I don't care about the airport. I care about the fact that I don't have a street light in my neighborhood and 3 of my neighbors have been mugged. I care about how much my water bill is because I have to pay it. Those are the things that I care about. I really don't care about what happens in DC. It's cool on TV and it gets you angry, but at the end of the day, what happens in your front yard is more important than what happens in DC, right? That affects you more. So that's what people actually care about. A few years ago, there were a lot of surveys that went out, national polling groups that asked people what their #1 concern was. And across the board, the vast majority of people, to the tune of over 80% of people, said education was the #1 most important issue. The second most important issue was jobs. And mind you, this was before the 2008 recession. But yet, if you looked at how many people actually voted for school boards, the number was abysmal. So it's not actually your most important issue. It's what you say is important when somebody's polling you. But when it actually comes time to pay attention to the things or do something about it, it's the thing that immediately impacts you today. So if you're running for water board, you probably don't need to be talking about ending the drug war or ending, interventionism overseas. You need to be talking about what is the impact on the water board for you. How does it impact your life in your home, and what can I do to make it better for you? Years ago, there was somebody named Birch Pye in Indiana. I'm from Indiana, I'm a Hoosier. Birch Pye was in the Senate. Birch Pye is beloved in Indiana. Birch Pye was an idiot. We have lots of Congress critters that are idiots and never really do anything for their district. But when they're beloved, you can almost always look back and see that it was because they knocked on their door and said, my name's Birch, what can I do to make your life better? What can I do to make your life easier? And even as a Democrat, he said, what can I do to make government less on you? That was a Democrat. Because of that, son became senator from Indiana, was a governor, also an idiot. Also named Evan, unfortunately. But those things matter. It's about connecting with the person, knocking on the door, and saying, what can I do to make your life better? And then listen. We knocked on over 1,000, and when I say we, Nick knocked on over 1,000 doors running for mayor. Just him. That's not including the work that the rest of us did, like Brandon and Emily, myself, Robert, Mike Shipley, who knocked on significantly more doors. We'll go right there. But Nick actually knocked on doors and introduced himself and then would ask, what do you see working or not working in Phoenix? What's working for you? What can the government do better? Not, let me tell you what's wrong with Phoenix and what I'm going to do better, but instead, I want to hear from you what's going on. And for the most part, he listened. Not always, but for the most part. But so, that's the fundamental important thing, is getting out there and finding out what people actually care about. But to do that, you actually have to have a good network of people. And that was one of the things that I saw as kind of something that was lacking here in Arizona, was people being willing to go out and knock on doors. It's hard to get volunteers to go out. It's also 116 degrees in this hellhole. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't factor that in my campaign plan when I came out here. Moving forward, weather will be something I check regularly before taking on a position on a campaign. But one of the things that we need as a party here in Arizona to help us with that is we need more people that are able to go out and actually do things. Posting on Facebook, posting on social media, drawing attention to issues. It's easy to send out thousands of invites on social media, which does help. It does have its place. But actually going out and physically hanging door hangers, knocking on doors, doing a sign wave, those types of things, those actually matter the most. And that was the hardest thing to get. And part of that is because of the weather, because of the distance, 518 square miles to Phoenix. It's a lot of ground to cover. But it's also because we're a small group. Let's be honest about where we are. We're not a huge network of folks. And so I think we need to be building on some of the things that Arizona has been doing to grow that base of volunteers that are willing to go out and knock on doors and sign wave. And the way you do that is by giving them something else to do. If I come to you and I've just met you, Leighton, and I said, hey, Leighton, it's great, welcome to the party. Come walk 20 doors in my neighborhood with me in 116 degree in the blaring sun at noon. Sounds like fun, right? No, I have to hook you with something else first. And what a lot of people have success with is some of the, Mike Shipley, I wish he was here today. I miss that Mohawk. Doing that, and Michael Kilsky does this as well. Up at the Upper Crust Pizza, the Capital L Nights, those events are fun. They're fun ways to talk about liberty, they're fun events, they're socializers. That gets people more involved and more committed to coming. And if I can get you to say yes to a couple of events early on that are fun, then I can get you to say yes to the event that sucks. That's, soul stealing and heat stroking. It's a lot easier to get that later. But we need more of those. And considering how many doors we have to knock on, total for the campaign, we knocked on over 25,000 doors, just in Phoenix. And that wasn't enough. That's not how many we wanted to knock on. That's less than half than what we wanted to knock on. But that's what we were able to do. And because of that, that's why we got the 41,000, almost 42,000 votes, is because of knocking on doors, going to events, and doing those things. But we need more of it. And it can't be 5 people doing it. So we need more events, more fun things, more socializers, more community engagement activities. In my home state right now, we have 4 counties that opened up a food bank. 4 separate counties. Because their local food banks were closing. So they got together, they're going to grocery stores, they're going to churches, they're collecting food, and they're opening food banks. They're doing it without the government's permission. They're not doing it as a church, they're just doing it. And if you're hungry, come here and get food. People like that. It's a good thing to be involved in. And if I can get you involved in that, then I can get you to go and knock on a door for a candidate. But we gotta get those people involved first by those events. Giving you something else to do, something that's fun to do, that you wanna do. And then we'll make you do the crappy thing after that.
Well, and that ties into something, if we want to convince our neighbors that we should be entrusted with the power of government, regardless of, ideology, if we want to be the person that maybe they don't agree with us on anything, but they're like, that's the guy I think I want to have, be the mayor, be the council member, be the congress member, I trust them. We have to do the things that show our values and not just talk about what our values are. And I've seen that be effective on the local scale. We did 2 cleanups in Sunny Slope, and a lot of the other politicians that were running would go up there, hold a pair of gloves, have a t-shirt on, give a little speech at the beginning before everyone goes out and picks up trash, and then go, I got another event, so I gotta, bounce right now, and let everyone else go pick up trash. Well, Evan and I would stay for the whole cleanup. We would go and, we were digging syringes out of canals with,
fun times.
what is her name? Pappas, Petsis?
Yeah.
Kathy.
Pepsis.
Anyway, so she shows up in her dress with her jewelry and everything, and the other lady that was running Sims shows up in, you know, like leggings and a t-shirt. So you're looking at her and going, Sims, this is the lady that's gonna go and clean up stuff. She's all dressed in her grubbies. She was the one that bounced.
Immediately.
Pappas Petsis goes out and looks like she is ready to go to a Republican women's event, and she's digging through alleys with me, and like we're climbing into a canal to pick up dirty syringes in Sunny Slope. And that resonates with people. When you show them who you are, you don't tell them who you are. And we've had great success during the partial government shutdown, because in addition to shutting down a bunch of agencies no one likes, like TSA and IRS, and, you know, people are like, oh, well, you know, you don't really need to open those back up. They also shut down the National Park Service, and people really do enjoy the national parks, places like the mall, by the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., Yosemite, and places like that, and they were getting dirty. So libertarians around the country just got together, started by the Northern Virginia and D.C. parties. They said, we're just gonna go clean up the National Mall, send out maybe a press kit when you go and clean up the National Mall, and then all of a sudden we're getting credit all over the country for being not the people who are complaining or saying they're running things wrong, but being the responsible adults and community stewards who say, you know what, no one else is cleaning up the trash needs to be cleaned up. The federal government obviously is not able to do that, and the people who run it aren't able to even open the place. We have hands, we have garbage bags, we can go do this thing and just show people who we are and not get into the political debate, because the political debate comes later and more organically if they know what kind of person you are, if you show them how much you care. One of the things that I think that we can do in 2019 and 2020 in Arizona is we are fighting the signature requirements. We did go from being an easy ballot access state to being a medium hard ballot access state. The legal challenge is well and good, but we need to take this and make it an opportunity. You know, we need to look around to all the legislative districts that are around the state and run as many candidates as possible and put in the groundwork to activate the registered libertarians to get the bulk of those signatures that are required, get back to going door to door and having walk lists, because then that builds into the campaign. If you can go out and get most of your signatures from registered libertarians, they know there's a candidate running, and they're interested in getting something done. You know, we talked to a lot of people who said, you know, I've been a libertarian for a long time, but I never saw a lot of activity. Now that I see activity, I want to get involved, I want to get engaged. But we need to build up those muscles as a party so that we are more of a threat than we've been seen as. What the Republicans and the Democrats have seen in this state is all it takes is one really good bill where they, you know, multiply your signature requirements 10 times and then they fold. You know, we have to push back on that, and it's hard, but we can do it if we have a plan, if we organize, if we have a budget, you know, for whatever supplemental petitioning has to be done with paid petitioners, but we just have a plan for success. If we start showing up, they're gonna want to change the law. They're going to want to start doing things to get our policy preferences in place to try and lower our motivation to run for office. You know, even not winning, you know, I came in 4th in the mayoral campaign. If you watch any of the TV coverage of the Suns deal or the water deal, my wife keeps poking me at night when she watches the news and says, they're saying all the things that you said during the campaign. They're stealing your lines. They're, you know, Kate Gallego's saying we shouldn't give money to sports teams. What the hell? That was your thing. That's good. We want them to steal our lines. We want them to take our policy preferences and implement them, because then we can go back to our normal lives and they can do all the work. You know, we have an opportunity to bring people together, but it does come back to the fact that at the stage we're at as a party and as a movement, we cannot do it ourselves. We are not self-sufficient. We need help. We need to be able to leverage the help of interested parties who want to assist us either financially or with their volunteer time. We need to welcome them, and we need to make sure that we are talking to them about the things they agree with us about, and if there are things that they don't agree with us about, that maybe we don't mention those things so often when we're, encouraging them to volunteer and help out in our campaign. We have to build coalitions that come from a wide spectrum. Every office has people who are not being heard, people who are being ignored by their politicians. And if we address those issues, like on the national level, if we address the national debt and say we want to get government spending down below the amount that the government takes in, just for starters, let's spend less money than comes in the door. That's an untapped market. And the people in this country really want that kind of fiscal responsibility, and the politicians are way over here, far, far away from them. We can pick up that coalition and use that to build out, and some of those people will become libertarians. That's the other thing. We have to accept that not everybody's going to want to be a libertarian, but a lot of people who don't want to be libertarian might be okay with having a libertarian be their mayor or their congressman. So it's about the voters, it's about what they want, and us finding ways that we already align with them, and then focusing on the point of alignment and not pushing them real hard on trying to make them align in ways that they don't already fit.
Does anybody in here know who Charlie Earl is, by any chance? Charlie Earl. He was a gubernatorial candidate in Ohio a few years ago, and that was actually when John Kasich pushed to have the law changed, ballot access laws in Ohio, that stripped Charlie Earl from being on the ballot that year. And the reason why that happened was Charlie Earl was a former state senator who served 2 terms as a Republican. And he ran on term limits, and he promised that he would not seek re-election if he served 2 terms. And sure enough, at the end of the 2nd term, he said, I said I wouldn't serve another term. I believe in term limits, and he did not run for re-election. He was a hardcore fiscal conservative, but was also fairly socially tolerant. He'd switched parties years earlier and was active with the Libertarian Party in Ohio for many years. Then he decided to run for governor, and he was going to be running against Kasich. And across the state, he was being heralded by Tea Party groups who were not fans of the Libertarian Party in Ohio prior to Charlie Earl. But they looked at him and said, this is somebody that we can actually trust. If he says something, we know he's going to do it. So while they may not have liked all of his positions, they believed him. And they believed that he was doing what he felt was right. And so he would go around and he would speak. And this is as somebody who was 100 libertarian on the Nolan chart. He was talking about open immigration. He was talking about ending the drug war. 2 Tea Party groups. But he would mostly talk about the fiscal side of things and how horribly the state was being run in Ohio. The Medicaid, Medicare expansion that was going on at the time. So Charlie Earl had the huge support from the Tea Party groups, and that was why they stripped Ohio of the ballot access, because that was the closest they had come in the Midwest to having a libertarian elected to a statewide office. If Charlie Earl had been on that ballot, it would have come down to a recount, because the Republican Party was so divided over it. The point being, no one in Ohio at the time in the LP would consider going and meeting with Tea Party groups. I lobbied for marriage equality with the gay community for many years, and my best groups were Tea Party groups. I loved going to Tea Party groups to talk about gay equality, which a lot of people would think is crazy. But what I would do is I would pull out the tax returns of 2 men who would be legally married in Massachusetts, but as far as the federal government was concerned, weren't. So they were losing all the tax protections. And that's what I would talk to them about. I wouldn't talk to them about anything else, just about taxes. There's a lot more I could say about it, but if I know you're concerned about being taxed enough already, well, that's what I'm going to talk to you about. And that's what we can do better, like Nick was saying. If you're going in and you're talking to a group of progressives, you know, Nick did this beautifully to the point where the two progressive candidates in the mayoral race got booed at a group of, the group was made up of the trans community, the LGBT community, which this is trans, let's see, there were immigration groups, Poder in Action. I mean, this is the group that instead of clapping, they snapped their fingers. So you know that's how far it was. We're booing the Democrats, and a woman got up and in Spanish said to Nick, "If the election was held today by the people in this room, Mr. Sarwark, you would be our mayor." It was because he was talking about the injustices of the police. The fact that the counselors would not be held accountable to police violence and profiling in the community. That they were going back on everything that they had said to get elected and now refuse to answer those questions because they didn't want to be held accountable to them. But he didn't go in there and start talking about how taxation is theft. He didn't go in there and talk about gun rights. He didn't go in there and talk about the things that are going to turn them off instantly. He went in there and he spoke their language. He spoke from the heart, and he made sure they understood him. And that's what we need to do and we need to focus on. It's speaking the vocabulary of the group that you're in front of, speaking to them. Don't lie. Don't ever, ever lie. Because if you lie, you're just another Republican or Democrat, by opinion. Don't lie. But speak to them and speak to what concerns them. Does that make sense to everybody?
Can I ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay, planning and zoning commissions exist. Okay? The Arizona Constitution authorizes the state of Arizona to provide education for everybody in the state of Arizona. Okay? How do you, as a libertarian, run a campaign and or even hold the office of Yuma County Board of Supervisors, Yuma City Council, state legislator, state senator person? How do you do that when that is adverse to the libertarian philosophy? How do you do that?
Yeah, so, did you see him? He took the microphone,
I know
and as soon as you were halfway through your question, it started to move back to me.
Well, he gave it to the pro. We know who the one.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
but that I wrestle with that all the time. As I'm sure a lot of other people do too.
yeah, so let's start on a fundamental level. If the existence of an office so offends you that it violates your moral core, that I'll use a personal example.
Yeah.
A lot of people suggested coming out of law school that I should try and get a position as a prosecutor. I think prosecutors do fine work sometimes. I am not temperamentally or philosophically or ethically suited to be a prosecutor. I do not have the capacity to put other people in cages. I would not seek that office, nor would I take that office should I be elected to that office. That's not for me. But there are other people who are good libertarians that that's for, because their moral compass is not so offended by the existence of the office that they can do the job, and they can do the job well, and they can try and bring a libertarian philosophy and a philosophy of trying to do a good job for their community, a philosophy of trying to minimize the harm of an office that might otherwise be exceedingly harmful, and make it kind of benign and not so much of a problem.
Or sandbag even, right?
Or sandbag. I don't really support the sandbagging, sabotaging from within thing, because it goes back to the whole dishonesty. If you get caught lying, you look real bad, and I don't think you're a nice person.
Openly, honestly, there's a way.
Yeah, there's a way. But so if you are a business owner, or you are a realtor, or you're somebody who just watches the property values go really wacky in your community due to a bunch of zoning and planning decisions that just suck and are stupid, or are handouts to people who are well connected,
I think it's perfectly ethical, and I think that you would get a lot of traction saying, look, I want to be the zoning and planning commissioner. I will promise you that I'm going to deal with everyone even-handedly. I'm going to be above board. Everything's going to be public. I'm going to try and make the best decisions for the community. It's not going to be based on who you know or which lobbyist you hired. And I will explain every vote that I take. If you just do that, you don't have to talk about any libertarian philosophy or platform stuff or any, the fact that zoning shouldn't even be a thing. You will earn the trust of your neighbors because you're looking out to try and make your community better. If the people of Arizona, in defining our Constitution, decided they wanted as near as free as possible an education for everybody, we may think that that was a bad choice at the inception, and that part of the Constitution might ought to be changed. But as of right now, that's the consensus of what people want, and frankly, the way that system is running is not so good. There's a lot of crony capitalism involved in the state university system. The regents, I don't think, do a good job of really being responsible with the taxpayers' money. And I think there's a lot of intellectual dishonesty that people use to avoid reducing tuition and avoid making it so that education is more affordable. That's a laudable goal, to have people be able to be educated for the lowest amount of money possible. That's a very positive thing. It's part of the reason that socialism is, at least in some form, becoming popular in this country, is that people want to be educated and they don't want to be stuck in debt for the next 25 years to do it. There are libertarian ways to get towards that solution without violating people's rights, or violating people's rights less than they are right now. And so I think it's worth doing if you have that sense of community service. That's the other thing. If you are the kind of libertarian that just wants the government to leave everyone the hell alone, and so you can go back to doing your own thing and not have people up in your business, give money to candidates, knock on doors for candidates, help them gather petition signatures, do all those things. Maybe don't run, because that's going to come across. And what a lot of the voters are going to say is, I don't feel like you really care about the community. And if that's true, that's maybe not the best spot for you. A lot of life is figuring out what you're good at and what you're not good at. A lot of success is the things that you decide not to do. I decided not to be a prosecutor. That's worked really well for me. Yes.
On that note, what you're good at, what you're not good at, I'm good at helping people get elected to office. I am crap at helping them run that office. So the reason why I took the microphone when you mentioned the zoning board was because it's one of my favorite things. I love the planning commission and the zoning board. I think that they should be in every city, because that is the greatest opportunity you have to find your next candidate, or to find your next activist or volunteer. When I was going around the country helping county parties create a program for development, one of the things that I would say is you need to have somebody who has a name tag that says that, my name's Evan McMahon, County Libertarian Volunteer, or coordinator or something. It's a nice little badge, little magnetic thing that costs $5, and a stack of business cards that has my contact info on it. And I go to planning board meetings and commission meetings and zoning meetings and school board meetings and anything that's government. I go to that little meeting, township advisory board, county commissioners, whatever it is. I go there and I listen for the person who's about to get screwed over by the county, by the city, by the township. And I introduce myself. And I say, hi, Mr. Layton, my name is Rick Man. I just heard what happened to you, and that really sucks. I'm with a political group here in town, and I would love for you to come and share your story about what just happened and what you've been facing. Maybe some of our people can get together to help you and get some people in your neighborhood to sign your petition, and let's see if we can help you out. But I'd like to invite you to come and speak at our next meeting. He's going to be a libertarian in a couple of days, guaranteed. He's going to come. We're going to, because we love hearing stories from people about getting screwed over by the government. That's Christmas morning. So we're engaged and we're going to be asking him questions, and some of the people in the room are going to want to help him go and circulate his petition. They're going to go knock on a door for him because it's this guy who's getting crushed by the yoke of government. His family's going to hear about this group of crazy, nut jobs who helped him out. They kept screaming in the Fed and taxation stuff. I didn't get that, but they helped me go and speak at the zoning board. Win or lose, we were there in his corner. That works. It's going to get him on board. It's going to get his friends and family. His coworkers are going to hear about it. And so when somebody says, even if he doesn't become, a hardcore, yellow and black libertarian marching down the street, the Guy Fawkes mask on, when somebody talks about the upcoming presidential election, he's going to mention a libertarian candidate. When he's talking about something that's happening in local government, he's going to talk about the Libertarian Party. He's going to mention those things because we were there for him. We helped him with his thing. So that's what got me really fascinated. That's why I was excited, because those are my favorite places in the world to go to, because we meet candidates and activists there all the time.
Right, but being on the planning and zoning board is one thing, okay? And I'm not sure I could even sit on that, because my attitude of following Nick's lead here in terms of what I should be doing and what I shouldn't be doing. But the planning and zoning board then recommends to the county board of supervisors or to the city council, okay, here's what we got before us. The city council is supposed to vote on it, the county board of supervisors is supposed to vote on it. Well, if I'm a county board of supervisor, or I'm a city councilman, I'm looking at this thing and my attitude is, well, first of all, this guy shouldn't even have to ask permission to do what he's doing, okay? My attitude is, I'm just going to give it. I'm going to say, yeah, he can do it. I'll do that probably 100% of the time. Maybe. So I can't quite get it in my mind how a libertarian can run.
It has happened. In Indianapolis, 2 libertarians were appointed to the zoning board in Indianapolis. Brad Kloppenstein and Tim McGuire. Tim McGuire is the state chair now. Brad Kloppenstein was the executive director of the Libertarian Party of Indiana from 94 to 2002 or something like that. They were appointed. Subsequently by a city councilor that went to jail for embezzlement. But prior to that, and what they did on the zoning board was basically are you infringing on the property rights of any of your neighbors? If you're not, and you're within code, we don't give a shit. Do what you want. And because they were a solid block of 2, they only had to get one other person to not give a shit with them. Right. And they got everything through. And that was a libertarian. It was a beautiful time in Indianapolis to be a homeowner, because you could basically do whatever you wanted as long as you weren't infringing on the property rights of your neighbors. And you were within safety code. They didn't care. They absolutely didn't care. It didn't matter who you were or what you wanted. That was the rule of law. And it hasn't been that way since. But, so you absolutely can do those things. They can be done. But like Nick said, I can swear to you all today that I will never be on a zoning board or a planning commission or probably a city or county council. It's not my strong suit. It's not the things that I enjoy. I don't like it. I can't see myself doing it. I would probably get removed from the council for the things that I said. But if you're passionate about protecting the rights of property owners, maybe it is a good place for you, because that's where it tends to go sideways in local government, are those little bitty councils wield a lot of authority. Because the vast majority, while it's true, the city council, the county commission has to approve those recommendations, almost always they go through unless there was some sort of media outcry over something, those recommendations almost always pass. As a matter of fact, the city council, the Phoenix City Council, takes them in a bundle and approves them by consent. So they never even hold a hearing on them. They just approve them by consent at the beginning of the meeting. Like, 100 of them at one time. So.
Yeah, so Bethany Baldez, who for about 45 minutes unseated the Wyoming Speaker of the House on election night, those who were at my election night party probably remember me announcing her victory, which lasted for 45 minutes until, in a almost Texan kind of thing, they found 500 absentee ballots that broke over 74% for her opponent. And she lost by 53 votes, which was only about 13 or 16 votes more than a mandatory recount would have been required. Like you do. She is now on the planning commission, and she was talking to me about how that first vote comes up where she doesn't know what to do because it's some regulation about whether or not you can have a shipping container on your property. And she lives in Wyoming, and rural Wyoming, right? So this is already kind of more libertarian than most places. And she looked at it from the perspective of what is it that her neighbors want somebody who's on that council to do, or that commission. What do they want? They want a safe community. They want a community where their property values are going up. They want to not have, any sort of nuisance or eyesore. That's what they want. And so she kind of looked at every decision she has to make on that commission as, these are my principles that I have about, property rights and peaceful people should be allowed to do what they want. This is what my community wants out of somebody on this board. And then she tries to find the balance between those two things, where she's fulfilling the duty that her neighbors want in serving her community, but she's doing it in a way that's true to her own values. And everybody's going to have a different way that they come down on that. And, candidates will sometimes ask me, is that a libertarian position? And I'll turn it around on them and I'll say, well, you're a libertarian, right? Yeah. And you're running for office, right? Mm-hmm. And that's your position? Yes. Well, then that's a libertarian position. May not be every libertarian's position, but it's certainly a libertarian position because you're a libertarian and it's your position. And we need to get better at that. I mean, that's something we need to get better at. A little bit of, it's later in the day, everyone's had lunch, and I've got coffee now. I did not enjoy the gubernatorial race here in Arizona. It was not the Arizona party's best face to put forward. And it's not because there was a very intense primary fight. Those are really good for the party, they're good for the body politic, they get us lots of press. Primary fights are awesome. Dirty primary fights, or primary fights where people are so embittered against other people in the party that once they see that they're not going to win, they start tearing down whoever is going to win. Those are not good for the party. They're not good for the relationships that we have with each other. We're a small enough party that we can't go burning bridges with everybody who crosses us on one political issue or supports the wrong candidate or has a position on an issue. We just have to cut that out because it's not healthy. If you think that it's really important that your candidate gets that nomination versus the other candidate, fight and fight really, really hard. But fight clean. And if you don't win, help out on the person's campaign who does win. And if you can't do that, find something else to do with your time. Go help a local race. Go help a legislative race. Go do something positive. Don't spend the next few months sniping at the person who you didn't want to win. Don't let them live rent-free in your head. If they're that bad of a candidate, why would you give them any more of your psychic attention? Just let it go. Do something else with your time. That would really have helped this last cycle. We probably would have had more candidates on the ballot if we had refocused our energies. So that's a lesson learned. one of the things I want to talk about with this organization, with us building up counties, that's really great. The plan that Alan put forward is really good. That's a good use of our resources, and that's a good way that the state party will be able to raise more money. Because when I call people to raise money, if I tell them, you know, your $250 will send 4 volunteers up into, or down into Cochise County to actually organize another county party, put more libertarians on the ballot, and help get this message out across the state, that's an easy $250 check. Because they know that money is going to do a thing, a tangible thing that needs to be done. It's not just going to go in our bank account so the treasurer's report looks better. Spending money is the best way to raise money in politics. It's completely backwards, it doesn't make any sense, but psychologically that's what people want. They want to see you use the money and then they'll give you more money. For bringing people into the party, we need to be aggressively recruiting to get people to register to vote as libertarians. We need to get them to make a conscious effort to get away from the two old parties, where they don't even participate in those primaries, they don't get the door knocks from those people. We want them to be dead to the old parties and alive to us. And like going to council meetings and planning boards to see people who are getting jacked over by the government, the very best voter registration drive I've ever seen around the country was in Colorado. A guy named Dan Kelo did it up in, it was in Lakewood, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he would go with voter registration forms as a volunteer voter registrar and stand outside the criminal courthouse in the county. And he'd just wait for people to come out. And there are very few people who walk out of a courthouse happy. It happens, but not that often. Not on docket day, not on bond arraignment day, not when, you know, they're processing through all the misdemeanors for suspended licenses or no proof of insurance or other sort of goofy laws that don't have any relation to public safety. Those people are upset. And if you say, look, we care about the rights of defendants. We care about making sure that there are fewer laws that infringe on your liberties. We want you to be able to live your life pretty free as long as you don't hurt anybody. Obviously, some other politicians don't agree with us on that. That's why you're walking out of here, you know, $500 lighter from your paying your fine. Would you like to sign up and be a libertarian? Let me tell you about our county party. Maybe you can come tell your story about what happened to you in the criminal justice system so that we can be more informed about how we can help in the future. That's what we need to do, is find people who are not being served and serve them. And then they'll become part of our team. There are issues in this state that the Republican Speaker of the House will never let come to a floor vote. None of those marijuana bills are ever getting out of committee. Ever, 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 ever. If our legislative candidates up and down the state of Arizona are all hitting that as one of their 3 main issues, then everyone's speaking their own truth, but it all rhymes. And then people all around the state go, you know what, the Libertarian Party is really on board with trying to stop wasting police resources on something dumb and start bringing this stuff into the light so that, you know, kids aren't being pushed by drug dealers, and, you know, you have something that's a little bit more like how we want to live together peacefully. And then they want to get involved. If we can identify those issues, that and spending restraint are the 2 things that I don't think the Republicans or Democrats are ever going to get anywhere near. And if we just hammer on some issues like that, people are going to say, look, the libertarians are the only ones talking about this. I care about that. If I want that change, I have to vote for these people. I can't vote for the other ones. You know, they're not even talking to me. If we start meeting those needs, that's where we're going to see explosive growth in this state and around the country.
Just a quick show of hands. How many people in the room were born a libertarian? When you came out, you were a card-carrying member.
I thought that was going to be everybody.
Everybody in this room had something that happened. You had finding the miracle. Everybody in this room had something either happen to them or a family member, or heard somebody say something or do something that made you think about libertarianism, that made you want to seek it.
Killed my president.
But something happened, right? Everybody in the room, nobody just woke up one day and like was just like, libertarianism, I'm gonna go look that up. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that before, but I'm gonna check that out. It was, something happened, right? Good or bad, but you heard something, you saw something, or you actually felt something. You have to be that moment for the next person. So when I'm talking about going to a zoning board meeting and going up to Layton and saying, I'd like for you to come to our event, I'm creating that moment for him. If you're standing outside the criminal courthouse, please, for the love of God, don't say to them, I'd like for you to join the Libertarian Party. Would you be interested in switching your voter registration? Instead, I would say, here's a little pamphlet. Is the courthouse screwing you over? Is this happening to you? Have you ever heard, like jury nullification, I think, is a great thing for people to hear about. But there are ways to reach that message. And it's, have something like, come tell your story to our group about what's going on to you today. We have lawyers who come. Maybe one of them will talk to you. I am more than willing to offer Nick's time to a group of people.
For coffee.
Right. But you are being a miracle in their life. You are introducing them to something that they've never been exposed to before. We're not taught this in school. We're not taught this philosophy. We're not taught libertarianism in school. Most people go their entire lives thinking there are only two political parties in the United States. Fairly educated, well-adjusted people have absolutely no idea that there is other political thought out there until they have that miracle. And you have to be, I know this sounds hokey, but you have to be that miracle in their life. That is the most hippie thing you will ever hear me say. But you have to be that moment. And to put it another way, by not going out and doing these things, you are selfishly withholding that moment from other people. You are keeping them from experience because you have the knowledge, you have the experience, and you're not sharing it with other people. You're not helping them experience it in a way that's going to resonate truthfully with them. You know, I'm gonna pick on Adam, sorry. Adam does a lot of videos. Adam's seen by a lot of people. I'm gonna guess 95% of the people who see your videos have seen a previous video. That the vast majority of them are fans. They're finding you because they've already had their moment. For most of them. Not all, but most of them. Adam still does have, he helps other people get those moments, but the vast majority of people have already found it. Those people need to be inspired to create that moment for somebody else, kind of like a libertarian pyramid miracle happiness thing. Yes, trademark pending. But so
we have those shakes.
Yes, yeah. So passing that moment down to the next person, yes, exactly. So passing it down to the next group of people to have that moment and making it something that grows and in millennials it becomes viral, but not the bad kind of viral.
Okay, so what I want to say is from being on the other side, because I was one of those people that was not a libertarian and did vote for you, and being on the other side from my interactions with many of the people in the party, a lot of people tend to be arrogant and dismissive and tend to be repellent.
Yes.
Instead of adherent. So like they tend to repel people from the party. Like they tend to be patronizing and condescending and
You're wrong.
well, I mean, and I like to very strictly because I am studying to be a paralegal, and the more people that we have that love freedom that are inside of these offices and prosecutors, the more that we can stop persecuting victimless crimes. So there's status that are never going to let this day go. So we want instead of, you know, I'm not going to fill these offices because I don't agree with it, but we get more people in the offices and then we have less convictions of victims of crimes. And so we actually ended up doing
Well, let me libertarian mansplain this for you.
Here you go. He's available to run campaigns.
Yeah.
Very articulate.
This is why I don't talk to the public. No, you're absolutely right. It was when I first came to the party in 2010. I know the party for a long time, and I've voted Libertarian fairly regularly, but I didn't work with Libertarians, and it was because I thought they were crazy, elitist academics who had no real footing in the real world. That's not wrong. I'm a proud Libertarian. We are very academic, and we know we're right, 100%, and everybody else is wrong. And legitimately, by and large, we're correct in that assumption, or that belief that we're right and they're wrong. The problem is no one wants to hear that. No one wants to be told, you really don't know what you're talking about and you don't understand. Let me explain it to you by telling you the books that I've read. To explain why these philosophers and economists would tell you that you are incorrect in your belief. The thing that Democrats are really good at is they hit you in the feels, okay? Republicans hit you in the pocketbook and with fear. Democrats attach to your emotion. We, as libertarians, stand with truth and logic. Everybody loves Spock. Everybody wants Captain Kirk running the Enterprise. When I come up against somebody and we're having that initial conversation, by the way, my boyfriend is a socialist. If you repeat this, I'll hurt you, but I love him with all my heart. That's the part you can't repeat. And we work on things, and sometimes I just go, "Aww, why don't you go play video games? I can't continue this conversation because you have no understanding of basic economics." Or I'll just walk out of the room. And sometimes that's the best thing to do, and that's something that we need to learn is, I'm not going to convince you of 100%. I just need to change your mind on a little bit. I need to get you thinking differently about things. I can't force it, I can't shove it in there, I've got to plant the seed and then walk away. I can't win every fight. This is a long war to keep berating these military words. I have to plant that seed and then walk away. And we don't do that enough as libertarians. We don't do that at all as libertarians. We want to explain to you why we're 100% right. So going back, 2010, I was exposed to the Nolan chart for the first time, the world's smallest political quiz. And I saw a great video about how not to do world's smallest political quiz booth, OPH booth. And it was the video of the guy yelling at people, telling them about gun control. And he's like, well, if the government's going to have a nuclear missile, I should have one too. And it scares the crap out of people. And he's just, it's very much that, well, you're just wrong. And the whole point of that quiz is to help people find out where they are politically, not to explain to them how they're stupid. And so one thing that we can do to encourage that behavior of walking away is just having people fill out the quiz. That's it. Being there to answer questions the person may have about the quiz, but not to harp on you about the answers that you got wrong. Because in I'm not going to tell Armin what's wrong for him. What he believes, he believes. We differ. I have friends of all different political beliefs and persuasions and backgrounds, and there are things that I vehemently disagree with. I'm not ever going to tell them they're wrong. I'm going to give them my opinion and share it with them, and then hear their opinion back. Not just listen, but hear it so I can understand it. Doesn't mean I'm going to agree with it, doesn't mean I'm going to change their mind. But if I'm listening and actually hearing what you're saying, you're going to be more receptive to this communication. You're not going to see me as just some big-headed, know-it-all, libertarian. That it's somebody that actually cares about what you believe in, even if we don't agree. And you're right, we need to be better at doing that. And I think if we practice with the world's smallest political quiz and get better at facilitating that we can grow into that. But we also have to remember that we're talking to other people who are human. And sometimes we need to update our human firmware before doing that. They're coming from a completely different space than we are. And it's not any better, it's not any less. It's just different. And everybody's got to come to through their own doorway. It's just important for us to make sure that we're not blocking that doorway with our own baggage.
That was my point. Because I have experience with few inclusive people inside the party, that's why I was there. So it was inclusive people, not the exclusive people.
Did you make a list of the people?
No, I
So that's something that you all need to remember, and this is really, if you don't take anything else away from today, other than I'll eventually get some AV help and pop this video up for 7 minutes of your time, because everyone needs to experience at some point in their life. The most important libertarian in this room, is you. It's you. Because you're the person that your coworkers know. You're the person that your neighbors know. You're the person that the PTA meeting. You're the one they know. And how you convey libertarianism may be the only exposure they ever get. So you can either be a jerk about it, in which case the only exposure they ever got was, man, I met a libertarian once. She was awful. Did not like her. Or they can say, I met a libertarian once. She had some weird ideas about stuff, and I don't think many of them are right, but she's really nice. And she asked me about my kids, and we swapped gardening tips, and I'd love to go have a beer with her. She probably should never be elected to anything, because, like I said, definitely wrong, but nice. If every interaction that everybody in this room has with somebody who's not a libertarian yet can end with, kind of nutty, but nice, that would be light years beyond where we've been as a party historically, because it's a lot of us trying to tell people why they're wrong, and we're not realizing that most people's political beliefs are not rational. Rational political belief is actually a very rare thing, and frankly, and this is where it gets a little too close to home, most of the people in this room probably don't hold their libertarian political beliefs for rational reasons. We have really complex rationalizations for them where we can explain them with logic, but deep down there's feelings that are involved where you just feel like that's the right thing, and then you come up with an explanation around it. When you realize that everybody works that way, you realize that you can't break that belief down head on. You can't just go up and say you're wrong about something. You have to ask questions and go, why is it you think that, government schools are the best way to educate our children? And then you listen, and they'll tell you about, things like we want an educated society so people don't turn to a life of crime, and overall that benefits the economy, and they'll tell you all the reasons they believe the thing. And then if you listen and you process, you can ask more questions to get deeper and deeper. And this is like an old sales lesson. Everybody wants to buy if they're in a selling situation with you. People are very seldom, brought at gunpoint into a car dealership. It happens every so often. It's really odd.
if you shut up and listen to them tell you about why they're there and what their needs are and how long their commute is and how many kids they have and whether or not they have bad knees so they can't get into a car that's really low to the ground, they'll tell you exactly what car they want, they'll tell you how much money they have, they'll tell you everything. And then it's just a matter of being like, oh yeah, you want that one? They're like, oh yeah, that's perfect for me, how did you even know? I listened, you told me. If you go in and say, well, I really want to sell that red Honda Accord, so I'm just going to go and give her all the details about why it's such a great car, and here's all the convenience features, and look, there's a little vanity mirror, and the mirrors do this, and it's got backup camera, and it's blah, 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 blah. I'll never sell the car, because I didn't listen to what you wanted. I told you what I wanted. Listening is the biggest thing that we can do to be better at this thing and bring people in. You know, last night I was at this meeting in Austin, and a very successful tech company CEO, not a Libertarian Party member, he's a friend of a CEO who is a Libertarian Party member, he's invited to hear about the party things. So he says, you know, he's got his phone out the whole time I'm talking, and I can see him, tip, 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 tip. And he raises his hand and says, I gotta go soon, but I agree with what you guys are saying about being the only party that wants to reduce the national debt. That's very important to me. I agree with what you're saying about being anti-war. I really don't want any more of our soldiers dying overseas. But what if somebody's not on board with, you know, a couple of issues? Because I really think that guns are a problem in this country, and we need some gun control. And I nearly had a heart attack, because I was afraid that somebody around that table was going to pop up their little hand and be like, well, I'll tell you, if you don't believe in somebody's right to defend themselves, then you're definitely not a libertarian. You should just get out of this room right now. Because I've heard people do that. Like, just jump all over somebody. And I said, you know, not everybody in the party agrees on every issue. And there are national committee members who are on the same page as you on the gun control issue. Now, it doesn't align with the platform. They're definitely, you know, not on a platform point, but they're still good party members, and we work on the things we agree on, and there's disagreement within the party, and we can debate about it, but you're more than welcome to join. We would love to have you support us on all the issues you do agree on. Because what Mary Ruart told me, because she was also in the room, she lives just on the other side of Austin, was when people come into the party, it's almost like if you take a hard-boiled egg and you put it into, you know, a pickle jar with beet juice. The egg turns pink just from sitting in the jar. You didn't cook the egg, it just sits in the jar, and eventually it gets pickled. If you can get people and invite them into the party, and they come to meetings, and they talk to people, and they support campaigns, and they read more stuff, and they eventually read all these books Evan's talking about, they get pickled. And I've had, you know, party members who've been members for decades and decades. First 10 years, they loved government schools, thought they were the best thing going. It takes a long time for some of us to let go of beliefs that we care very deeply about, but we're able to let go of them when we're in a safe place with people that we know care about us and respect our ideas. That gives us the space we need to let go of things that we need to let go of.
With my socialist boyfriend, he's got a lot of really hardcore.
What'd you do? No, the thing shut down.
Hey, Jeff.
I can't know.
Microphone.
No, something happened.
You have some video, we never need audio.
Over at that point.
The little tablet.
He doesn't want me talking about him.
It said that it was shutting down, but I didn't do anything other than I pulled up a YouTube video that I was going to show later. Okay. But it has power.
The socialist boyfriend has some very radical, aggressive, hostile leftist friends who are tolerant of me. They're like, oh, he's a libertarian. Let's just do dinner occasionally. And they don't follow me on Facebook at all. Which is great, because I feel the same way about that. with your vegan cheese, get the hell out of here. But so, over time, over the past year, you know, he started off with some very strong statements, like when the Charlotte March happened, and he was like, oh, we should be punching Nazis in the face. And I was like, so you want to punch somebody because they're walking down the street saying something you disagree with? And he said, well, yeah, because it's hateful. And I said, yeah. So about that, let's kind of not do that. And then I actually told him about the history of like the Stonewall Inn riots in New York. It was the beginning of the gay rights movement, and said how a lot of the same things that you're saying were the very same things that were used to prevent gay pride parades and pride marches. The thing about the First Amendment, the right to free speech and the right to assembly, is to prevent the government from taking minority groups or minority thoughts and banning them. Doesn't mean you have to like them. You don't have to agree with what they're saying. You don't have to go. But you have to not crap on their right to do it and say it. So no, you can't punch a Nazi in the face because they're saying some Nazi stuff. Now, if they're doing some Nazi things, hurting other people, trying to take their stuff, by all means, as a good citizen, you should intercede. Well, okay, I mean, that makes some sense. He agrees a little bit. And we talk, yay! So we talk more and more about those sorts of things. So a few weeks ago, it was almost 31 days ago, there was something that was happening on the national level, and he was playing video games with his friends, and they could all hear me on the headset, and I was doing the 30-minute countdown to midnight, and I'd come in every 10 minutes, and then at midnight, I did a nice, you know, yay, it's midnight, you know, and they're like, what is he cheering about? I said, oh, government shutdown. They were not happy about that celebration. But when I heard him explain why I was happy about the government shutdown, I was like, oh, 6 more months, you're going to be a card-carrying libertarian. It's working. Because he listened to me. We disagree on a lot of things, but he at least listens to me. I listen to him about his dumb stuff, so he listens to me about his work. And you know, in explaining it to his friends, who are almost Antifa level, like hostile, 3 of them were like, okay, well, I mean, it sucks for the employees, but I get it. Like, okay, I'm not supporting it, but I can at least see where he's coming from. I'm like, I got you too. Just more conversations like this, and it's there. And that's what we need to be better at, is understanding that I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I can't tell you that you're wrong, because you're not wrong. You have your position, you have your experiences, and your beliefs come from that foundation. But if we can have an honest communication, an honest dialogue about it, you may change my mind on some things, probably not because I'm right. And maybe I change your mind on some things. But if we're honest and have that dialogue, that's what's going to work. That's what's going to do it. And we can overcome anything by doing that.
Okay, so I know we're super early, but I'm not going to take the next 3 of your hours, promise. Howard won't let me. What I am going to do is I'm going to see whether or not I can make this thing work. Because if I can make this thing work, then you will understand what Evan's talking about, and then we can take some questions for a little bit. We should probably be done, I would think, by 4.
We'll be fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on that part. We're going to work on that.
So does anybody have any questions while we're working on this?
I do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hate to be selfish within knowledge, but, time and time again, you hear people referring to the Constitution. Well, I'd like to ask, which one? There are three. Now, if you want to get the Libertarian Party talking about something that nobody else is talking about, let's talk about that new one, the third one. That's particularly nasty. In 1858, they stole your country. 1913, they stole your money. 1933, they stole your gold. Now, who are they? And that's all I wanted to say for today. You can all go home, get on your computer, and pick up Constitution for the United States of America. Okay, versus the Constitution of the United States of America. You're going to find that in the real Constitution, there is no United States. There is no United States in the Declaration of Independence. And one of them, you can pick this up in 2 minutes, like I said, one versus the other, for versus of. In the original Constitution of the United States, and this is law for our lawyers here, is in little letters, okay? Now in 1858, the same Benders came along and they stole your whole Constitution. They retitled it, the United States. The United States with capital letters is
there a
it's
question
a corporation.
there?
It's a private corporation.
Do you have a question, Scott? Do you have a question for these guys?
Well, my question is it's not really a question. It's just saying, these guys say that we want to start talking about something that nobody else is talking about. Now, Obama was a constitutional lawyer. His wife was a constitutional lawyer. Nobody even talks about the two. Now, this third one is the Constitution of the United States, and America is gone. Now, that comes along with a new loyalty oath. That'll get you treason. So that's all I need to say for today, and there's much, much more. The deeper you go, the dirtier it gets, and it is not pleasant. We can take you right straight to the gates of hell if you'd like to go.
So do we have a video or no?
First day.
I think so.
We're working on it.
I'm the new guy.
Almost there.
Thank you.
I find what you guys have talked about reminds me of what my brother told me a very long time ago. You can be the smartest person in the world. As we all know, we all are, right? But like you said, if you can't relate to individuals, all your knowledge and all your correctness is worthless. It's all about people, like these two guys are talking about. It's all about personal relations.
It's about how people react. If you tell someone what they're wrong about, they pull back, they feel resistance, they fight you. If you talk to them about what you agree with them on, then they get pulled on. It's just that that's how people respond differently to the approaches. Tell them what you agree on. Tell them where we have common ground. If you focus on where they're wrong, they stop listening. It's just human nature.
Yeah, one of the best things that Larry Sharp ever said that really pressed on me is when somebody tells you something that you don't agree with, government schools are awesome, all guns should be burnt into a pile and confiscated, whatever. There's two phrases you can use. Use them back to back, and you have to do them sincerely. And first rule of politics is sincerity is everything. Once you can fake that, you got to make it. You might be right. I never thought about it like that. You can use those two phrases sincerely, and they're true. So tell me something that you think I would not agree with.
We need a wall.
We need a wall.
We need a wall.
You might be right. I never thought about it like that. Now that's true, because one, I don't think I have perfect knowledge, and maybe you are right. There's an outside chance, and so I might as well acknowledge that there's a chance. I'm validating the fact that you have that opinion, you hold it strongly, it could be correct. I never thought about it like that, Well, maybe I never will. Because that's not the right way to think about it, but it's true. I haven't thought about it like that. But that's that seed planting that Evan was talking about. That opens it up for a future conversation where when you came at me with something you thought I would disagree with, I didn't push back on you. Now you feel like I've listened to you, you feel heard. And so later, maybe not even today, maybe a week from now, a month from now, when I say something about, we really don't need the Transportation Security Administration and they should just be shut down forever, you may not immediately push back and go, oh my God, no, we don't want planes to fall out of the sky. You might go, I never thought about it like that. And then now we're in the dialogue. And now we have the opportunity to change. Are you ready, Jeff? Let's try it. Bonus points for anyone who recognizes the first person in the video.
I'm glad you asked that because that's really a very important question. We developed this quiz to help people determine their position on the political spectrum. Now, when you were in school, you were probably told that the political spectrum consists of a left to right line, with communism on one hand and the American system on the other. And that's really a gross oversimplification. The whole idea that there's such a thing as a left and a right political spectrum, or shades of restriction are generally in today's psycho conservative. And over here you'll see the idea of it, you can divide all human action into social and economic into areas. I can be a person a little bit lower than called liberals. They do actually call yes, as I was saying, from physically attacking each other. But back to the question you asked about. The idea behind this is that you can divide all of human action into two different categories, economic and social action. Can you keep it quiet? Don't you find this is really important, excuse me, ma'am, this is a really important way. I can't understand people. People just don't want to understand anything anymore. It's amazing. I don't know.
Yeah, I looked at that article. That was a great one. I've read it about 3 or 4 times already. You gotta check it out.
Well, what's your position on the public schools?
We would abolish public education and abolish public schools.
You don't think that the government does a good job at schools?
No, the government's horrible. Privatize everything. Only the free market should be in charge of it. If you can't pay for it, we don't care. You're out. The problem with the public schools is they're teaching our kids communism. Everything they talk about is socialism and communism. They're trying to indoctrinate us. They brainwash us all day long, basically indoctrinating our children with communism. And we need to end that because we're turning into a communist state, and it's the public school system that's doing it. That's all they talk about is communism, and you're not paying attention on it.
Well, what happened to the teachers?
And my teacher, Mrs. Carter, is so proud of my teacher, Mrs. Thompson.
We'll get real jobs, and your teacher's a communist. You don't want to be a communist, do you? Don't you know what they're teaching you in the public school system? And here's a book for you. If you just read this, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. Read the book Communism, and you'll see that that's what they're teaching you in your school. Mrs. Gardner is a communist. Here's some interesting information on the family budget, pollution information, education information. Pass them on to your friends. We got great tests for you. Paul Gatling's done it. Oh, that's a great one. I've read that one 4 or 5 times. Give those to your friends so they have more for you. It's that one, it's this one. Well, give some to your friends and family. And we got books. Lots of books for you here. Oh, boy. There we go. Let's get those books for you. Need stickers for kids? Okay.
Can I have
Hi, are you guys from the Libertarian Party?
Yeah.
What is your stance on the environment?
We want to end all environmental protections and repeal the Endangered Species Act. We believe in the rights of private property owners to own their own land, do what they want with it, and we want to sell off all government land to the highest bidder.
Hi, are you guys from the Libertarian Party?
Yeah.
What is your stance on the environment?
We're anti-environment. We're against the environment. We want absolutely no environmental regulation. You hippies want to save the forest? We want to save the forest. We want to shoot all the spotted owls, shoot all the other animals, pollute the streams and lakes and rivers, and who want to sell somebody to Disneyland so they can build a roller coaster over Old Faithful, and Shell, drill for oil, and Yellowstone Park, all the places that all you hippie commies want to save for the birds and the bees.
Oh yeah, the Libertarian Party, I've heard you guys. I'm kind of understanding finally, you're for freedom of carrying a weapon, right, for self-defense?
Yeah, there's people out there that are trying to raise their kids, and your family, you gotta be able to shoot them. Machine gun, you need a machine gun.
That's what I was gonna say. I understand carrying a handgun and little thing for self-defense, but a machine gun, you seriously don't think people should be able to carry machine guns, right? I mean, that's all.
Yeah, the right to bear arms right here in the Constitution. If you want to drive a tank down the street, it's your business, as long as you're not hurting anyone.
Oh, come on, you can't be serious. Tanks? Do you think we should have tanks? That's what we meant by the right to bear arms, the right to drive tanks.
That was the equivalent then, was a musket, you drive around in your carriage with a musket.
Come on, a tank is the same as a musket, is that what you're really saying?
That was the same thing as the equivalent. Yeah, a musket, you're riding around a horse, that was a tank then, the same thing.
Oh, so I should have a tank in my backyard, is that what you're saying?
The criminals are going to have them.
So tanks, what are we going to do? They drive the tanks on the street, they're
The government, they have lots of tanks, and you need to defend yourself against the government.
Oh yeah, the government's going to get me in my house because what? They didn't pay my taxes or something?
That's what happens every day.
Oh, every day the tanks are driving down the street, the government's not in tanks, and they're going to bust you for not paying taxes.
IRS will shoot your kids if you don't pay your taxes.
You are insane. I'm not
insane. You're a communist. Well, that's no libertarian. You're going to deal with no tank. Get out of here.
Not anymore.
Communist, stupid communist. You don't be able to take away my machine gun. Screw the government. Your kids should have guns. Anyone who doesn't have a gun is a communist, and they should be thrown out of the country. Bazookas and everywhere. Machine guns. Those kids would be dead today. They're not going to get my bazooka. Train your kids to shoot machine guns. They want to take it away. But the prior of my cold, dead hand. I shouldn't have to register my tank at the DMV or anywhere else. We need bazooka training in the schools now. They're coming for your guns. All kids should have guns. I have a right to my tank. We'll have to pry the wheel of my tank out of my cold, dead fingers. Or my kids' cold, dead fingers. I live for my...
That's enough.
The point's well taken. Okay. Now it's not going to work. Does anyone have questions? Yes.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation. You talked about responding to people with the saying, you may be right, I never thought about that before. If you do take the time to think about that, and they come back to you for follow-up, now the shoe is on their foot to listen to you. Right? Because you took the time to listen to them, their conscience will tell them, okay, I owe you to listen to you now.
It's the psychological principle of reciprocity. Professor Cialdini is professor emeritus at ASU, wrote Persuasion, a couple other books, probably instrumental in helping the president get elected. But other than that, a good guy. Talks about one of the fundamental psychological principles of human interaction is reciprocity. It's the reason if you go to Istanbul or anywhere in Turkey and you enter a rug shop, a bazaar, they will immediately give you tea. Little tiny tulip cup full of tea. Because that creates a reciprocal obligation that ends up with you spending $300 on a rug that you bring home. The reciprocity, the human thing with reciprocity does not require it to be of commensurate value. That's why if you go visit a car dealership, they'll offer you a water or a Coke right when you sit down. And then you may end up with the keys to a car and a large down payment going the other way. When you listen to somebody else and you acknowledge their ideas as valid or at least valid for them, they owe you now. They have to listen to you. Some people can resist that. It's not universal. There are people who are able to go through life without reciprocating, but they're the vast minority. Most people will at least be respectful of you because you were respectful to them first. So that's kind of what you're playing off of. It's not a trick so much as it's just understanding kind of how people work. And it's a trick. Mr. Bora.
One of the things that I noticed about your campaign is you guys had a very large amount of media coverage during the debates, various other things. How did you apply some of these ideas to a public forum where you weren't necessarily face-to-face with the audience?
So we kept bringing everything back to those core things that we didn't feel that the other candidates had good answers for. So nobody had a plan to fill the $150 million pension hole annually. There's an annual $150 million structural deficit in the budget. So we would keep coming back to that. We would keep coming back to not so much pushing back on the idea of property taxes or the whole way the city's funded, but pushing back on the misallocation of those funds. You know, we weren't striking at the root of we shouldn't be collecting property tax or sales tax or special override taxes. We were hitting it from the perspective of if we're going to take these property taxes in, you shouldn't be cutting breaks to billionaires, right? Everybody should be treated equally, and the city shouldn't be spending the money on stupid stuff like building a hotel or financing an arena. And what we would do is come back to those issues that we chose where our opponents didn't have any answers, and kind of move away from the attempts at gotchas. You know, because being a libertarian, I can't remember which reporter did that, but the first thing they wanted to do was, you say that you're going to take 2% out of each city department, how's that going to work? Because what they want is they want the soundbite of you saying, I'm going to cut city services so that then they can just beat you with this guy. He just wants to, you know, take the cops off the streets. Did that answer your question, or did that not really answer your question? You give me that look.
No, I think it did. So would you say that kind of like in the first phase you're getting a sense of what people are interested in, and in that second phase you're on media, even though you can't get that immediate response, you kind of already know what to expect from people who are not even in the same room.
Yeah, well, and we got that from going out to things like First Friday and interacting with people at community meetings. People will tell you what it is they're upset about. The biggest things that we got from just normal guy on the street was police response times.
So when Nick brought me out in November of 2017, just right after Thanksgiving, and one of the first things I did was I started going to some of the neighborhood associations. And there's some really funny stories about how I'm from Indiana and don't understand Hispanic culture or food in any way, shape, or form. But when I was there, one of the events, me and Nick had talked about some of the government programs and the things that he thought would resonate with people. And one of them was what's called a G plan. And that's where basically we're giving city land to a developer. They pay no taxes for lower rate for up to 50 years. They changed the law to make it a maximum of 30, but they're basically not paying property taxes or paying very little for 30 to 50 years. So when I went to an event that was actually at a pretty liberal area, and they were talking about this new development that was going in, that the city was sponsoring, a new big shopping mall, as it was. I said, I'm not from here, I may be pronouncing this wrong, I'm really new here, trying to get my bearings, but is this a G plan? And everyone in the audience hadn't even thought to ask that. But they were all like, oh yeah, is this one? They were really hostile to the idea of this being a G plan. And that was the thing for me, was I knew across the board, everybody hates this. Even if it's a project that they like, they hate the fact that it's this type of program. They don't like it, because it's not a deal that they can get.
And that's a wonky piece of tax policy that you would think, like, who understands that the government owns the property and then they negotiate an excise tax that's lower than the property tax for a certain period of time, and then there's some economic development, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's eyes glaze over. What people understand about G-Plits is it's not fair. There's a guy with a lobbyist and a bunch of lawyers who gets to build a high-rise that doesn't pay property taxes, but you that have the car dealership or you that own the house down in Sunny Slope, you pay property taxes, and you actually end up paying more because that guy didn't pay his fair share. That unfairness is probably one of the most resonant issues. So if you can find a way that it becomes unfair, police response times were one of the things that you wouldn't think would be a big deal, but people get really upset when something happens in their neighborhood, some guy's exposing himself in the alley or whatever, they call, and because it's not a priority one call, it's 40 minutes before a cop shows up. That's a problem. And when you get down to those basic problems people have, then you can start bringing libertarian solutions into it, but you're always bringing it back around to the thing they said was a problem. They're like, I don't want it to take 45 minutes for a cop to show up if some guy's exposing himself in the alley. You say, well, officers, when they arrest people for cannabis, they have to go do paperwork, they got to book them into jail, they end up getting out with just a fine, they're bonded out, all this stuff's happening. That takes a lot of time that they could be responding to these calls for service. And so if we just made that the lowest law enforcement priority, you would probably see calls for service drop in half. And that resonates. And so you've managed to take a libertarian issue, which is basic decriminalization of marijuana, and make it about not having guys in alleys exposing themselves to this lady's daughters. And then you tell that story, and that resonates with everybody, and they're not like, oh, this crazy guy wants to legalize all the drugs. They're like, man, he's a father too, and he really cares about having our kids be safe in the neighborhoods and making sure that the police show up on time. I like that guy. And so it was a matter of when we would go out in public events, people would tell us what was resonant, and then in media interviews, we would take the lines and the anecdotes and the stories that were most resonant in the small group and make sure that those were the only sound bites we were giving to get into print or get pulled into the TV commercial.
Because the other candidates were talking about the big projects that they want to do. The big things, that, we're going to create more bike lanes, 1,000 more miles of bike lanes in Phoenix, or green spaces, or we want to do this, or we want to do that. But we were talking about, that's cool if that's the sort of thing you want. Maybe we should have that conversation. But first, can we talk about it taking an hour for a cop to show up at your door when you're being robbed? Can we talk about the fear people have that they're going to get shot on the street? Can we talk about the opioid crisis, that kids are literally stepping over needles at bus stops? Can we talk about the homeless issue? Can we talk about these things that are actually matter in your life as opposed to whether or not a high-rise has plants on its roof? Like, who cares about that? And it did work. I mean, obviously not enough, but it did.
Yes,
People listened and they cared.
You got several questions.
Emily first, and then the gentleman in front of her.
There are a couple different issues here. I think one element is, although Phoenix is a huge place and is verging really on megalopolis now, it has the soul of a small town in a lot of ways, and individual parts of the city have the soul of a small town. I think Nick was very, very transparent. He never left through the back door with a security team as some of the current city councilors did. He always hung around and was available when everyone was talking to him. Ellen would sort of fall into the background, myself and anybody else who was traveling around with them at different events would fall into the background. So he was always very available, very approachable. You all will articulate it much better than I can, but can you talk about the Chinese Cultural Center and Dirty Money Gallego and the way that those Chinese Cultural Center people sought you out and the feedback you gave to them? Because I think that's exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, so the Chinese Cultural Center, and I'll give background for people that
He won't know this.
Yeah, so it's a Phoenix thing. It's specific to Phoenix. So there's a Chinese Cultural Center that's also a shopping center. So a lot of Chinese architecture, but it had restaurants and shops and stuff in it. Out-of-town developer goes and buys it, probably with some special interest, greasing the skids back in the council. And the Chinese community
Well, okay,
Not just a
so
franchise.
there's
It was
actually.
a hybrid city, public-private.
It was a public-private partnership between the city of Phoenix and the Chinese government. And there was actually, okay, I'm blanking on the word, not a lien, but there was something placed on it, that basic covenant, that says it must be used for community purposes. When the developer had the option of buying part of it from the city ignored the fact that those covenants existed and sold it out from underneath the community nonprofit that was leasing from the city. They didn't give them the option to buy it, and they were selling it as 100% for-profit corporate development.
So the Chinese community got really upset about it. They got screwed because they're not connected. And one of my competitors in the race, she had voted for this grab that was taking away this protection for the Chinese cultural aspects of this property, and she had received tens of thousands of dollars from the developer who wanted to take it. So they were following her around at every event with Dirty Money Gallego signs and chanting, and it was a really big thing.
And she wouldn't engage with these people. She wouldn't even come. She and her security team were like,
Yeah, she'd sneak into events. She'd be last in the door, she'd come in through the back, she wouldn't talk to people. And they sought me out. I didn't take any position on it, right? I didn't say, you know, she was wrong or they were wrong or whatever. I just kept saying in debates and forums that the city needs to be even-handed and fair with everybody. And none of these deals should be done in the back room, and it shouldn't be about who you know or crony capitalism or, you know, what lobbyists you purchased. It should be about doing the right thing. And they sought me out afterwards to say, we want to find ways to support you, not because you're on our side, but because you're going to give us a fair hearing, right? You're going to tell us not what we want to hear, you're going to tell us the truth, you're going to be honest about it. So those are the issues that you don't know about. You know, there was, late in the campaign, there was a proposal from the interim mayor's chief of staff, who's also the head of the Public Firefighters Union, to add money to fire and police based on some exorbitant tax on medical marijuana dispensaries. Brought in last minute, no committees, no hearings, nothing, just tries to jam it through. That was a great issue for us that comes up out of nowhere, right? We didn't have any of those connections, but you have to, that's the thing, you have to read the room and figure out what's gonna be the issue and jump onto the opportunities, because in every campaign, you're going to have things that you thought were gonna work that don't. They fall flat, you need to respond to that. And you're gonna have things that you had no idea were of concern to the people in your constituency that it becomes really obvious that's really important, and I better figure out a way to work that into my speech, or I'm gonna lose them. So that's one example of just listening to what people are telling you about what it is that they're upset about, and finding a way to talk to it while sticking to your core message, right? You're not pandering, you're finding a way to make your core message relevant to their particular issue. Yes, sir.
Just a quick observation that summarizes what you've been saying, but says it in a different way a little bit, okay? A lot of libertarians will say, their message will sound like this guy at the booth. We're gonna take away a service that government provides you, okay? Instead of, the focus, it should be, we're gonna make it better because we're gonna put you in control of it as an individual, okay? So a lot of the more anarchical types will say, we're going to take something away from you, and it's not seen as freedom. It's seen as tyranny. And, you know, that all goes to the balance between the individual and collective. A lot of what you guys have been saying has been like how to broadcast the collectivist vision of libertarianism, which is sort of like an oxymoron. It's this balance between the power of the individual and collectivism, and it's like a hard thing to talk about.
Well, I look at it like this. This is how I view the world. I'm an individual.
at the core, I'm gonna look out for me. I'm gonna make sure that I live today, that I eat today, that I'm taken care of today. I also love my nephew. I tolerate my sister. I'm very compassionate with my neighborhood, with my community, the people around me. I've literally built stairs for porches, painted houses, put in insulation for older folks in my neighborhood. I've grown food, earthworms for my neighbors. We organize things. Some of them I can't stand, but I also watch for their property. When I'm out of town, I have two neighbors that know I'm out of town and watch my house. I'm still an individual, and I'm going to protect my property and myself, but I also live in a world, and I live in a neighborhood with people. We don't have an agreement. If today my house gets broken into because I'm not home, for anybody who's watching on YouTube, there are people there, they are armed, there's an alarm system. But if my house was to be broken into today, I would not go to my neighbor Chuck and say, "You son of a bitch, you let my house be broken into. I thought we were a collective."
Right.
He's not responsible to prevent somebody from breaking into my house. Right. Just like I'm not responsible for shoveling his snow. Snow is a thing that falls from the sky. But so, you know, we work together, but we have our own individual responsibilities, and that's kind of how I look at it. It's collectivist individualism.
Well, yes. Yeah. Can I just follow up on that? Because there's something I've seen in libertarian spaces, and it's something that I don't think we're getting it right. And you may have not thought about it like this. I might be right. First of all, the word collective or collectivist is a very in-group word. That's something that it comes across that it's pejorative. And what you'll find is that there are people in the world who find it to be a positive word, and when they hear you say it in a way where they can hear the sneer in your voice when you say collective, they know that you don't like them. And so I would avoid that word. I prefer the word community. I think community is a very positive word, and it lets us differentiate. We can be individuals, but we identify as members of various communities. You know, I'm part of a community of lawyers, not all of whom I actually like. But I do identify as a member of the bar, I identify as a libertarian, I identify as a father. Those are all communities of interest. I live in the neighborhood just across the street. And so with my neighbors, I'm part of that community. And so you can respect the value of the individual and not engage in, you know, the bad identity politics or group, you know, blame or whatever. But recognize that people who are part of a community may share values with the people in that community. They may feel identity with the other people in that community. They may be concerned about whether or not other community members are having a good time. You know, and I think one of the ones that's most fraught for libertarians for a lot of reasons, not least of which that, you know, we're incredibly white, is the discussion of race. And there is a way to still hew to the idea that the smallest minority is the individual, the old Ayn Rand quote that gets a little tiresome, while acknowledging that if the world, if the reality that people live in is that people with a certain skin tone or people with a certain accent are treated differently because of that by a lot of people, that you have to respect that that's a reality of their life. You may want to live in a world in which that's not a reality, but they live in the world where it is, and it affects them negatively. And so there's a way to deal with those issues and be sensitive to them, while still having a goal for maybe one day, you know, enough people intermarrying with enough other people, and then it's all just like one sort of medium brown shade that's not a thing anymore. Or maybe it's not ever like that. But you have to focus on what other people hear not what it is you think you're saying.
Right.
Because it doesn't matter what you think you're saying. It matters what they hear. I'm going to go to this gentleman, and then I'll come back to you because you already had a question. Yes, sir.
So people who vote Libertarian, do you feel like the ones that vote Libertarian now mostly focus on what's going on in their neighborhood, or like big ticket things that are going on around the world?
It's inversely proportional to the level of office. So the people who vote Libertarian for president tend to be either anti-war or strong fiscal conservatives, like anti-tax or want lower taxes, a lower federal deficit. They might be opposed to the drug war, like really big picture items. That's what tends to make people vote for that top level office for Libertarians. Other than people who are in the party who just identify and, we're Team Gold. As you move farther and farther down, it gets more and more about what's happening in the community and the particular issues, and less about, it actually stopped, there's a point in elections where it stops being about a policy at all. And frankly, it's at the level that I ran, albeit Phoenix is very large, but municipal and local governance is about whether or not that person shook your hand, looked you in the eye, listened to what you had to say, and seems like a nice person who doesn't kick puppies and takes care of his kids. Because if it's that person, and you're just a nicer, more attractive, you wear nice clothes and you shave, or I used to, if you do all those things, that's good enough. Because most people, a lot of people, the ones that are going to be your volunteers are going to be the ones that have been affected by a local issue and feel passionately about police response times or something. Most people don't care about local governance. They don't know anything about the issues. They just know that person looks nicer than that other person. And that person talked to me or knocked on my door. One of their volunteers came and gave me a little palm card that talked about them.
There's actually a theory that I have on local political campaigns. If I have not identified you as a party member or a strong supporter of our issues, if you know who your city councilor is, I will never talk to you again. Because you are so involved in local politics that I cannot convince you of anything, and I will spend more effort and volunteer energy trying to convince you that it's worthwhile. You're going to come to whatever conclusion on your own, and there's not a damn thing I can do to switch it. So if you already know that, then I'm wasting my time and spinning wheels talking to you.
Yeah, we've been trying to educate people, and we need to let low information voters be low information voters and make sure that the only thing they know is Libertarian good, John Smith good, Leighton Pace good, John Manning good, Libertarian good, and yeah, not the other people, just Libertarian good. And we explained this to some of our volunteers when we were canvassing would say, well, what if they asked me a policy question? And Evan, what is the instruction to a volunteer who's canvassing just handing out literature when they're asked at the door a policy question by an interested neighbor?
Well, I'm just a volunteer, so I don't know all of that information, but I can take down your information and have somebody from the campaign contact you if you would like that.
But Evan, I'm Mr. Sarwark's biggest supporter, and I know all of his positions, and I could totally tell them what he thinks about zoning or taxes or criminal justice. I mean, I practically memorized his website.
Yeah, please don't.
But why not, Evan?
Because we don't know exactly what that person needs to hear. They may need to hear it in a different way. So we want to make sure that we're giving them the message the right way. Plus, it'll also mean a lot more if it comes directly from Nick.
And that's how you do it. You don't give people information because they don't really need it.
You also get their contact if you build your database.
The truth is, though, we're probably not going to contact
Well, but you can. So there's a gentleman named Ken Bowman, used to be on the LNC, that has a really great piece of political technology that you can all use in your campaigns. And it's called John the Baptist. Does everyone know who John the Baptist was?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know why this is called John the Baptist?
We're gonna find out why it's called John the Baptist. Who is relatively well versed in Christian theology can tell me what was John the Baptist's role in the gospel? Yes, Brandon?
To prepare the word.
To prepare the way. He goes out in front, and then Jesus comes after.
So what you do, if you want to maximize the value of your candidate's time, saying our volunteers are John the Baptist. What? Marching out. Let it be. Roll with this. You send out a team of 4 to 6 volunteers, knocking on every door, talking to people, putting it into the canvassing app, whether or not they talked to somebody, whether they were positive, negative, whether they had a yard sign, whether they wanted information, they wanted to volunteer, whatever. If anybody asks a question or says, I don't know, I need to talk to the candidate, or you see that they're a high information voter, you flag their house, you say, you know what, the candidate isn't in the neighborhood today, he had another event, but he's going to be by next week. Would you like him to come stop by and talk to you? And you'll get 1 out of maybe 20 to 30 contacts will be a person that says, yeah, I actually want to talk to the candidate. I want to hear what he has to do for, District 37. I want to know. You flag those people, and the next week the candidate only goes and talks to the people who wanted to hear. They feel special because the candidate came by, and those people in a neighborhood who want to hear from a candidate are the high information voters. And do you know what low information voters do when they don't know what to do to vote for mayor or city council? They go to that neighbor who's got all the damn signs in their yard and they're like, Bob, I have no idea who these people are. You got to tell me who's good. And Bob happened to talk to the candidate who came by on the next week. Is like, this guy came by to my house, took a special trip to come talk to me, and seems like a really nice person who doesn't kick puppies and takes care of his kids. So you should vote for him.
He's got a hot wife too.
He does.
That's
why I'm different from Jesus.
You can also go the other. You gotta make sure that you be fun.
There was a thing that we would do at events. Nick would ask me how he did, or what I thought about the room afterwards. And I don't hold anything back for my candidates. If they screwed up, I will tell them if they screwed up. I wait a couple minutes, and then I tell them, okay, so that was good, but let me tell you, you screwed up. Maybe not do that again. But one of the things that I was shooting for in a room, depending, like we went to a group of developers. The Phoenix Coalition for Stealing Your Money to Build Properties, Inc. Had an event. It was a room, 60 developers, individual developers that are all getting city money to build projects. And my thing was, I just don't want them coming out of the room hating you. If they could come out of the room going, I'm not going to vote for that guy,
because he's going to take your money.
I don't hate him. I'm good with that. Not expecting you to get any votes at all. Would really like to get some sound bites though of you telling these people exactly what you think of them. And he went in and he spoke truth to power. He was really polite, really nice, and basically said, I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy if you want these projects. That's not me. I'm not going to stand in the way of you doing them. I'm just not going to give you taxpayer money to do it. And surprisingly, they didn't set them on fire. They didn't throw things at them. But we would walk out of that room and I would say, you didn't make any friends in the room, but you didn't make any enemies out of it. And that was a good thing. Then there were other rooms that we would go into where it's mostly Democrats or mostly Republicans. And it's how many people did we pick up in the room? If we didn't pick anybody up in the room, I want them to be able to say, I'm not going to vote for him, but I would not be upset if he was my mayor. I would not be upset if he won. That, to me, when you're dealing with a potentially hostile crowd, that's a win. But the vibe out of the room at the end of it is, I'm not going to vote for. We actually, can I tell the story of the first meeting we had? The guy.
Sure.
Who worked for the.
Yeah, just don't identify.
Okay, so there was a law enforcement group that we met with early on, and basically what we were talking about, where Nick was talking about, was we're not going to agree on a lot of stuff. let's just get that very clear. But one thing that we agree on is pensions. This was a commitment that the city signed a contract to, and they're obligated to do this. Instead of getting $2.3 billion in interest penalties, we should pay this off faster so that we can reach a new agreement later down the road. But we've got to honor this agreement today, and we need to do it without screwing over the taxpayers by adding more interest. That's the gist of it. And at the end of it, the guy who was part of a police union said, well, obviously we're not going to back and support you because we've already decided we're going to do the guy who wears the red suit. But based off of what I've heard, I would not be upset if you won. That's a pretty big win, especially when we're talking about holding cops accountable. For somebody in a leadership in a police union to say, at least you would be a fair and honest broker, I would be okay if you were our mayor. I'm not going to vote for you, but I'm also not going to shoot you when you're not looking that direction. Maybe, probably.
That's potentially a thing.
Why doesn't have a dog?
I have a dog.
He does.
Yes, sir.
It's my first day, so I don't know protocol and whatnot, and kind of got admonished there for not asking the question.
Yeah, what's your question?
But all these problems we're discussing here today have the same root cause. And so my question is as a member of the bar, what is your take on the three constitutions that we have now?
It's not my area of law. My thing was mostly getting people out of prison.
Yeah,
That's
it
my.
doesn't seem to me anybody, Obama's area of law, constitutional lawyers, they don't know nothing about it.
And
so
what this comes.
Something that the Libertarian Party can be talking about that the Republican and the Democrat board aren't talking.
It could be, but here's what I'm going to answer a different question, which is going to answer your question too.
Sure.
So when I was state chair of the Libertarian Party in Maryland, we had a strong contingent in Maryland and Pennsylvania across the border and in Delaware of people who are referred to as tax protesters, tax resistors, sovereign citizens. Sort of there's an orbit of people that read things like Irwin Schiff and Larkin Rose and various theories about why the 16th Amendment wasn't properly ratified, or it doesn't affect you, or you don't have to pay taxes, or whatever. And people would ask me, what do you think about that? You're the chair of the Libertarian Party of Maryland. Do you support these theories? Do you not support these theories? And the answer to that question is, I don't know for sure 100% whether or not the 16th Amendment was properly ratified, whether or not this particular language of the tax code means what you say it means or what they say it means. What I do know is that every person that I've met who has attempted to follow these theories, has chosen not to file their taxes with the IRS, has withheld their income and decided that they don't owe anything or talked about fringes on the flag or whatever they did, they generally end up in court. They generally, everyone I've ever seen has at least had a lien filed against their property in which the IRS takes the money that they think they're due regardless, and they often go to jail or have fines too. So it doesn't become so much of an issue of whether or not they're right about the theory or the legal. It's not about whether they're right about the law. It's about what's going to happen in your day-to-day life if you go down that road.
Is this a fight you can win?
As Ayn Rand used to say,
you can
ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. So I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that maybe wasn't completely done properly regarding constitutions and the way laws were passed. But
as long as we're flying that flag, we're under martial law.
But the way it's going to affect your day-to-day life as an Arizonan, as somebody who lives and works in the community, it's going to be interpreted the way the judges interpret the law. That's how it's going to be. That's what the guys with the guns do. We don't have to like it. That's why I teach my kids. I learned this from a guy named Ken and Lee Schooland, who are the driving force behind Liberty International, which used to be called ISIL until some other group started using ISIL. And they talked about how they raised their daughter as a libertarian, and it's a really interesting talk. You can find video of it online. But one of the things they talked about was they taught their kids that there are rules that we have that are moral rules, like not hitting other people, like not taking other people's stuff, like being kind to others. Those are ethical and moral rules that are important. You have to follow those. And then they also taught their children that, you know, we live in a society where there are laws, there are police officers, there are teachers at your school that are going to tell you that they want you to do things, that there are rules for this kind of event, there are rules for driving down the road, and those aren't ethical rules. It's not right or wrong to speed. It's not right or wrong to obey the school dress code or, you know, show up on time or anything like that. But if you don't follow those rules, there will probably be consequences. You'll get a speeding ticket, you'll get thrown in jail. And so what they taught their children is it's not so much a respect for the concept of law enforcement or laws that are not based in libertarian principle. It's respect for themselves and their ability to be a good member of society and be able to live a fulfilling life. It's harder to do that if you get thrown in jail. It's harder to do that if you don't have a driver's license.
But if you object to the thing, and the consequence,
and you're willing to take the consequence, you teach them the other side of civil disobedience, which is you do the thing where you're going to say, you know, this is where I stand, I will not be moved, and maybe they'll get some handcuffs and they'll move you. It's the same. Every time I fly, I fly way too much, and I don't like the TSA. And I don't like the blue gloves of freedom, and I wish that they had stayed shut down forever. Every time I do it, I get the pat down. And a guy at the airport said, why do you get the pat down? Are you afraid of the radiation from the scanning machine? I said, no. I practiced in a courthouse in Colorado where they had one of those. I'd go through the scanning machine all day long. You know, I don't mind that. I just want to make you work. Because you can take away my Fourth Amendment rights, my right to be secure in my person and not subject to unreasonable search without probable cause or suspicion. Because the government has said you get to do that. You have guns and you're in between me and a plane and I'm trying to go to something to speak or, you know, go on a business trip or go on vacation with my family. So I get that you're between me and something I want to do. But you're going to have to put in the effort to do it. So we're going to go step over here, and in front of everybody else, they're going to see me stand with my arms outstretched while you rub your hands up and down across my junk in a way that, you know, you used to have to buy somebody dinner for. And I'm going to go through this as an object lesson in how you can resist the state without getting yourself thrown in jail and make things more difficult. And I tell you, if 1 out of every 10 person would request a pat down, and you go to the airport and you just say, politely, I'm just going to opt out. And they're like, well, you know that's going to be a pat down. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to opt out. I'll stand here and wait for you to get a guy to come and take me and all my stuff and carry it over and rub up and down my body with his gloves and test the gloves to make sure there's no bombs on my body. No, you take all the time you want. No, I'll do it out here. I want everybody to see how your job is and what you do with your time. That is a very powerful form of civil disobedience that never throws you in jail. And if you ever do civil disobedience where you do get thrown in jail, you go protest a logging thing, or you decide that you're going to stand up for somebody who's being accused by the police, and you get arrested, if you want, you can walk with them into the car. You could. But a lot of protesters I know feel like, you know, if you're going to take me away to jail for no good reason, no reason for me to walk. You guys look like big strapping men. You can probably carry me. I'm just going to sit here. I can't beat the ride, but I can make you work for it. I can't stop you from touching every American and invading their privacy. Just make your job a little less pleasant. Because you chose that job. And you should deal with every consequence that comes from it. And those are the ways that we can have so much more power as libertarians than we acknowledge. Just by, and this resonates in a way that a lot of hardcore libertarian stuff doesn't resonate outside our bubble.
But when you point out the absurdity of things, even if you're compliant, you just point out and talk about, I'm going to use an example that may trigger some of the libertarians in the room. They wanted to build a high-rise at 5th Street and Van Buren on that little piece of grass that's there on the north side of the street next to the Arizona Center. And they wanted a government property lease excise tax. They wanted an 8-year tax break, which was going to save roughly $1 million a year in property taxes. But to get this property tax break, they were going to agree that 20 of the apartment units in this luxury condo tower, roughly 6% of the units, were going to be workforce housing that was only going to cost between 80 and 120% of the median income in the census tract around the area. So basically, they were going to let people who couldn't afford to live there as a kind of nod to the community and look at them, they're giving back. Well, we did some back of the envelope number crunching. That really drives politicians crazy when you check their math. But you figure it's about $500 per month off the rent to get to that median income person can afford it, right? Times 20 units, I think that's $10,000. Times 12 months, that's probably $120,000. Times 8 years is probably $960,000. Well, let's round. We'll call it $1 million. So you got $1 million in rent subsidies for not poor people, but like, you know, lower middle class kind of people. Teachers. Everyone loves teachers. I asked the question in debate. If what we want to do is make it so that these poor people can afford to live in this housing, you know, make it easier for them to afford housing, we could do the thing that the property developer wants, where we let them out of $8 million in property taxes and they give us back roughly $1 million in rent subsidies. Or we could collect $8 million in property taxes, give out just $500 vouchers to people for rent subsidy, like, we'll just help you pay your rent, and the city would have $7 million extra dollars that would go into fixing the roads and picking up the trash.
They didn't like that.
They didn't like that. But it makes more sense. And it was a thing where I didn't say that I want to be subsidizing people's rent, because I don't really think that's the proper function of government. What I said is, if this is a thing that everybody really has consensus you want to do, let's just not do it the stupid way. I mean, we have so much traction we can gain on issues where you may not agree with the existence of a planning or zoning board, you may not agree with the existence of this law, but you can at least be the guy or the girl who stands up and says, you know what, if we're going to do this, and I'm not sure we should, but if we're gonna, and everybody seems like they want to, let's stop doing it dumb. Let's start being better stewards of taxpayer money, because it's money that's taken from people. So the least we could do is not waste it. The least we could do is spend it on things that people actually care about instead of on stupid projects and trips overseas and stuff. That's the least we could do. And that's a point of agreement that you will get almost across the board. Like 90% of the people, if you don't work in economic development and you don't work for a property developer and you're not a property attorney, every other person in this city is like, that's stupid to leave $7 million on the table and not fix the roads just to help this guy who's going to make millions of dollars on the land anyway. Like, that's just dumb. That's where you get the broad agreement, and then those people that agree with you on that good governance, good stewardship stuff, then you can sort of give them baby steps of, you know, well, maybe we shouldn't have laws like this at all. I mean, it seems really hard to get government to not do it the stupid way. Maybe if we didn't have government do it, we wouldn't have to worry about trying to keep government from being dumb. That would be easier. We just let people do things. Any other questions? Yasek?
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, congratulations for your result.
Oh, thank you.
I think it's really good result.
Yeah.
Not yet winning, but you're young, and hopefully into the future you can make it.
Yeah, that office is up again in 2020, believe it or not.
Right. So, what I would like to ask you, maybe, how do you perceive the voters who, I don't know if you have statistics, but certain amount of people voted for you. I think it's around 10%.
Yeah.
Do you know if they were more like Republican leaning or Democrats, or maybe people who did not vote before? Do you have any information about from which angle most of them came from? Any information about basically your voter base? That's quite interesting because that tells us a little bit where the libertarian message appeals the most.
Okay. So I don't think we have good data. Do you have good data?
So
Evan's the brains in this operation.
So the interesting thing is we have to look back at the people that we were originally targeting at the beginning of the campaign. This election cycle kind of went a little crazy with the number of new voters, people who weren't registered and hadn't voted before, that suddenly decided they were going to mail in a ballot. Significant swing. You know, this election was expected to be at about 175,000 to 200,000 votes, and it ended up being almost 500,000 votes. So it's a considerable increase.
A lot of blue wave.
Yeah, but what we can we can kind of look at who we knew were going to vote and see if they actually did vote, which they did. We look at who we were targeting, how many people we were planning on contacting, how many people we did contact, and then how many people, how many votes were actually cast for Nick, and in what areas of the city they were cast in. And from that, we can tell that our targeting was pretty much on track. If we'd been able to increase or double our effort, that we would have had that same increase in the number of votes that were ended up being cast. Who we were targeting was mostly independent. By a large majority, it was independent who do, for the most part, swing to the left. In Phoenix, independents are more left-leaning, but not beholden to a Democrat candidate. But those were the folks that we were mostly targeting, and that's where most of those points came from, were from independents, who are mostly left-leaning. That would be the largest voting bloc, and then it would actually surprisingly be more Republicans, and then more independent, or more Democrats that are more independently registered Democrats. But that's a small section. It's mostly independents.
Yeah, and we forced a runoff.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wasn't in the race, there wouldn't have been a runoff. Kate would have gotten over the 50%. We took votes from places they didn't think we'd take votes, and Evan referred to it earlier, but we had a candidate forum in Maryvale that was all progressive left-leaning groups, all talking about social justice and criminal justice reform and police shootings and what are you going to do about racial profiling, and is Phoenix going to be a sanctuary city, and all this stuff. And the two Democratic candidates who were there, the Republican didn't even show. Like, he had an empty chair. The two Democratic candidates were there. One of them, it was his council district. These were his constituents before he resigned to run for mayor. And they thought they were going to come in a cakewalk. And they were so afraid of answering the question and being seen as taking a position on a criminal justice issue or taking a position on the police that they were getting hostile reactions from the room because they weren't answering. You know, my favorite one was one guy comes up and says, you know, there's all this new development over in Maryvale. There's all these private places where, you know, kids can't go, and we're losing places for kids to go if you don't have a lot of money. What are you going to do to make sure there are places for people to go so they're not on the street, they're not getting involved in gangs and crime and stuff? And he talked about, you know, with a public-private partnership with GCU, we were able to keep the city golf course open. And this little old lady gets up and in Spanish, which I understand much more than I speak, she said, Mr. Valenzuela, look around the room. Do you think any of the people in this room golf? Like, it was so tone deaf. You know, there were people saying, well, a lot of our kids are getting harassed on the light rail and being racially profiled for being Latino. And he would talk about, well, we worked with GCU to add extra police to make sure that the streets are safer because, you know, they're doing quality of life patrols and they're stopping people to ask what they're doing. And you're like, I'm sitting there going, you didn't even listen to the question. The question is, why are you doing this bad thing? And you're talking about, I worked with GCU to make sure there are more cops to do more profiling. It's amazing. These are elected officials, multiple term elected officials who cannot follow the basic rule of sales and politics, which is listen to what people say and what they care about before you answer their question.
When they left, they went into that room thinking that those two candidates were each trying to gain the support of the different organizations that were hosting it. And they thought they were going to be divvying it up. And by the end of it, we had tables outside for all the candidates. And Danny's team came outside before the debate was over and packed everything up, so that as soon as the debate was over, they walked him out the side door through the parking lot and they left. Kate's team was standing at her table, and she starts to come walking out, and I can see her, and she gets surrounded by a group of people who are just reading her the riot act. We've supported you, we petitioned for you, you're our progressive candidate. I heard somebody yell, you're an embarrassment. So she stopped, turned around, walked back into the auditorium, and walked out the side door. We stayed for almost 2 hours and talked to every single person. And I talked to some of the people in the other groups, and they were saying, we're not going to endorse anybody now. They were very happy with Nick because Nick was the only one that was answering the questions. He was the only one that was going out and actually doing things in the community. He was the only one that actually cared. But they couldn't endorse him. But for me, it was enough when the predominantly Hispanic group decides not to endorse the actually put out an email telling people not to vote for him because he was a liar.
And to just wrap up and then I'll get to Elizabeth's question. What it showed was there's an opportunity as a libertarian that's not available to Republicans or just straight independent candidates to go and reach progressive voters or Democratic-leaning independents, because you can hold up to the Democrats who think that they have an entitlement to the seat because of the demographic in the district. You can hold up to them their own values, the things that they ran on, and say, you're not serious about this. You're not willing to actually take these stands. You're lying to people, and I'm here to show them the contrast between someone who believes in these values and someone who doesn't. It works in other districts where districts heavily Republican. It works exactly the same way. You go for the people who are the majority in the district, and you hold up the values that the other party says that they believe in, but they've gotten lazy about actually following through on. You know, Republicans get very complacent in heavily red districts, and they don't ever cut taxes, and they don't ever cut spending, and they get soft on gun rights. And then you just kind of say, look, I get it, y'all are Republicans here. You voted for this guy because you thought he was going to be good on all these issues that are really your core values, and as you can see, he doesn't care about those values. I do. These are the things I'm pledging to do that are real. And that is a very powerful message. Elizabeth.
Well, I was just wondering how you answered those questions at that meeting. The debate with two Democrats.
Yeah, so I said that the city council should fully fund and fully implement the body camera program so that all officers on the street have an independent verification of what they're doing, that actually lowers the tensions in the community, that we should make marijuana enforcement the lowest law enforcement priority because it leads to a lot of hassling and a lot of racial profiling and generally doesn't make anybody safer and takes police away from violent and property crime. And I said that we should have a real investigation of why Phoenix had you know, a record number of officer-involved shootings and figure out what the root causes are and bring in an independent group like had been brought into Philadelphia that's going to look at the root causes, identify things that need to change, and was able to get their shooting rate down, cut in half over 2 years. But the only way you do that is you have to first acknowledge there's a problem. And at the time, Chief Williams had said, no, you know, it's all about people being more violent or aggressive with cops. That's the only reason that more people are getting shot. And all the council members were basically saying the same thing. I mean, I had a progressive Democrat who's on Emily's list and HRC and everybody else saying, well, you know, a lot of these shootings are good shootings and these people should be more respectful to the police. And, you know, I don't think we can blanket say that there's a problem here. And I went and did a simulator and they have a really tough job. Some of those things may be true, but that is not a good room to say it, especially if you've been running as a hard progressive. Like it just...
Wearing it as fangirls.
Yeah, it was, all I did was tell the truth. You know, and I said some stuff in that room that they didn't like.
Oh, yeah.
But I answered all the questions. They had a lightning round where they said, you know, like raise your hand if you agree or disagree. You know, red and green paddles. She sat through 4 questions in a row and wouldn't touch her paddle. She literally refused to answer any of the questions. She objected to the format or to even having to be asked.
Turned in her chair.
And it was that level of sort of entitlement and privilege that I should just get your votes because I'm the most progressive council member. I don't need to answer any of your hard questions. I'm a lady. We don't have a lot of big city mayors that are ladies, so that's your answer. It was really like, that was one of the most amazing experiences of the campaign. But it was also realizing that you can go into a room that does not traditionally identify as being aligned with us, and if you listen to what they're concerned about and give straight, honest answers that talk to what their concerns are, you can win over a room that isn't supposed to be on board with
They were
it.
so worried about tripping over themselves and saying something that would anger the police unions that at one point a woman got up and talked about how her brother was murdered in front of her, unarmed, shot by the Phoenix PD, and murdered. And one of the counselors' responses was, that is tragic, but we also have to remember that police lives matter too, and that we want everyone to come home safe. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it was heart-wrenching because this lady had just talked about having to go through the first Christmas with her nephew who now doesn't have a father. And the answer was, yeah, but the cops have to go home safe.
Yeah.
Like, it was flabbergasting.
I mean, I was in the back of the room going, how have you gotten this far in professional politics and don't know not to give that that's the moment where you shut up and you turn away. If you can't say anything, if you can't relate to the woman who has a dead brother, then that's when you turn away and don't answer a question. But you don't give that answer just because you're afraid you're not going to get the endorsement of a different union. And that's clearly what it was.
But that's what, and this is kind of, I think that's probably the thing we should wrap up on, but one of the things that we saw, and it's very sad, but it happens all over and we can take advantage of it, is there are neighborhoods and there are communities in our city and in our state that don't get hurt. The neighborhoods in Levine and South Phoenix, Sunny Slope and Maryvale, they get one swing through by politicians who say what they want to hear, and then nothing gets done. We were at the debate in South Phoenix, and a lady talked about how, you know, what she really wanted wasn't the light rail, it wasn't economic development. She wanted to have a sidewalk in front of her house, so her kids didn't have to walk through the street to get to school. Because there are neighborhoods in this city, it's the 5th largest city in the country, that have no sidewalks on the road at all. And on the way out, Terry Goddard, who was supporting one of my opponents, unfortunately, came up to me and said, I was at a debate here when I ran for mayor, and there weren't any sidewalks then either. And it came up then too. And the candidates then probably said, sure, yeah, sidewalks for South Phoenix is totally on our list. But it's a poor neighborhood. They don't give big checks to candidates. They don't have lobbyists. They don't have lawyers. They don't have the connections of the people who run the politics that's broken right now. And that's the kind of healthy populism that I think that we can tap into as libertarians, where it's not from a demagogic place of trying to rile people up. It's actually caring about other individuals as individuals and caring about individuals more than special interests, more than money, more than political power. We're not in this to try and get control of the government so we can hand out favors to our friends instead of the friends of the other people who are totally bad, but our friends are really cool. We're here because we want to give people their lives back, and we want to reduce the amount of government control of how they live their lives and how they raise their kids and how they run their businesses to the absolute minimum possible, because that's going to make everybody happier, everybody freer, and have us have a more prosperous society. And with that, thank you all so very much for all of your attention and your questions. I really do appreciate it.
Tremendous thoughts to finish our day up on. You mentioned Mary Ruard. She's going to be in Yuma on May the 7th, debating a liberal and a conservative on issues like immigration, healthcare, and
that's awesome.
So we'll keep you posted on specific final lessons. Anybody else? Anything for the good of the order? Nothing? Then we're going to be adjourned until next year. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for putting this whole thing together.
If you would, please clean your area. Take any trash you have and put it in your trash can. Those boxes of sandwiches in the back. If you're from out of town, please take one. If you're from in town, please let the people from out of town grab them first and then come in the house. Don't have the same way. Grab a cup of coffee or a water bottle on the way out. Yeah.